of America time. Woo! God, I always get to pump myself up like this. You know, this is actually, you guys caught me. You guys caught me doing my regular intro before I even get the stream started. This is usually my walkout music, you know, to get myself pumped up. Folks, welcome to the Hasan Abi broadcast. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live from now sunny. Earlier it was a little bit gloomy. California, Los Angeles, all the way live from the New York of America. That's right, the Athens of America. I'm talking Los Angeles, California, baby. We're live and alive in the concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Welcome to Los Angeles, California, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs. Hope you're having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thirsty Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Thirsty freaking Thursday here in Los Angeles, California. It's hazy and 70 degrees. And it is 11:30 on September 26, 2024. And I'm a little late and I apologize, but that's because I was a little distraught with the news of my best friend. For those of you who don't know, last night I didn't end the broadcast unceremoniously. It looked like I was effing. But as a matter of fact, last night the feds did a sweep. That's right, everybody. I'm coming clean. Okay, a lot of you are saying free Will Neff. I don't even know what happened to Will Neff. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about motherfucking Eric Adams. I'm not talking about Will Neff. I'm talking about Eric Adams. That's right, Eric Adams. Eric Adams obviously had a lot of dealings with Turkish officials. That's just, it's me. Okay, I'm here to explain it to you. I'm here to tell you the truth. I'm here to come clean. My fucking bestie, Eric Adams, and I, and our mutual appreciation for Turkish teledramas, which he appeared in one, became, it seems, a problem for some. I didn't realize that being friendly with Turkish people was illegal. And yeah, they shut my broadcast down as I was like, I was taking in the news. They shut my broadcast down last night, and then he got clipped. And yeah, let me tell you, okay, we're very sad. We're pro Eric Adams in this building. We're pro Eric Adams in this house. For those of you who don't know, Eric Adams is the mayor of New York and a friend to Turkey. But in any case, the American deep state actually hates it when Turkish people are friendly with Americans. You know what I mean? The American deep state does not want a friend in Turkey. That's what it is. That's all this is about. Make no mistake, a lot of people are going to be lying to you about Eric Adams. Okay? A lot of people are going to lie to you, but the reality of the matter is they just don't want Turks and Americans to be friendly with one another, and that's what's going on. Okay? And we'll talk about that. His crime? New York City being the Istanbul of America. That's all this is. Astral Trains, thank you for the Twitch gave 6 community gifted subs. And wait, what? What the fuck? Why is Twitch giving community gifted subs? Astral Trains, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I don't know what's going on. Maybe Twitch is apologizing for clapping my cheeks last night. Ending my stream. It was weird. It was like a Twitch related issue, I suspect. Anyway, wait, now Twitch is gifting 3 subs? I don't know what's happening. What is going on? Why is Twitch gifting subs? Oh, because it's September? Is that what it is? That's crazy. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasan Abi Piker in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. I obviously didn't press the stop streaming button last night, which pressed it for me at like 7 hours. So I was like, all right, fuck it. You know, it is what it is. We got clap, we got. Hey, yo, mate, feed art with another 10, Twitch with 39, Dragon Army, thank you for the 10. I don't know what the hell's going on. All right, in any case, personal news wise, ladies and gentlemen, I did it. I did the damn thing. Okay, I did the damn thing. I need you to know this. We're back. One of the major goals that I had set out for myself, obviously, mate feed art with another 100 as Twitch only gives 29. Mate feed art showing up Twitch in a big way. I need my congratulations, folks. This right here officially is a dunk. That's right. So let's just run it back one more time. Okay. Oops, that's Eric Adams. Look at the fucking lift that this boy has. Look at that. Look at that lift. Now, the thing is, it turns out I didn't even realize this. Travelall. Yeah, no shit. I wasn't trying to fucking actually I wasn't actually trying to like dunk in game. I still can't do that. But let me tell you something, okay? Folks, look at that. Look at that fucking range right there. Look at that vert at the age of 30, at the age of 33. At the age of 33, Twitch is still peppering those gifted subs. I don't know what the hell's going on, but thank you, Twitch. Have you measured your vert before? No. The reality is dunking on an 8-foot net isn't a real dunk. No, this is not an 8-foot net. This is probably a 9-9, which is what most outdoor courts are. At the ripe old age of 33, okay, has to wear patellar bands, but here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. Boys, girls, listen to me, okay? I was able to do this already. The only difference in this situation is that the ball actually had more grip. Turns out the reason why I was having such a hard goddamn time dunking, because this morning I was playing with this one Hasan Abi head who is also like is a basketball coach. I was playing with two Hasan Abi heads actually, and they're both very good. I mean, I ball with them regularly. They're friend of friends. One is an assistant coach. The other one is a friend of mine, like a friend of a friend. But in any case, what ended up using the women ball? No, it's not a women's ball. It's a normal ball. It's just an outdoor ball. So it's got way more grip. And he was like, hey, why don't you try dunking with this ball? Because I've seen you go up. Because he also trains, like he does like dunk training with that one guy on TikTok, apparently, that has like the 50-inch vert. But he was like, I think you're up there. You get up there every time. I think that your issue is, yeah, Isaiah Rivera. Yes. Exactly. Anyway, he was like, bro, you get up there already. You just need like more, like a grippier ball. Here, try my ball. So then I did. And immediately I was like, oh shit. Like the first time I went up, 1K gifted subs. Now I get the gay gifty box in chat next to my name. I made it to 1K subs in a Hasan chat. I can die peacefully now. Thank you, mate feed art. Yeah, I had to grip another man's balls, dude. I had to grip another man's balls in order to be able to get there. But honestly, I don't hate it, you know? But today was a particularly good day for balling. Okay, I'll explain that. I'm playing against these dudes. Like both of them in the past have cooked me on one-on-ones, and I beat them both. Okay, beat them both. You said that rim isn't 10 feet. I mean, it's probably 10, but it might be 9.9. Sometimes it's a little bit less than 10 outdoor courts, but this isn't like a particularly short one. Kind of like that ball gripping. Now you know what it's like to be JD Vance. Are we gonna shit on Eric Adams? Yes. Can I just have my fucking moment here, please? Assistant coach Hasan Abi head here. I promise that rim is 10 or at least 9.11. Chad is hating. I'm in the chat. Oh, he's here. I wonder if this is him. What's your name? Here, this is the test. Okay, never mind. It is him. Okay. It is him. But yeah. What? Assistant coach Hasan Abi here. I promise that rim is not 10. No, it's me. Twitch Observer 69. Let's see those ball handling skills. Fuck dunking. The gamification of Twitch is here. Lamau badge icon for gifting. Anyway, but yeah, I did the damn thing, dude. I did it. Chatters don't know about Spaldinga, bro. I feel brain broken knowing about that. Yeah, Mike from PHE's 1,500 subs from Twitch an hour ago instead of 1 sub Twitch for every 5 gifted. It's more of a range between 1 to 5 from Twitch. Damn. Mike got 1,500. How many fucking gifted subs did Twitch give me? 101? Twitch, get your fucking money up, not your funny up, dude. What the hell is this? CNN said you're 6'4", you look taller, unless everyone at DNC is super short. I don't think you understand. 6'4" is pretty fucking tall amongst average people. So that's why I look taller probably around normal people. Twitch is giving out random gift subs with every user gift sub, just so you know, so you get a train going. Oh, that's what it is? That's what's going on today? Like if you guys give subs, then Twitch gives subs? That's what's happening? Average NBA height law. Is that average NBA height? 6'4". I feel like 6'4" is like short, no? Anyway, but before we get to that, yeah, let me get my fucking flowers, chat. God damn it. I got it. I got my shit. Okay. I got my freaking. Okay, Twitch. Astro Trains, thank you for the 10. Twitch 53 gifted subs, now giving 6. Pickled llama. Flopping potato. But yeah. You fucking work for Twitch? How do you not know? Bro, I don't fucking talk to anyone, okay? I don't think you understand. The most contact I have with the outside world is when I go out and fucking touch grass in the mornings. That's it. NBA G League win better than Bronny? Yeah, okay, dude. Let's be real. I'm still fat as shit. I'm nowhere near as explosive as I would like to be. I can barely dribble. I don't have hands, and my shot is ass. But it's getting there. You know, I'm a significantly better. I'm a significantly better baller now than I was a year ago. And I might go so far as say I have a better bag now, like more versatility than I did at any other point in my life. Probably. Actually, I don't know. I feel like I had better hands when I was younger, but still. Are we talking about Chaperone today? If not, I'm going to cry. Okay, calm down. True, get that 6-pack bag. Put in more work, dog. Okay, calm down, brother. I'm fucking working my ass off. Okay, give me a fucking break. I have been eating more though lately. Geeks only, thank you for the 10. Freckle Origami, thank you for the 5. Ken Klippenstein got clapped. Finally, a ban for all the libs who hate Chaperone now. ABC News glazing Israeli-Palestinian male music group. Ew. Ew. Okay. Dude, Kai is dead. Yeah, she was running around. That's why. Major hurricane is hitting Florida today. What else is new? All right. Yeah, but other than the ball, I mean, look. I got a bag. Look at that. I just want to say.
There we go. Good. 1-3. 3-1.
I destroyed my buddy Brandel here. What's up, folks? I'm live and alive, and it's a big day today. Anyway. Need to cut some chicken, eat more lean beef. What the fuck are you talking about? Chicken is significantly better. Chicken has significantly better macros than beef does. You're out of your mind. Anyway. But yeah. Big beef in the chat, dude. Velberg, thank you for the 5 gifted, and Majority Report, thank you for the raid. God damn, a lot of shout outs happening today. Are subs still broken? What do you mean? Why is it broken? Cutie predicted goon in January. Yeah, I saw that clip. It's crazy. All right, let me blast off. At this point, you know, I think it's time. No more personal news. Nothing else going on in my life other than, you know, improvements here and there. I don't even fully understand what the fuck happened with Moon. Okay. But I guess people are calling him Goon now. Erotic role play. Yeah, I mean, listen. Shit's wild, okay? I didn't know it was like that. I didn't know shit got hot and heated in Grand Theft Auto no pixel roleplay like that, okay? Two consenting adults had sex, Lamau. I mean, I feel like there is, you know, you can have 2 consenting adults have sex and still have like third parties be wronged, you know? So, like if they're, for example, you know, it depends if they are in a relationship or married. So that's like, I don't know, but I don't know what the actual, I don't know what the actual circumstances are, but but seems strange. I also saw those DMs. I do not consent. I mean, it's not about our consent. But my man's gooning. Bad day for the polyamorous. Okay, well, yeah, Eric Adams. Speaking of polyamory, Eric Adams, Eric Adams, member of my Turkish polycule, is indicted what is it? Where is it? Poly Prince Eric Adams. Eric Adams, member of my Turkish polycule, is indicted for the crime of being friendly to the Turk. Okay. Election polls data 39 days. Bibi the war criminal speaks to the UN and more. Get in now. Okay. Hey, are you going to explain this? Okay. Bro! Chill! Are you fucking kidding? Okay, calm down, bro. This is okay. Yo! Calm down, dude. Hey, yo. What? Hold up. It's okay when I joke, okay? It's not. Yo, shit. I'm about to actually get a fucking phone call from the feds, dude. Stop making jokes like this. It's not illegal to befriend and have hot polycule sex with the mayor of New York. Okay? It's not illegal. And if it's a crime, then arrest me, officer. Arrest me. Put me in jail. Put me behind bars. Lolo, you son of a bitch. Specifically, Adams, in a private meeting in Manhattan, met with the aforementioned Twitch streamer at a luxury hotel in Midtown. During this meeting, Adams knowingly and willfully accepted a large bribe in the form of a pallet of Zyn nicotine pouches, an in-kind gift with an estimated value exceeding $50,000, delivered in exchange for Adams' commitment to grant preferential treatment in future city licensing regulations affecting the gaming industry. The bribe took the form of an unusually large shipment of Zyn nicotine pouches. Like it could be anyone. It's not why would anybody even why would anybody put two and two together here? It could be anybody. Okay. On or about the morning of August 15, 2014, a pallet containing approximately 50,000 units of Zyn, a popular smokeless nicotine product, was delivered to a secured warehouse in Brooklyn, New York. The delivery was directly connected to the legal agreement brokered between Adams and the Twitch streamer. There is not. It could be literally anyone with that anyone and everyone could be responsible for this. Okay, this is calm down. Dude, from Gold Bars, the Zyn shipments, I love it. Stop trying to distract us with your arms. Not gonna work. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not trying to distract you from anything. This could be anybody. Okay, can you guys calm down? Can you guys calm down? That this indictment could be mentioning anyone. Okay, it could be mentioning anyone. Like literally anyone at all. Okay, I know it sounds weird when you look at that. Page 38, in touting the benefits, he provided the Turkish official message to the Adams staffer, don't let the airline manager and others confuse Adams. We are the state. We are all trying to find out who did this Zyn thing, okay? It's just fucking silliness. Anyway, we're gonna get to the Eric Adams stuff in a moment. That's a lot of fun. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that. That was literally one of my locks for the year, was that Eric Adams would get indicted, and it's pretty funny. It is pretty funny to consider that, like, even before this year, I told you guys, like, Eric Adams, so much meme potential. Like one of the greatest memes. Like I was long on Eric Adams. Okay. Very, very bullish. Love the stock, love the meme stock from the jump. Been a big proponent of it. And it's paying off so spectacularly. I would say it's paying off more spectacularly than even I assumed it would. And we have barely scratched the surface. Okay. So that is what's so funny about it, because he's such a fucking dipshit. And he's so insane overall and so shameless in his pure graft. It's great. New York City mayors, I mean, the mayoral seat is just like cursed to begin with. Like, I can't remember any good mayors really from this goddamn city. And Eric Adams somehow was able to push the needle even further. I mean, the last guy, like, it's got to be weird when Bill de Blasio is considered to be like better than the last sequence of fucking mayors. Like, Bill goddamn de Blasio. You have straight up Rudy Giuliani, America's mayor, post 9/11. Like, think about like all the shit. Okay. You have Michael fucking Bloomberg. You have Bill de Blasio. And now you have Eric Adams. It is so bad. It is so bad. Like, every single one of these motherfuckers they're all such dog shit monsters for the most part. Oh. Anyway. And now Andrew Cuomo wants to fucking get back in the mantle, which is so crazy. Cancel culture, am I right? It's actually insane that he's the first sitting New York City mayor to be indicted. Yeah. It is. Well, it's insane that Eric Adams is the first sitting New York City mayor to be indicted on criminal charges. That's like being the first sitting mayor of Mouse City to eat cheese. Yeah, New York City mayors have always, like, they've always been grifters. A lot of graft there, but like never to the degree of Eric Adams. Like, the transparent nature in which like Eric Adams operated was like, it was like mafia style. And I think it was partially because of his police background, which I'm going to get to in a second. I just want to talk about Cutie Cinderella really quickly. Okay. Because I'm not the only one who pre-watches shit. Apparently Cutie Cinderella pre-watched Goon Goon. Okay. Just like you can pre-watch top of the hour ad break and subscribe ahead of time for $4.20 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Also, Themasius, thank you for the fat playlist. We'll get to that in a second. All right. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. All right, let's get into it. We're going to talk about Goon Goon.
Because it's not a good take.
Good friends
It's such a normal
Good
take.
friends will correct you when you have insane
God, I need
takes.
a girl.
So do you think Moon Moon is guilty of
I don't know. What is he doing?
Oh,
same thing?
Yeah.
Moon Moon has an Irish girlfriend.
Yes.
Who he like literally verbatim says he rocks her world.
Does he have a girlfriend IRL?
Goon Goon TLDR. Goon Goon was flirting with his RP wife offline for the past 10 months and separated with his actual wife 2 months ago. RP wife is married to someone IRL for 15 years and husband found out from Discord DMs that they fucked at TwitchCon. RP wife told Goon Goon that she's in an open marriage, but husband denies that relationship is an open marriage. Okay. That seems to be the summary. I trust my mods on this because they're all fucking Moon heads. Like, they all, my community, considering that, I also, I guess, appeal to the same boomer sensibilities. We have a lot of crossover with Moon, and we have a lot of crossover with Northern Lion, and also because I'm a relentless bald fetishist. I trust you guys know what the fuck happened. Who the fuck is Moon? He is a old school content creator on here who's just like a pure gamer. He just games non-fucking stop. Moon also would say his wife encouraged RP flirting, by the way. Please do a dramatic reading of the DMs. I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty. I just wanted to give shout out to Cutie Cinderella for being kind of right on this.
His wife
and kids.
I don't know Moon.
I think he has
Don't
kids.
talk to me like I should know everyone's wife and kids.
Everyone should know Moon. He's a legend.
He's
I know he's a legend, but I didn't know he had a wife and kids.
He's a goat.
I think he has kids. I
don't know if he does.
It's not the full story, FYI. As an RP insider, the husband supposedly cheated beforehand, hence the open relationship. Correction, Moon Moon claims that she told him the relationship is open. Looking at the DMs, the cheating nature of the relationship seems known to both parties, though. I mean, the DMs are hilarious. The RP wife uses Eminem lyrics that rizz up Goon Goon. Oh, what? Oh. Oh. Eminem? Eminem lyrics? Dude, listen. It's just like it's the same principle, okay? Anytime you get caught with like private messages being leaked, like it's just gonna look horrible, you know? It's just always gonna look cringe. It's always gonna look cringe, but like Eminem? Like what was she was like, yo, mom spaghetti got me going. Like, I'm nervous, but on the surface I look calm and ready to drop your cum. Mom spaghetti. Is that what was the freak off in the DMs? This is the thread posted by the husband. I don't know if I should fucking see it. I don't know if I want to see that. I feel like it's too much. I'm Slim Shady. Yes, I'm the real Slim Shady. Is that what she was saying? Mom spaghetti got me super wetty. Moon said some middle-aged flirty shit. No, not that song. Although she did say her ovaries were fuzzy. Oh, God. Oh, God. Went from not knowing who Moomin is to picturing him dumping thick breeding loads into someone within the span of like 4 minutes. Shove a gerbil in your ass. Moon said the only thing I'm sorry for is that you have to see what mid-30s flirting looks like. What? Only Moon Discord DJs would know, but the husband originally posted the accusation in Moon's Discord and accidentally included in his own words screenshots from his wife's friends' OnlyFans. Okay, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I'm probably not going to immediately shit on the fucking husband in this circumstance. You know what I mean? I don't think I shall have any problems reproducing the sound for your enjoyment. In the musical of my mind, I had Majesty by Eminem and Nicki as like our song for a while because of Eminem's part of the lyrics. Hey, yo! Ah! Ah! I have chills, bro. I have full body chills. I'm not even kidding. Oh my God. Oh, oh, oh no. Uh-oh, wifey's in Chicago. Uh-oh, my side piece, but she's also someone's wife. So time we spend is borrowed. It's our moment right here. Fuck tomorrow, because moments like these are to die for. Bro, this is like posting Imagine Dragons to flirt with your significant other. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Oh my God. I'll be very glad when the time doesn't feel borrowed anymore. Yo, as a millennial myself, wait, what? This is what someone wrote in Moomoo's Discord. If it's on fuck my wife, I'd be like, damn, that makes sense. But if Moomoo fuck my wife, I would become a Batman villain instantly. What the fuck? Wait, yo, chill. Okay, that's fucking. That is the single tap legend. Okay, he is John Gaming. That is, put some respect on it, dude. She probably saw his fucking From Software playthroughs and was like, damn, my coochie is out of control. My ovaries fuzzy. That's Mr. John Souls you're talking to, bro. I'm fucking ovulating. Northern Line with a brave take.
You know what's funny? Everyone's quick to suggest that I am a misogynist because of the fact that I have 3.4% female viewership. Has anyone ever stopped to consider that maybe I'm the victim here and women just aren't fucking with bald men? Maybe women are baldest, dude. Maybe dudes have no problem watching a dude who doesn't have any fucking hair, but women say, ew, look at this fucking freak. I'm not gonna watch this shit.
Charo, dude. Yo, let's. Yeah, this is why I love this man. This is why I love this man, because he is unafraid to say the truths that others are afraid to say. Okay? By the way, that screenshot from the indictment is fake. Just look through that actual one. Come on, chatter. You can't be for real. You actually thought my friend Alex posted a real part of the indictment where I am directly named as a co-conspirator? Like you. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is happening today, dude? God, this is okay. This is when I think this is when like autism yields like incredibly funny moments. Okay. So thank you, chatter. It's like this is the reverse of like whenever I say something and someone will take it like super literally and be like, I know you probably made a joke here, but I absolutely disagree with the statement that you made, and I'm going to take it seriously like you were being serious. Like, this is the funniest. This is the best outcome of having a massive neurodivergent community overall.
Head. I think I'm the victim here, man. You got it all twisted. You were saying I don't like women. That's not true, man. Women don't like me. I'm the victim here.
True.
I'm flipping the script on them. I would love to have more female viewers, but unfortunately, they're just not fucking with my hairstyle. You know what's throwing me for a loop? I did a co-op dolls video with Apollo. On my end, 8% female viewership. On his end, 32% female viewership. It's the same fucking video, dude. The only difference, it's an A/B test. My version has a bald man in the corner. His version doesn't. Very interesting. Women are not beating the allegations, man. They're baldest.
I think women need to answer for their crimes. Their crimes of not watching Mr. Balatro, okay? Why aren't women not sitting around and watching this bald man play Balatro? Is fucked up. Listen. If Northern Lion has 0 fans, that means I am dead. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. This Moon clip didn't age well.
Wouldn't someone who loves his wife so much, not risk losing all that by, in quotes, role-playing a, in quotes, fake relationship? One, I super love my wife, and we are in a very, very good relationship that does not require, my wife.
Oh, no. You'd be surprised how many RP folks do weird shit on servers. Bro, the weirdest shit I did when I was doing RP would be like wake up and grind before I started streaming. And that's when I personally recognized like I have real issues. Like I am deeply fucking addicted. I'm deeply fucking addicted to the process. Like I need to get out of this and I need to be my own man again. Didn't you get married to an anime girl? Yeah, but it was all like you could probably tell I was always like kind of uncomfortable doing that stuff, even though people were like really looking for it. I remember like it was, if you watched me play back then, you probably recognize like I always was like very, very, like it was my least favorite part of role play. And I felt bad because like, you know, Anime was a great person overall, but I would always like run away from her because I just didn't know how to like do, I didn't know how to do that kind of role play. It was, yeah, that's why I was like, I'm asexual. Unless you were flirting with the boys, yeah, I mean, that's easy. That's obviously easy. It was not like a real relationship RP for sure. Like these people go in depth into their like relationship role play stuff. I don't know. It's just not for me. It's I never liked it. I thought it was like weird.
Like, you're talking to that fucking role play girl. Like that's the difference between you and me is that I'm trying to role play a character. I have no feelings for the person on the other end of my role play character's fucking shit. I have no intentions of speaking.
I'm trying to role play a character. Oh God. Oh, come on, man. Remember you guys had a Patreon episode of Fear and Cutie brought up being uncomfortable with a partner role playing a relationship with a totally different person. A Cutie called the Cutie absolved. You and Wolf were laughing at her for that take. Vindication. Yeah, I mean, I don't personally care. I don't personally care about it. But overall, you know, I think that there are a ton of people who do it, but like don't take it to like weird lengths. You know what I mean? He's RPing with both of them, by the way. She's the other fake Irish.
To them out of character any more than is necessary, which I don't. You're projecting what you would be doing in my situation. We're not the same, motherfucker. I am.
Yeah, you called her crazy for it, and he verbatim said, "What is he gonna do? Ruin his life? No way." Yeah, I was fucking wrong. I'll take that L. I mean, did he ruin his life? I don't think he ruined his life at all. Like, this is one of those situations where it's like, like this is. Moon did say they didn't interact outside of RP, and even S-Fan backed that up. Remember when Moon went on your stream to talk about the election? So the thing is, like Moon had a wife and a child and was playing fucking video games 15 hours out of the day. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it's the RP that ruined their relationship or it was just the fact that he was, again, playing video games for 15 fucking hours a day that might have cooked the relationship. So it's one of those moments where it's like, was it actually the RP? Or was it just like what he does for a living? And then beyond that, ruined his life. I mean, it seems like he went to fucking... He went to Pound Town. If anything, he ruined maybe someone else's life. I don't think he ruined his own life. Maybe the RP was the tipping point. Moon said his wife said he wasn't putting in the effort, and that's why they got separated. Hasan is failing to understand that Zoomers are hypercritical of cheaters over any other crime a person can commit. I think it's like, I think my brain is so busted from like, you know, watching fathers pick up their children in trash bags every day from American, you know, Boeing rockets that are fucking deployed on top of civilian areas that like, not to get super real for you for a moment, but whenever I fucking hear like someone chirp about like age gap relationships or chirp about divorce, I'm like, it's like kind of funny in comparison to like all this other shit. Like it's still bad. It's still fucked up. But like, I think I'm so desensitized to like interpersonal problems like this from all of the real hardcore awful shit that happens on a daily basis. And I think it's probably not healthy that like I need to adjust myself. I need to adjust myself to you know, to like normal people standards, right? But yeah,
The GOAT! You are a fucking jerk off, dude. Parasite. Wouldn't someone who loves his wife so much...
me too, bro. I've let go of all anger and negative emotions in my personal life because I realize it doesn't matter. I just get mad at the existential. But yeah. Well, Jesus, yeah. Anything in the lens of that is going to look ridiculous. Definitely not healthy to fixate on streamers' personal lives, though. Just call him a loser and move on. Yeah, I think we're all fucking losers for knowing about this and caring about this. A lot of stuff that we do is very is in the pocket of loserdom, if I'm being really real. But I think people are invested in the drama of it all. I don't know. I feel bad for the other guy though. It's one of those unique moments where it's like, it's one of those, what, he's trying to glaze MBs after erasing them.
Read them and don't weep, but gloat a little bit less than you were gloating before. Okay, there it is. 7.2% female, 91.2% male, 1.7% user specified, which I'm just going to say is female because it helps my case. He just deleted non-binary people. No, Ghibli, you're right. Non-binary viewers are even more valuable than women viewers. 1.2, 1.7, 1.2% non-binary viewers. Holy man, we're cooking. You saved me, man. You saved me. You can't say that. Oh, grow up. I'll say anything. I can say whatever I want. I want more straight male viewers. Boo! But I want disproportionately more viewers across the spectrum of diversity so that the proportion of straight male viewers gets smaller over time.
There you go. Cancel this guy for being bald. Yeah. He actually has hair. He literally shaves it off. It's really fucked up. Why is it that when we talk Moo Moo and chatters link Northern Lion, chatters think all balds are the same? I mean, true. Oh God. Okay, we're moving away from that. You should do more collabs with Northern Lion. I want to. I try to. I have literally hit him up. I think he is very similar to me in the sense that he has like a program, a rigid work structure, and a as healthy of a work-life balance as you can have beyond that rigid work structure. So like he just does not. He doesn't step outside of his space. But I also think like, I don't know, it might be, maybe he just like, it might be worried about like additional scrutiny that he might get from a lot of my fucking rabid haters or whatever. And I don't want to put that on anybody. That's why I'm always very careful with my collabs. Because like my community is awesome and they're incredibly kind to everyone I collaborate with. But overall, I could totally see why someone would be worried about getting like, I don't know, immediately doxxed and swatted or some shit for being in the periphery. He has a wife and kids. Your schedules don't mesh well with how he and you structure your stream times. Yeah. Wait, question. How do you actually deal with that? Like the haters hating the people you collab with? Your chat is just woke scold along with your haters being obnoxious? Nah, like my chat would never fucking woke scold Northern Lion. What are you, stupid? Get out of here. We are on very similar wavelengths. Like, that's like saying my cheddars will woke scold like Myung and Valkyrie or something. Like, that's not going to happen. Or Tina Kitten. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between our communities in general. My chatters woke scold you a lot. Yeah, this chat is really mean to me. Didn't Will get false strike last night for copyright and people think it was a defense or something? The haters are freaks. They go after anyone close to you. So what happened to Will? I don't even know what happened. Yeah. He got copyright struck. Stream Shawshank Redemption. Damn. That's lame. That's lame that they clapped him for that. Tina Kitten has revolutionary optimism. I can't judge her. We were at the end of Shawshank Redemption and suddenly banned. There were some edgelord chatters being degens about the nature of the movie and the execution the other day. He was watching Shawshank Redemption and his entire Twitch page taken down just before the ending. They clapped him. Hey, y'all, 48-hour ban, no hard feelings at all. Fully accept the risks associated with teaching a film course on the internet. We'll do better in the future. Grateful to even have a platform to share my passion for film. Free my man. He came for Moodang. Yeah, that's probably why. The real reason is because he came for fucking Moodang, and the Mooers don't play around. They play hardball. They were like, oh yeah, you're gonna fucking shit on Moodang, and in the same 48-hour process, you think you can fucking watch a movie? We'll get you. How about that for recidivism? How about that? The lesson that you learn from Shawshank is if you make a mistake, like fucking shit talking Moodang, we'll come after you. The Moodangists. Hey, bro, I just have to brag. My community completed our quest to find a Confederate flag in all 50 states on Street View. It was easy. Yeah, unfortunately, that's probably very easy. What would be the hardest state? M-HUD, which one was the hardest state to find the Confederate flag in? Like Vermont, maybe? Hawaii? Hawaii took 20 real-life hours? Okay, that makes sense. Someone said Texas? Okay, dude. In Texas, it's harder to find a street without a Confederate flag. You have to remember, the strategy I would apply in this situation, the strategy you have to apply in this situation is like where the white people are. Okay, you have to go to poor white neighborhoods, like heavy white population, segregated, poor white neighborhood. The moment that you hit like a rural white neighborhood, you're going to find a Confederate flag, like on accident, pretty much. And the less like poor white people exist in whichever state you're looking at, it's probably the harder it is to find. The Wisconsin one was in a town called Rhinelander. Okay. Not true. I see them in Ann Arbor at least once a week. Brother, I don't think you understand. I never said rich white neighborhoods or rich towns don't have the Confederate flag. I just said if you are tactically trying to find, like, as fast as possible, you go to a rural area. I never said that you can't find it. Where there are white people, there are Confederate flags. Okay. Trust me, I know. I'm simply stating that like the highest density of Confederate flags the highest density of Confederate flags are always going to be in areas with like low income and a high percentage of white people. Look at the sign with the Colorado one. I won, you lost. You will always lose. You know who you are. Now mind your own fucking business. Stay the fuck out of mine. It's so strange that the Confederate flag is so used and there are no laws about it. A conspiracy that I believe is the Southerner lost on purpose and planned to infiltrate the government slowly to fully take over. No. They did not lose on purpose, dog. No. Here's what actually happened. They lost, but they lost to people who were also like racist. Here's what actually happened, okay? They lost. They got their shit pushed in, but the people that they lost to were also kind of racist themselves, so they didn't really give a shit to fix the problem. They also kind of assassinated a guy that would have done less racism. Yeah, well, there's that part of it too. But I was watching a TikTok from the one TikToker I really like that says like, John Wilkes Booth had a problem. What's his name? I was watching that last night. Here's one in Sivas. Shut the fuck up. Bro, how? Bro, what is a polar bear doing in Arlington? What the fuck? Bro, this is so goddamn out of place. You cannot have a Confederate flag this close in proximity to goddamn Turkish rugs, brother. What the fuck? This makes no sense. Zevi, his name is Zevi. I love that guy. Yeah. I have one in the West Bank. That one makes sense. It's probably a settler's house. Like West Bank, it makes sense. It's a settler's house. Northern Ireland, it makes sense. There's fucking, it's heavy Confederate flag territory. Wherever, oh yeah, this is the TikTok I watched. It was really good.
Yeah, we all know Abe Lincoln was by this guy, John Wilkes Booth. But what if I tell you the story's a lot crazier than that? First,
I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but this was the TikTok I watched last night. Other Confederates ran to Brazil and founded Americana Brazil. Yeah. Confederate ülke ocakları. JJJ. Turks talking about how Turks talking about how the Confederates were actually secretly Turkish. I love the idea. I love exploring the fascinating mind of a Turkish guy who's like an ultra-nationalist pan-Turanist who believes that the Confederates are also Turks. But simultaneously, of course, if you're a pan-Turanist, you believe that the Native Americans are also Turks. Okay? Not gonna lie, there's a Confederate flag tucked away behind me. My grandma loves to collect old cowboy era memorabilia, and he's a huge John Wayne fan. I'm from the north of Ireland. There's also a Bowie knife replica that says General Robert E. Lee hung up on the wall across from me. Yeah. I wonder what your grandmother thinks about Irish unification. A Bowie knife. Hate to do this to you, Chatterbreed. Grandma's fucking racist. My grandfather, he's a monarchist. Yep. Yeah, I mean, we knew that. I could tell from what you just told me. This is not unique. He's a paramedic, but he was a paramedic during the Troubles. Wait, what the fuck? For which side? Wait. Wait, I'm sorry. What do you mean? Okay, never mind. Okay, this is unique. He was like, he's an IRA monarchist. He's an anti-British Irish monarchist. Joined the war against the British on the side of the British. I don't even understand. I mean, that one makes sense. Abicim level atlayarak sizinkilere de rüşvet vermişiz. Doğru mu? Yeni geldim. Masadayız. The Turks are eating good today because obviously, you know, Turkey mentioned rise up Turks, wave the fucking flag. It's always fun. It's always fun when Turkey is like a prominent fixture in American news. It makes us, OB is the Order of the British Empire. Oh. Robert E. Lee's birth name was Ragıp Eyloğlu. So we're going to talk about Eric Adams on this Turkish telenovela, okay? But before we do that, let's start. New York City Mayor Eric Adams, the mayor of the greatest city on the planet, responsible basically for a standing military that I believe is like the seventh largest army on the planet, like the NYPD, with its own submarines. Mayor Adams is in trouble. He's been in trouble for quite a while. He has had a litany of scandals throughout his entire 3-year tenure so far. And one of those scandals is now finally coming to fruition. See, Mayor Adams did a crime. What was that crime? Loving Turkey too much. And I do not mean the deli meat. I mean the country, Türkiye. Okay?
City Mayor Eric Adams is facing federal charges after being indicted by a grand jury. Those charges have just been unsealed. They include bribery, wire fraud, conspiracy, and accepting improper campaign contributions for nearly a decade. I want to bring in senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky, who's there at City Hall. Aaron, what's the latest on these charges?
Well, they are, as you outlined, Diane, they include bribery, wire fraud, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, and soliciting improper foreign campaign donations. And importantly, these involve not only his time as mayor and while he was running for mayor, but the charges predate even that and stretch back nearly a decade to conduct that's alleged while he was the borough president in Brooklyn. And it had long been rumored that there was alleged corruption at the time Adams was the Brooklyn borough president, but he has never been charged until now. The indictment contains images of hotel suites and other benefits that the mayor allegedly took as he was soliciting some of these donations. And the charges all.
If it's wrong to love the nation of Türkiye, then put me in jail. I don't want to be right. Okay? Then I'm wrong. And guess what? Eric Adams is also in the right in the story. Free my mans! This is racism. This is white supremacy. This is the long dick of the law, okay? I'm sorry that baklava all of a sudden is a big problem, okay? He just simply said döner is a Turkish invention and so is baklava, and they came down hard. Because guess what, chat? The FBI run by Greek Armenians. Everybody knows. Everybody knows that the FBI has been overtaken by both the Greeks and the Armenians simultaneously, and they came after him because he loved Turkey too much.
Also say that he accepted donations from Turkey in exchange for taking an official step, and that is trying to get the fire department to speed up its inspection of the new Turkish consulate across from the United Nations on the east side of Manhattan.
Wow. Wow. Oh, I'm sorry. He wanted to be efficient. He wanted to be efficient, dude. Perhaps. Oh, yeah, he got Armenian genocide denial bribery, which was pretty funny. Like, of course he did. Because of course he did, okay? We're going to talk about the serious stuff in a second. Hold on.
That had long been understood to be part of the investigation, but these charges make clear the conduct, as alleged, is much broader than that, Diane.
And Mayor Adams has denied all wrongdoing. How is he responding now that this indictment's unsealed?
We haven't heard from the mayor since the indictment was unsealed mere minutes ago, but we do expect the mayor to make remarks outside Gracie Mansion, where he's been huddled with advisors, attorneys, and aides. The mayor, in remarks before the indictment was unsealed, called these charges entirely false. He insisted he's innocent, and he suggested that this is political because he was critical of the Biden administration over the way it handled the migrant crisis. There's no evidence of that, and the U.S. Attorney Damian Williams is expected to address the charges himself a short time from now.
And I want to bring in ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer too. Brian, how significant are these charges, for one? And what do you make of what the mayor has said about the allegations in general so far?
You pre-watching this event? Eric Adams' polyamory arc is revealed alongside his criminal case because he was using one of his concubines for crimes. Marjorie Taylor Greene, normal arc, normal politician arc, or rather, the party becomes more like her. Those are two back-to-back boulders, by the way. Straight up. Now, this is why I am better than the likes of people who are bad at their jobs. The Eric Adams charges are unsealed, and once the primary claim that the most pro-Israel big city mayor received luxury international travel from Turkish government official Hillary funded the Steele dossier, Hunter took millions, Adams went on a trip, political witch hunt. This is a key plank of conservative epistemology. When evidence arises that it's inconsistent with the thesis that DOJ is acting in a partisan way, they don't revisit the thesis, they just add new epicycles. Yeah, okay. That's not what I was actually looking for. This is what I was actually looking for. When I was talking about how Eric Adams is going to be, obviously, when I was talking about how Eric Adams was obviously an incredible meme potential many, many years prior, and continued my support for Eric Adams, there were other incredible tacticians, brilliant political minds out there glazing him. Why? Because they're always wrong. And why? Because I'm always right. Here's Nate Silver, also known as Nate Copper. It's probably foolish to think a New York City mayor will successfully translate into being a national political figure, but I still think Eric Adams would be in my top 5 for who will be the next Democratic presidential nominee after Joe Biden. He's going to be good at getting media attention and has a chance of carving out a niche that's different from what other Democrats are offering. That's a potentially powerful combination given how primaries are conducted nowadays. Also, the competition isn't great. I need you to understand, these people have terrible political instincts. Okay? Have you boosted this? Urgent jail support mutual aid for BIPOC mask? Yo! Anyway, when I was in the cut telling you that Eric Adams undoubtedly will, 1, get indicted, and 2, be a spectacular failure across the board. Okay? There was the likes of Brett Stevens, who gets paid the big bucks to say Eric Adams is going to save New York. Look, I don't need to diss you off, but I'm particularly annoyed by all the savvy liberals who insist that Adams was a true moderate police reformer. All he did was shovel money to the NYPD, let them run as a criminal gang, do the bidding of real estate, and go clubbing as predicted. Exactly. Adam Johnson is correct. That is all Eric Adams did. And it's fun to have this moment of celebration And I think it's an important moment of celebration because it shows once again how bad the political instincts are of the liberal intelligentsia and how fucking utterly stupid they are and how much they just basically repeat and operate as a way of like normalizing dog shit politicians simply because they have arrived at a position of power and they are on the left flank ostensibly with right-wing ideals. Okay? That's it. That's simply all it takes for so many liberal intelligentsia to just simply say, it's great. This guy is great. Why is he great? Because he's like a conservative guy, but running on a Democratic ticket. He's got a D next to his name, and he's conservative. That's all it takes for mainstream media to immediately hype you up. Okay? No analysis, no serious look into the affairs, no serious interrogation of like what this person's point of view is. And whether or not this is like popular, or even if it is popular, is this going to be good? Is his agenda going to be good for the population in general? Not even a little bit. Okay? Not even a little bit. If you want a fun time seeing how unfathomably dumb all the most serious politicians and journalists are in America, just Google Eric Adams date range 2021 to 2022, a treasure trove of how the discourse is controlled by colossal clowns. National Dems are calling in a new communications expert, Eric Adams. Joe Biden embraces New York's mayor as crime wave threatens Democrats. Again, wrong. The crime panic in New York State almost cost them the fucking elections in New York. You had fucking Lee Zeldin gaining momentum as a direct consequence of Kathy Hochul adopting the fucking right-wing framing on crime. Meanwhile, it was literally the criminals themselves also conducting these affairs and this communication. What? Oh, God. This is irrelevant right now, Cinemarxism. Anyway. Please stop with like, oh God, take an hour off, chatter. Jesus Christ. You keep fucking posting the same like old meme over and over again. Anyway. The press and politicians were so desperate to delegitimize the George Floyd protests, and along came a tough black cop. It was like catnip or opium. Joe Biden embraces New York mayor's crime wave. New York's mayor as crime wave threatens Democrats. New York mayor offers National Dems a hand in 2024. I want to make sure the party retains the White House, Eric Adams said in a sit-down with Politico. Nate Silver also said he's going to be a glorious national politician. Okay. New York Post said, vote to save New York. Pick Eric Adams today for the future of our city. Brett Stevens, Eric Adams is going to save New York.
Vision.
Here is our favorite goat, Olivia Nuzzi. Trying to get a prominent slot in the fucking polycule. Also, another incredible hack, Olivia Nuzzi. I think she can write a decent article. I will admit that. But ultimately, like, once again, her ideological rudder is so firmly planted in the fucking contrarian right. And also busted she's just, I did it all for the nuzzy. Yeah.
I spent the day with Adams to learn more about how he thinks about these challenges and his vision for the remainder of his first term.
This administration is going to be a retrospective appreciation administration. We already got that. We understand.
Is that how you're abiding the kind of next?
I need you to understand, okay? This is pure grift, okay? It's all access journalism. These people are simply regurgitating whatever is the best possible way forward for the Democratic Party to behave in a right-wing manner, okay? We have, over the past couple of decades especially, pushed further and further right, and the media has engaged in this fucking circle jerk where there's no critical thinking, there's no adversarial journalism whatsoever, Every single thing that they do is basically a fucking ad. Okay? And that is precisely the reason why so many of you at this point turn around and immediately adopt this right-wing framing and go, it's not for me, Hasan, but maybe it's for someone else out there who's more moderate. Maybe it's for someone else out there who wants more conservative positions to be repeated by Democrats. Okay? Understand that it is not an accident that you arrived at this conclusion that seemingly is not for you, but for the betterment of society. If a Democrat is the one doing these like right-wing legislative, the Democrat is like fulfilling the right-wing legislative agenda. Okay?
Negative interpretation of some of what you're doing right now, because your approval ratings, they kind of suck right now.
But it's supposed to. It's supposed to,
You were
because
at,
I'm doing hard
60% in the first year.
I'm doing
now
hard stuff.
You're down to 28%, which is not just a historic low for you, but for any mayor in the history of that survey.
Right.
So,
but what mayor has dealt with COVID, and 177,000 people dropped into their city without any federal support. These are hard decisions, and so
he's talking about immigrants here, by the way. Pickled Llama, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Like, he was straight up a prominent figure. He was straight up. Oh, the Eric Adams Poly thing is actually like a secret. It's not. No one has ever actually investigated it. It's like a New York journalist thing. It's like an open secret.
I would rather people say, we're going to take it out on you, Eric.
It's so funny for a New York mayor to be like, man, what the fuck are we going to do with all these migrants? You're the mayor of New York City. What the fuck are you saying? Like, this is the one area, like, around the globe where you simply cannot say that, okay? It is a metropolitan city entirely built on unrestricted migration. Like, I'm not even like, Ellis Island is right there, obviously. But like, New York City also has maintained its incredible diversity. What the fuck are we talking about? Like, it is one of the most diverse places on the fucking planet, dog. What do you mean, these migrants?
Can navigate us through this. It's my responsibility. I'm the mayor of the city. And I don't sit back and say, oh my God, my poll numbers are down. No, people are going to look back over this and say, this guy managed us through the crises, because the legacy is not what people think of you while you're there, is what people look back. When you compare what I have done to any other mayor in the history of this city, people are going to see what I've done. New Yorkers are angry. And so when you're angry, who you take it out on? The mayor.
Yeah. He's like, it's not that New Yorkers are mad at me because I suck ass and I just basically fucking stole public funds and gave like additional tens of millions of dollars to my buddies in the NYPD, which I was a part of, remember? But actually, it's because they just don't understand. You know, my mind works in fascinating ways. And these fools do not have the intellectual prowess to comprehend the machinations. Yeah. Yeah. No, people were not upset that I closed libraries so I could put fucking the Candy Crush Brigade in every fucking metro station, in every subway station. It was actually because they just simply don't understand that these moves were for the betterment of society.
So far. It looks like we don't have Brian. We'll try to get him back.
Bro's playing one-dimensional chess. Bro's not even fucking plugging the circle with a square, okay? He's not playing no games.
But Aaron, let's go back to some of the backstory here, because this comes after a string of searches and even resignations of top city officials. Are you seeing anything in the indictment that indicates more charges could come down?
Well, I'm still going through it. It's 57 pages, but Mayor Adams is the only defendant named in this indictment. So for all of the searches and seizures involving other top city officials of late, the federal prosecutors have chosen to indict only Mayor Adams.
Yeah, increased overtime for subway duty from $4 million to $155 million. And what did you have to show for that in revenue recovery? I believe it was $100,000 in revenue recovery from fare evasion. $100,000. Now explain to me if this is how you actively do good governing, okay? Also, these freaks recently shot a bunch of people, including themselves. Remember. Or maybe he just wanted to give his buddies more money. Eric Adams stole $10 million of public funds, so according to NYPD's math, that means he deserves to be shot 3,448,275.862 times. Yeah. That's that's 3 million, almost 4 million times the fare evasion that he did with the $10 million of public funds that he stole. Why can't a politician in an amazing job just be happy like a great public servant making a few $100,000 a year and live in a dope house for free? Why do they immediately need to try to become corrupt multi-bajillionaires? Because you don't get to that. Dude, it's the mayor of New York. The position itself is literally is designed so that you are hyper militant against like any poor person. Your job is to basically maintain. You're completely captured by real estate developers. You're completely captured by corporate landlords, and your job is to basically punish any fucking non-white person or any poor person as aggressively as you possibly can and purge Manhattan from the unwashed masses. That is the only type of person. You're a Wall Street puppet. That is the only type of person who can ever get to that position of power in New York. He sounds like a normal New York mayor. That's the beautiful part about this. He is, and this is a very Trumpian phenomenon. He is a very normal New York mayor. It's just that he didn't do the proper paperwork, number one, and he also went above and beyond in his corruption. And he did it in a very shitty way. That's what's funny about this entire process. I also do personally believe that this is a byproduct of capitalism withering away like the institutions and even like creating people that are not even interested in hiding their graft, right? Hiding the obvious theft of public resources. Like they're just becoming more obvious with the shitty ways in which they steal. That's all it is. And it's Trumpian. Trump did it very out in the open too. And what are the consequences for it? Basically nothing. As long as you are buttering the bread of those wealthy people in positions of power, most people usually turn a fucking blind eye to this shit. As long as you also follow the proper protocols. That's why I always laughed about the Bob Menendez stuff too. Like he is like historically corrupt, and he still got elevated by the Democratic Party. Even before this second indictment and federal investigation into Bob Menendez, he already had that exact same investigation once. Henry Cuellar, we knew that the FBI had raided his compound And Nancy Pelosi still went out there and defended him alongside Jim Clyburn. Henry Cuellar, the most right-wing Democrat in the caucus. And now he's under federal investigation. Bob Menendez is under federal investigation. Eric Adams is under federal investigation. One must ask the question, are the Democrats this fucking stupid? The answer is yes, they are very stupid, for the record. They are very, very stupid. And the ways in which our politicians like grift this way gets dumber and dumber and more transparent every day because they don't even fucking feel the need to hide this shit. These vulturous monsters are basically eating away the corpse of American empire.
Adams, at least for now. That doesn't mean charges couldn't be superseded. There could be additional defendants. But for now, the mayor is the only one. We should say that even before the indictment was unsealed, federal agents arrived at Gracie Mansion to give the mayor a summons to appear in court. We still don't know when that date will be, but we believe it'll be early next week. He was also searched again at Gracie Mansion, and there was a subpoena for his electronic devices. So now twice in less than a year, Mayor Adams has had his devices seized by federal agents.
One of the funniest aspects of this is that there is like a legal way of doing this. Like the American government, American governance, the American structure has basically serialized and processed bribery. Okay, as long as you do the proper paperwork. That's why it's so fucking funny when these guys are like, man, I really want to just like get outside of the realm of lobbying. Like the difference between what Bob Menendez does and what every other fucking politician does is that he doesn't have the proper paperwork from like a fair registered lobbyist. You know what I mean? That's the difference. They didn't fill the proper forms in this circumstance, you know?
Indication that perhaps they think some of the conduct may be ongoing.
Aaron, what do you make of that timing, them issuing that search and seizing his phone, for example, on the same day that they're issuing this summons for him to appear in court?
Well, the mayor's not happy about it. I've heard from a number of his aides who said, including his lawyer, who said, if they had just asked us, we would have given over the phones. The mayor has been cooperative. He has said he would cooperate. But federal agents don't really roll that way. If they're going to arrive at a location expecting to seize evidence, they're going to go in with a search warrant, a subpoena, and not necessarily wait for a defendant to cooperate. So I think it's fairly common practice, even though the mayor is taking it as an aggressive step.
Aaron, put this into context. How significant is this from a history standpoint for this city? The first time we're now seeing a sitting mayor indicted.
There have been 110 men who have served as mayor of New York City. Until now, none of them had been accused of a crime, let alone a federal crime, while in office. So this is an unprecedented case. Mayor Adams is the first sitting mayor to face criminal charges. He is going to fight them, but he has been under investigation for about a third of his tenure. He's 3 years into a 4-year term, and he is facing a number of calls from within his own party for his resignation. So far, the mayor says he is going to continue to lead the city he was elected to lead.
Here's some really funny moments from the indictment, okay? 1. Eric Adams got a voluntary meeting with the FBI, excused himself to go to the bathroom, and deleted messages and communications that they were asking him about in the bathroom break. Adams' staffer also agreed to speak with FBI agents and falsely denied the criminal conduct of herself and Adams, among others. At one point during her voluntary interview, the Adams staffer excused herself to a bathroom and while there, deleted the encrypted messaging application she had used to communicate with Adams, the promoter, the Turkish official, the airline manager, and others. Incredible stuff. More on that front. The indictment claims that Adams' campaign staffer told a potential donor that Adams probably wouldn't want to accept illegal donations, but then checked with Adams and learned that he was actually totally cool with it. On June 22nd, 2018, the same day as the fundraising event just described, the Adams staffer and the promoter discussed by text message a possible trip by Adams to Turkey. The promoter stated in part, "Fundraising in Turkey is not legal, but I think I can raise money for your campaign off the record." The Adams staffer inquired, "How will Adams declare that money here?" The promoter responded, "He won't declare it. Or we'll make the donation through an American citizen in the U.S., a Turk. I'll give cash to him in Turkey, or I'll send it to an American. He will make a donation to you." The Adams staffer replied, "I think he wouldn't want to get involved in such games. That might cause a big stink later on, but I'll ask anyways." The Adams staffer then asked, how much do you think would come from you?" The promoter responded, "Maximum 100K. The Adams staffer wrote, "100K? Do you have a chance to transfer that here?" "We can't do it while Eric is in Turkey," to which the promoter replied, "Let's think." After this conversation, Adams staffer asked Eric Adams, whether the Adams staffer should pursue the unlawful foreign contributions offered by the promoter, and contrary to Adams staffer's expectations, Eric Adams directed that the Adams staffer pursue the promoter's illegal scheme. He was like, "Yeah, no, I would like that very much, please." Can you prove that this wasn't you? Adam Staffer says, he's also asking, where else can they go in Turkey? Do you have a recommendation? Airline manager says, 4 Seasons. Adam Staffer says, it's too expensive. Airline manager says, why does he care? He is not going to pay. His name will not be on anything either. Adam Staffer says, super. Here are some of the benefits that he got that were not disclosed. Okay. India via Turkey, free upgrade to business class for 2 on a round trip from New York to India. $12,000 value, upwards of $12,000, not disclosed. From France, Turkey, and China, free business class tickets for 3 on a round trip from New York to France, Turkey, and China. Heavily discounted stay in Bentley Suite of St. Regis in Istanbul. $41,000, not disclosed. China via Turkey, free business class ticket for 2 on a round trip from New York to China. $16,000. Hungary via Turkey, free upgrade to business class for 2 on a round trip from New York to Hungary. $12,000. Turkey, free upgrade to business class for 1 on flight from New York to Turkey. Free stay in the Cosmopolitan Suite of the St. Regis Istanbul. Free meals, transportation, and entertainment in Istanbul. Upwards of $9,000. Turkey, solicited and accepted, but then canceled. Free upgrade to business class for 2 on round trip from New York to Turkey. Free or steeply discounted luxury hotel and resort stays, transportation, entertainment, and meals. $21,000. Ghana via Turkey, free upgrade to business class for 2 on round trip from New York to Ghana. Free meal and transportation during Istanbul layover. $12,000. Not disclosed. People believe the Zin bribe. What? Oh my God, they're so stupid. New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Oh, that's awesome. Let's not say anything about it. Let's just let it ride. Isn't that a tiny amount of money to throw your life away for? Yes. However, he did a fuckload more. He did a lot worse shit. But this is like the highly illegal stuff that is above board. You know what I mean? It's just like over the table, incredibly illegal. Another conversation with Adam Staffer said, "Make it look real. He is being watched." Turkish Airlines tried to charge Adams $50 for a last-minute flight, and a staffer responded, "Let it be somewhat real." It ended up being $1,100, and he got upgraded to business class for free. I love that they were also aware. That they were being watched, and they still did it anyway, which is very respectful. Just like that there's a 3-minute ad break coming for you at the top of the hour, and you don't take any precautions. Okay, many of you laugh at Eric Adams, but guess what? Eric Adams got a shit ton of gifted subs at the Hasan Abi broadcast in an effort to make sure that he and his family do not have to see those ads at the top of the hour. Another Turkish bribe for Eric Adams. Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $4.20 or for free. Jolin Emu. And Deckhole Now, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, everybody. Bro traveled to Turkey 37 times and is still bald. Huge L. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I just joined. Why is Turkish Airlines giving Eric Adams free stuff illegal? What do you mean? You're a public servant. You can't fucking... Guys, remember when Aiden Ross gave Donald Trump a Rolex and I said, that is an FEC violation. Okay? Obviously, there are legal means in which you can dump an unlimited amount of funds into a campaign by way of super PACs. But you cannot directly give people who are in office or running for office money like that or gifts that are above a certain value. Okay? For example, AOC sometimes streams on her account on Twitch. Why can you not subscribe to AOC? Why is that shut off? That is because it would be illegal, okay? Because you could technically exceed the FEC limit. Now, of course, if you are Aiden Ross, you think I'm responsible for that, but... What's in it for Turkey, though? I mean, it's obviously there are some aspects of the pay for play scheme was to speed run the process of like the fire department doing checks on the new Turkish embassy. Some of the things that they demanded was that he deny the Armenian genocide. You know, Turkish soft power at play, baby. Bunun için değer mi gerçekten? Erik Beşiktaşlıymış. Yapmayın. Oh no. Eric Adams dün seçimlerini kazanarak New York Belediye Başkanı oldu. Adams 2015'ten beri Beşiktaş USA Derneği üyesi. No. He was a member of Beşiktaş USA? Başkan Ferruh Zor tarafından Türk dostu olarak nitelendirilen Adams defalarca... Adams, by the way, means like human. Adamın dibi. Eric Adams. Masadayız. Masa biziz. Masadayız. Masa biziz amına koyayım. Yürüyün Türkler. Adamın dibi Eric. Eric means plum in Turkish, and Adam means human. So Eric Adams technically is a Turkish name. Eric with a K. His name loosely translates to plum man. Abi bir erik dalı gönder. To the non-Turks that are in the chat, what I said is, we are at the table, we are the table. It's a common Turkish take whenever like Turkey is mentioned in any kind of like geopolitical affair. Turks love to say, we are at the table. They get very proud that they are involved in these schemes. Or they will say, we are the table. Or at least that's my evolution of the we are at the table. I always love saying, we are the table. They're saying that the president of the foundation considered him a Turk friend and talked about the many different tourist visits that he made to Turkey. Eric Adams won the election yesterday and became the mayor of New York. Adams has been a member of the Beşiktaş USA Association since 2015. Described as a Turkish friend by President Feruzor, Adams has made numerous tourist trips to Turkey and participated in Turkish events. Bu Meme abi. Mekke Medine bizim imzalar atıldı nasıl? Pentagon Suudi'yi 9'a bölüyor. Biz masada mıyız? Bizim olmadığımız masa yok. Both Mecca and Medina is ours. The signatures have been given. This guy goes, how? He responds, Pentagon is dividing Saudi Arabia into 9 parts. This guy says, are we at the table? He says, there is no table we are not at. Will the Turkish government face consequences from this from America? Fuck no. What? No, absolutely not. What are you talking about? Guys, the Turkish government is completely captured by a singular force and his friends. This man's name is Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And his transparent illegal actions are something that the American government uses to their advantage. This is a very normal part of American statecraft, okay? You allow a tin pot dictator to basically do a fuck ton of corrupt shit all around the world, and then you use that corruption as leverage whenever you want them to actually move in a certain way. If you recall, Recep Tayyip Erdogan has done a lot of weird stuff in terms of foreign policy, like when he was like, I will never vote for Sweden and Finland to join NATO, okay? To which the American government literally was like, oh yeah? Let's look into your financial transactions real quick. As soon as the Manhattan DA's office or whatever opens up an investigation into Recep Tayyip Erdogan's like illegal, illicit financial activities, boom, he's like, all right, never mind. Actually, I decided that I would like to vote for Finland and Sweden to join NATO. I was just kidding. This is how it works. For the most part. Let's not get started with his kids. Exactly. Every aspect of his administration is corrupt to the goddamn gills, and he uses his children. Like, Trump is a very Erdogan-style figure, very Vladimir Putin-style figure in many respects. And this is something that I noticed and talked about quite a bit early on. Like, a lot of the stuff that Donald Trump does, like, many... like Erdogan and whatnot have done as well for many, many years. Anyway, back to Mayor Eric Adams.
And we have ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer joining us now. Brian, what's your reaction seeing the way this indictment has been handed up and the charges that prosecutors are listing here?
Yeah, Diane, so I am still combing through these some 57-page indictment with 5 counts. I'm somewhat shocked when I start reading the first pages and I see that this investigation spans back to, I believe, 2014, back when Eric Adams was a Brooklyn borough president, then giving us some updates from 2018, and then following into the 2021 election. This seems, as Aaron was alluding to, an investigation and criminal activity that allegedly spans back about a decade now. And so to look and see how he's being charged, what he's being charged with, and just the volume of information. Again, I'm still working through about 57 pages. This is somewhat shocking to me, and I'm interested to really get into the details of it.
And Brian, we haven't heard.
He said it is too soon. He's done so much. It's hard to read all of the things that he has done. So, excuse me, I need some more time.
Heard yet from the mayor since the indictment was unsealed.
I gotta
But
pee.
he has talked in general, responding to the allegations that have come out of these investigations and essentially denied all allegations up until this point. So how do you expect his attorneys to mount a defense to what's in that indictment, or at least the part of it I've allowed you to read so far? I know you guys are going through this while we're literally on the air. But how do you think he's going to defend against this?
Difficult. In my quick scan of the indictment, I'm seeing that there are photos of the lavish lifestyle that allegedly the Turkish government gave to Eric Adams. I'm also seeing some correspondence that look like text messages between individuals, and we know that a number of cell phones, a number of electronics were taken. So correspondence and communications between people are going to be at the heart of a case like this. The only thing I can think about arguing in a case that has conspiracy to commit fraud, wire fraud, solicitation of contribution by a foreign agent, and bribery is lack of knowledge. That Mayor Adams was doing his job, wasn't aware of where the money was coming from or where it was going to or for the purpose of it, that he thought this was all above board. But as I read these allegations, as I look at what they're investigating, I think that would be very difficult.
And we're looking there at live images of Gracie Mansion in New York City. We are expecting to hear from the mayor, hear his response to this indictment, and now knowing that the city is aware of the charges that federal prosecutors are filing against him.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Kara Phillips. We are coming on the air.
Hey, Mr. Freakoffs. So I need someone to understand. I need you all to understand something here, okay? First of all, not knowing that what you did was illegal is not a adequate defense. That's number one. But number two, it's also especially not a defense for Eric Adams, who definitely knew what he was doing was illegal. Because as you saw, some of the parts of the indictment that we uncovered, the indictment that is now unsealed that we read through, he very much knew what he was doing was illegal. Like, he knew what he was doing was illegal, and he was trying to do his very best to hide it, but like not really trying that hard. Let's be real. The ultimate Eric Adams thing is that the feds have this message. Eric Adams, the defendant, continued to conceal the benefits he received from foreign nationals seeking to gain influence over him. Adams did not report any of the 2019 gifts he received from the airline manager or the promoter on his annual disclosure form. In addition, in March 2019, while exchanging text messages to plan another possible trip to Turkey in which the airline manager would arrange travel for Adams, the Adams staffer texted Adams to be on the safe side. Please delete all messages you send me. Adams responded, always do. Which is also funny because, like, obviously you can recover deleted messages. So how is a cop so bad at hiding this stuff? Guys, what are you talking about? It is precisely because he is a cop that he didn't think of the law. Cops are the people that know the law the least. That literally is one of the most prominent reasons as to why he was so transparent with his obvious schemes. Because cops are technically above the law, and they violate it all the time, and they demonstrate their lack of knowledge or interest in learning the law regularly. That is the whole reason why he probably was like, yeah, whatever, I'm a fucking cop. I've been violating the law all day, every day since the beginning. Anyway, this was a fun moment here as well. Eric Adams claims he changed his cell phone password to prevent his staff from deleting any messages or information. Unfortunately, he told investigators he immediately forgot his new password and so wouldn't be able to assist them in opening his phone. Okay. He also got bribery for Armenian genocide denial. On April 21st, 2022, the Turkish official messaged the Adams staffer noting that Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day was approaching and repeatedly asked the Adams staffer for assurances that Adams would not make any statement about the Armenian genocide. The Adams staffer confirmed that Adams would not make a statement about the Armenian genocide. Adams did not make such a statement. that's like, I think that's one of the saddest aspects of this kind of back and forth from the Turkish side is that they like the things, like their demands are so silly. Like, it's like, please don't mention the Armenian genocide. We'll give you $80,000 worth of free trips. It's like, like, really, dude? That's the big thing that you got out of this? Like, it just makes me feel kind of sad. Okay? Israel's out there openly being like, give us $7 trillion right now. Okay? And like, Turks are just like, please don't recognize the Armenian genocide. Israel's like, we are doing a genocide. You need to give us more weapons to continue doing the genocide. Okay? And on the Turkish side, it's like, please don't mention the Armenian genocide. It would be really sad. It would be really bad for us if you mentioned it. Oh, God. The government alleges that Eric Adams placed a Turkish Airlines official, Cenk Öcal, on his transition team in exchange for free upgrades on Turkish Airlines. In early December 2021, Adams announced that the members of his transition committees, which were established to advise the mayor-elect and his team on policies and appointments before he took office. Initially, there were no members of the Turkish community on any of the committees. On December 8th, 2021, the Adams staffers sent the airline manager a link to a list of Adams's transition committees and asked the airline manager, have you looked at the list? The airline manager responded, it would suit me well to be the lead or senior advisor. 2 days later, the airline manager sent a message reiterating, lead please, smiley face. Otherwise, seat number 52 is empty on the way back, meaning that if the airline manager was not given a position on the transition committee, it would affect Adams' travel benefits from the Turkish airline. Trump is delivering remarks in New York, by the way. I suspect to gloat about how much the Democrats are fucking doing the exact same shit that Trump and his family members have done nonstop and have gotten away with. Eric Adams and Cenk Öcal here prominently displayed at a Turkish Airlines party, by the way. This wouldn't be the first concerted effort at Armenian genocide denial in New York City. Israel's public image campaign is pretty shoddy, but nothing compares to Turkey hiring a multiracial pogo stick flash mob and skywriters to deny the Armenian genocide in New York City. Russia plus Armenia. Wait. Okay, it's not. Feared Buck thought Lolo's Zin tweet was real but deleted it already. Yeah, fuck. I should have never clicked on it. I should have let him cook. Hasan, please stop talking. You're so loud and noisy. Shush. Stop talking, Hasan. You're annoying. Okay. It looks like Adams' war on rats should have been waged closer to home. The feds clearly had access to the panic cleanup attempts by Adams and his crew after the investigation began. While the straw donor scheme outlined in the indictments is meteor, Adams seemed easily bribed by luxury gifts and accommodations provided by Turkish Airlines. Full disclosure, I can't myself really legally go to Turkey, but that's neither here nor there. Yes, Brace is not allowed to go to Turkey for obvious reasons, such as his time spent in Syria. He is considered a terrorist in Turkey. Brace is Hamas? No, if he was Hamas, he'd be able to go to Turkey. The fuck you mean? He was an ISIS fighter? No, dude, what? You think I'm friends with someone who fought for ISIS and have welcomed him into my home? Are you insane? Like, I think you meant he fought ISIS. Like, against. Sorry, I did debate some people in chat. I have also brought forward Hezbollah's favorite podcaster, Felix Biederman, multiple times into my home as well. Brace fuck with Baghdadi's vision. Eric Adams seems to have been wheeling and dealing with the Turks from what is likely Osteria Labaya, the fancy restaurant run by a pair of convicted money launderers. He goes to Labaya practically every other day. The self-proclaimed vegan almost always gets the branzino. That's another funny part about Eric Adams that was like immediately. Eric Adams is like that one friend who lies for no fucking apparent reason. By the way, if you recall, if you've been in here for a while, okay, you already know this, but like Eric Adams would regularly lie about shit that you don't have to lie about, including, but not limited to, being a vegan. Okay? Like, it's like tiny things that play no role in his campaign whatsoever. And yet he did it anyway. Eric Adams sought donations of the Turkish government and government-affiliated businessmen, which they gave through straw donors, and through which the Adams campaign got $10 million in matching funds via New York City's matching funds program. This is, as far as I know, separate from the previous Eric Adams straw donor scandal involving his old NYPD buddies, and in a minor role, the girlfriend of a displaced pollster who popularized Abolish ICE before taking a job with Sam Bankman-Fried. Who is he talking about, I wonder? New York political journalist, it is time. You need to confirm the long-standing rumors that Eric Adams is in a polyamorous relationship. DM now. So this is why I said it's like a known secret in New York City journalism that Eric Adams has been in poly relationships. But no one has ever, I think they just think it's too like personal and irrelevant, I guess, to like really cover. Because he's boring. Eric Adams is not boring at all. Oh, that was another fun Eric Adams moment. Remember his supposed cop friend who died, whose picture he kept in his wallet, but it was actually a stock photo that he had his staff manually age? Yeah. Yeah, that was fun. I'm telling you, he's just this is why I say he's like such a funny character, because he like lies about irrelevant shit that he does not need to lie about at all. Page 15. Yeah, I already covered this. I already covered this part. It was really funny when even Eric Adams' staffer was like, I don't know if he would accept these illegal donations so openly. And then Eric Adams was like, no, I will. Please give me the money now.
Now, with more political scandal erupting in New York City, federal authorities in Southern District of New York coming before the cameras now to reveal the charges. Let's get straight to the presser.
Conspiracy in which he solicited and knowingly accepted illegal campaign contributions from foreign donors and corporations. As we allege, Mayor Adams took these contributions even though he knew they were illegal. And even though he knew these contributions were attempts by a Turkish government official and Turkish businessmen to buy influence with him. We also allege that the mayor sought and accepted well over $100,000 in luxury travel benefits from some of the same foreign actors who arranged many of the illegal campaign contributions. These benefits included free international business class flights and opulent hotel rooms in foreign cities. The mayor had a duty to disclose these gifts on his annual public disclosure forms so that the public could see who was giving him what. But as we allege, year after year after year, he kept the public in the dark. He told the public he received no gifts, even though he was secretly being showered with them. We allege that Adams accepted these benefits knowing that they were given to him because of his position. And in exchange for some of those improper benefits, he intervened in the New York City Fire Department's inspection process for a building owned and operated by the Turkish government, allowing it to open even though it had not passed the fire inspection. The corruption alleged in the...
It is kind of wild that, like, you can oversee the 7th largest standing military on the planet as the mayor of New York City. Like, the awesome amount of power you have, and you literally are letting it slip from your hands because you wanted to get business class upgrades, dude. Like, how? It's so cheap. It's so much cheaper than you think. It's still better. It's far better than, like, what British government officials sell their souls for. I recall there was an active investigation into, like, how British Parliament operates and how little the bribes were. Like, they were getting like $1,000 of the bribes. Okay. Like, it is crazy. At least he's got like 80 grand in the pocket. But it's still, bro, I make 40K a year and can afford business class. I mean, I don't know where the fuck you're flying business class, but, you know, the stuff that he got is like 12 grand upgrades, you know, 12 grand a ticket type shit.
Indictment is, as I said, long running. As we allege in the indictment, Adams' solicitation of illegal campaign contributions began in 2018. After he started raising funds for his 2021 mayoral campaign, he agreed to take contributions offered by multiple Turkish businessmen.
Asking the mayor of New York to make the FDNY Forza building open despite failing fire code is so comically criminal. Like, bro, hold it so hard. First of all, I'll have you know, the fire department of New York, it also has a separate investigation into their fucking grifting after they found out that, like, all the fire chiefs were driving around in fucking Lambo trucks and shit. So, like, they also have their own separate investigation too. Every aspect. Yeah, the chief was driving like a fucking Lamborghini. People are like, what the fuck? Why do you have a Lambo? What do you mean? What is going on? One had a Rolls Royce. Here, let's do the there is a bunch of different criminal investigations that are actively happening right now in New York. Former New York City fire chief arrested in corruption scandal. This is from September 16th. This was like literally 10 days ago. 2 former New York City Fire Department chiefs were in custody Monday on charges that they solicited tens of thousands of dollars in bribes before ensuring the department's fire safety division gave preferential treatment to some individuals and companies. Anthony Saccavino and Brian Cardasco were arrested on bribery, corruption, and false statement charges alleging they solicited and accepted bribe payments from at least 2021 through 2023, authorities said. The arrest came as multiple ongoing federal investigations swirl around Mayor Adams and his top deputies, including one inquiry that appears at least partially focused on whether the administration sped up fire safety inspections of the Turkish consulate in exchange for illegal contributions. I think one of the funniest parts about the fire safety stuff is that, like, you also, like, if you fail fire safety, like I know that process is slow and maybe sometimes deliberately slow, so they can get this kind of fucking, special treatment or whatever, and get money on the side to speed up this like process. But what's really funny about it overall is that like you're cooked literally and figuratively if you don't pass this inspection. And then you accidentally have like electrical wiring that catches on fire, and then you're hurting yourself. Like, come on, speed up this fucking bullshit. Like, who gives a fuck about fire safety is such a funny thing. Because not if you have insurance. What do you mean not if you have insurance? What happens when you're in the fucking building when it catches on fire? I feel like if you have an embassy building, you probably want it to be up to code, you know? Insurance covers that, bro. Yeah, you just... Oh, yeah, this was funny. Here, this is the guy. Yeah, here it is. Hello, FBI. You might want to look into why this fire chief was driving a Lambo around Chelsea this last week. Hello, FBI. You might want to look into why this fire chief was driving in a Rolls Royce around the Hamptons last summer. Man, they just don't want kings to flex, dude. They need to make sure they can get to the fires quickly. Yeah, that's why they have the Lambo. That's what the fire chief does. Anyway.
Several of whom he met in Turkey. Adams knew that these wealthy individuals could not legally donate in a U.S. election. Federal law clearly prohibits foreign donations. That's how we protect our elections from foreign influence. Yet Adams directed his staff to pursue this illegal money to support his campaign for mayor. And as we allege, Adams continued to pursue foreign money in secret well into 2021. And it didn't stop with his first campaign for mayor. As we allege, in 2023, the mayor rekindled these corrupt relationships, seeking more illegal campaign contributions from some of the same foreign sources to support.
Yeah, one of the funniest aspects of this, once again, and I will forever repeat this whenever we talk about like foreign donations or whatever, is the fact that Israel gets to do this literally above board without even getting hit by FARA. Okay? Like what the Turkish government did in this circumstance, utilizing a Turkish American citizen to engage in like straw donations or whatever, is something that Israel can directly do by way of AIPAC. Just to understand how fucking stupid this is, okay? FARA is Foreign Agent Registration Act. Now, it's fully allowed for Israel, which makes it really funny for, obviously, for Eric Adams in New York. But not only that, finally, I will not hear this motherfucker cry about Israel again. Speaking of Israel, why can they do this legally? Yeah, I mean, why? Why can they do this legally? It's weird. How do they get the right legislation that makes it a criminal act to ever protest against Israel in like 32 states with in direct violation of the First Amendment, by the way? You can't even do that for like North Dakota. Again, once again, I will repeat this. If someone was like, oh, it is now illegal to protest against North Dakota as a state in the United States of America, everyone would be like, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? What the fuck do you mean you can't do that for North Dakota? That would never, like no one would ever fucking allow that. Oh, Trump is coming in. Fast forward into the future.
Thank you very much, everybody. For nearly 4 years, we have been living through the worst border crisis in the history of the world. There's never been anything like it, which has brought untold suffering, misery, and death upon our land. The architect of this destruction is Kamala. When you look at the 4 years that have taken place,
Kamala,
after being named border czar, Kamala Harris will be visiting the southern border that she has completely destroyed, from what I understand, tomorrow. Why would she go to the border now, playing right into the hand of her opponent? I mean, you take a look at this. Why would you do that? There can be no justification for what she's done. There's nobody saying, oh, gee, she's done a fabulous job. She's done the worst job probably in the history of any border, not just our border. She keeps talking about how she supposedly wants to fix the border. We would merely ask, why didn't she do it 4 years ago? It's a very simple question. I can say this with everything she has. She talks about borders and taxes and all these different things. Her policies on tax, by the way, are terrible, but I can say it for everything. Why didn't she fix it almost 4 years ago? She's got no plans, got no talent, got no ability to do it. I'm here today to present you with the facts and only the facts about how
boring. Talk about
Comrade
Eric.
Kamala Harris
Talk about Eric
willfully
Adams.
threw open our border, helping to virtually destroy our country. Our country's never been under.
He's more winded than Sam Sulek doing bicep curls, bro. What the fuck?
Secure border in U.S. history.
Boo.
With the lowest illegal immigration on record. You know the chart. I love that chart. I love that chart. I probably wouldn't be here right now except for that chart. Those who violated our borders were captured, detained, and quickly sent back home under the Trump administration. But on her first day in office, Kamala Harris terminated every single Trump policy that sealed and secured the border. She ordered an immediate stop to the completion of the border wall. It was almost complete. We built hundreds and hundreds of miles of wall, and it worked. I always said walls and wheels. Everything else is obsolete, but walls and wheels, and this wall worked. And we were ready to build and throw up another 200. Could have been done within weeks. Everything was complete. The wall was all built, ready to go, laying there, ready to be fixed.
Laying there.
All they had to do is throw it up, and you would have had an extra 200 miles of wall, far more than I promised in the election. She suspended all deportations. She instituted catch and release across the entire southern border. And we had catch and release also, but we released in Mexico. Her catch and release was to release in the United States and never see them again. She sent Congress a bill demanding amnesty for all illegal aliens, every single illegal alien, even if they're criminals, even if they're murderers, even if they're drug dealers, human traffickers. She wanted amnesty for everybody. Radical left. This is a radical left person. She terminated Remain in Mexico, something that took me and a lot of talent, a lot of other people, but it took a lot of talent to get from the president of Mexico, a good man. But we got it. You had to remain in Mexico. You couldn't come in under any circumstance. You weren't allowed into the United States until we checked it out, and many people did not come in and were not allowed to come in because they didn't check out. They were drug dealers, they were gang members, they were in jail for murder in a couple of cases. We wouldn't let them in. And she canceled every Safe Third agreement. Anybody here, I think, would know what that is, but that was a horrible thing that she did. And she canceled Remain in Mexico. Here we have something, Remain in Mexico. You don't have to explain it. She canceled. She ordered ICE to halt the removal of virtually all criminal aliens, including MS-13 gang members, the worst gang anywhere in the world, they say. Evil, evil gang. She ended all of our programs that we instituted to stop child and woman trafficking. The trafficking is at a level now that it's never been before. I had it down to the lowest level it's been in 32 years because we had such a strong border, they couldn't get through. But now it's the worst it's been in 32 years plus. And then she lost, and this is probably the worst statistic of them all, 325,000 children. Think of that. 3.5 years. She lost 325,000 children. And they're either dead, being sold into sex slavery, or just plain missing. Think of the number, 325,000. If that were a Republican instead of her, and she was the border czar, she says, well, I wasn't the border czar, she was. And tomorrow she'll make a case that, oh, she did a fairly good job. You can't say much. You can't justify it. She should save her airfare. She should go back to the White House and tell the president to close the border. He can do it with the signing of just a signature on a piece of paper to the Border Patrol. Instead, she's going there to try and convince people that she wasn't as bad as everybody knows she was. She was the worst in history. Grossly incompetent, weak, and ineffective. And all you have to do is ask Brandon Judd, Border Patrol. You could ask any of them. Tom Homan. We had the best people that we've ever had, and they said Trump was the best president on the border ever. She ripped up every single reform that we put in place to stop asylum fraud. She ended a travel ban that was unbelievably successful. We had the strongest travel ban anywhere in the world, and it was upheld by the United States Supreme Court. She canceled Title 42. That was a medical title. She canceled it, very hard to get. And altogether, she took 93 executive orders that I put on, all which made the border the best border we've ever had in recorded history. And she terminated them along with Joe Biden. The worst administration in the history of our country. And on the border, it's not even close. Because of these acts, in less than 4 years, 21 million illegal aliens at least. That's the real number. You don't hear that. You hear 15, 16. Sometimes you hear 17. The number is at least 21 million. And on top of that, you have gotaways. That's gotaways. That's people that came over or got away. And they've stormed across our border like nobody in history on any border anywhere in the world. There's never been any border in history where you had millions of people storming us like that. No third world country would allow it. But she allowed it because she's incompetent. She allowed it because she never went there. She says she went once, but it was not the right location. It was a location that was very mild and no danger. She never went there. She's going there tomorrow after almost 4 years. She's going there tomorrow to try and show you what a great job she did. But even now, the numbers are terrible. And remember, they're flying people over, and they haven't stopped that. They're flying hundreds of thousands of people over the border right now. They never stopped that. They didn't think they'd be caught, but they were 2 weeks ago. From prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylum, all these insane asylums where you have the sickest people, mentally ill people, and terrorists at record levels. We've never had terrorists come into our country like this. They come, and they keep coming and coming, and nobody has ever seen anything like it. People that go to the border, they look professionals, and they said there's never been anything like this in the history of the world, and they are destroying the fabric of our country. She did nothing to stop any of it. In fact, she encouraged them to keep coming, and you know that. For years she did. Only recently did she say, oh, well, we're going to try and put a stop to it.
She literally flew to Guatemala as like her first part of her vice presidential border czar duties and told them famously, do not come.
Including unrelated elements to what we're talking about now, like taxes, like military, like so many other things. Why didn't she do it? She's got plans for the future. Why didn't she do it? She's been there almost 4 years. Kamala created a brand new program to fly in migrants from Venezuela, Haiti, and Nicaragua and resettle them in American communities, including small towns all across our nation, but in particular in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. Nobody can believe it. These towns have been destroyed, and the mayors of the towns and the governors of the states can't talk about it because they're embarrassed that they allowed it to happen. In addition, through her phone app, something totally new now, it's a phone app for migrants, where migrants call in, highly sophisticated migrants. She's allowed virtually unlimited numbers of illegals to press a button, schedule their illegal immigration appointment at our ports of entry, and show up to be released into the interior of our country. Can anybody believe this? And they're invading our towns. It's an invasion of our country like no country has ever had to suffer before. And this was
He's talking about
purposeful.
the streamlined application that doesn't even fucking
This
work
was not
appropriately.
a mistake on their part. They did this on purpose because their policies are so wrong and so evil and so unfair. And there's only 3 reasons they'd want to do that. Number one, they're incompetent. And I'm not sure that that's the reason. Number 2, they want it for the votes. And number 3, you know what that one is. We don't have to talk about that one.
Wait, what?
But there can only be a very few reasons.
Wait, what is
because
that?
they're destroying our country at a level that's never been seen before. Importantly, as part of this con job, it's a con job. None of the illegal aliens she is smuggling in through the ports or on the airplanes. Think of it. Big jet planes loaded up with migrants flying into the middle of our country and going to Iowa and lots of other states. They've all become border states. We only have border states now. But they're counted in the Border Patrol statistics. And when you do that, you can add a lot of numbers because they're not taking those counts. They want to have those counts not included in the numbers. In Aurora, Colorado, Springfield, Ohio, where it's been a mass invasion, these were 2 beautiful, successful towns, idyllic. And they're in trouble, big trouble. And very unfair. The people want to leave. They want to get out. But everyone's afraid to say, I want to get out, because they want to be politically correct. And other towns just like them, hundreds of them all over America. Americans have watched their communities destroyed by this sudden, suffocating inundation of illegal aliens. It's an inundation. It's an invasion. This influx has overwhelmed our schools. They're taking the seats of students that can no longer go there, and they don't even speak English. They're trying to fire a lot of people and hire interpreters. Can you believe that? They want to get rid of some people. They want to hire. Springfield is looking, the mayor said it the other day, looking for interpreters because nobody in all of the 32,000 people that took into the town, think of this. You have a town of 50,000 people, and almost instantly you have 32,000 people, in this case from Haiti. Most of them don't speak English, so they're looking for interpreters. You have to get them out. We have to save our country. You have to save these towns. They flooded the job market with low-wage migrants, but many cases migrants that also have horrible criminal records, murder, drug dealing, so many different things, a lot of human traffickers, and it's mostly human traffickers in women. Last month, American-born workers lost 1.3.
I just want to point something here. He's talking about migrants that are processed through TPS, which means that they get their background checks. The application that he's talking about also is another part of this. And it's like literally Customs and Border Patrol processing these migrants. So therefore, everything he says about these people is wrong. One, they are legal migrants. He's complaining about legal migrants, saying he wants to deport legal migrants. That's number one. Number two, he's lying and saying that they're actually criminals and whatnot. They're not. They literally cannot have a criminal background for them to be able to get that TPS clearance.
Before. Hispanic also, they're suffering, and the families are suffering.
It also doesn't make any sense because they're stealing the jobs, but they're also somehow simultaneously still doing like drug dealing. Like they're both dealing drugs and also stealing the jobs.
Last month, think of that. And now we've gained, out of that number, 635,000 jobs. But every single one of them was an illegal migrant. They've also, as you know, and you've heard me talk about it, just happened very recently, we found out, 818,000 jobs were fraud. They fraudulently claimed that the economy picked up 818,000 more jobs than they stated. And a whistleblower or leaker let it be known that that was false, that the 818,000 jobs was a false fraud. It was a fraud. It should be investigated, by the way.
He's talking
But
about
Biden
ghost
knew
jobs.
about it, and Kamala knew about it. And they were going to release the real figures right after the election. But by putting 818,000 phony, fake, disgusting jobs that don't exist, by putting them on the rolls, it made them look much better a short while
Wait,
ago.
what? Never mind. I don't
They
know what
didn't
he's
quite
talking
make
about.
it to past election day. So to that whistleblower or leaker, I want to, on behalf of the American public, thank you very much. These people are a fraud. Just like nobody talks about it, but Kamala never had a job at McDonald's. Her resume talks about McDonald's, McDonald's, McDonald's. When I worked at the French fry counter, it was so tough, so hot. She didn't work there. She never worked at McDonald's. It was a lie. Most heartbreaking of all is Kamala's migrant invasion has brought massive crime into our country at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We've never seen levels like this. And during the debate, I mentioned
Yeah, an unprecedented drop in crime. He's not wrong. We've never seen it before. The crime rate is dropping by unprecedented
I
levels.
think we did great. But David Muir of ABC, fake news, when I said that crime is way up in our country, he corrected me. He corrected me on so much, and it was right what I said. He didn't correct her one time, and what she said was wrong. Absolutely wrong. So many different. Charlottesville, she was wrong. All of the different things, almost everything she said, and she was never corrected. But he corrected me in crime. He said, no, crime has not gone up. I said, crime has gone up massively. He said, I'd like to state for the record that crime has not gone up.
But it hasn't. It hasn't gone up. It's gone down.
See that there will be no corrections of any kind, and they violated the deal. Why? Because they're bad people and they're fake news. So he did it many times to me during the debate. He violated the deal. That's the deal. Because you can take anything and...
It's wild. It's
try
wild
and
that this is just like
up stories
a
with
prominent
it.
fixture.
We had a deal where that wouldn't happen. You
Where-
could do whatever you wanted as soon as the debate was over. But he did it in total violation of
A
what our
prominent
agreement was.
fixture
And
in the Republican arsenal of communications is basically just lying and lying and lying over and over again in the face of like abject truths. And just like back in the day, they at least used to try and say something. Like they would cherry pick data, or they would lie by omission. They would use like the normal ways in which you can lie, but then have some level of plausible deniability. Nowadays, they just openly are like, nah, they're eating cats and dogs, and crime is up. Shut the fuck
Are
up.
now illegal aliens. They've given you the fake stories that the illegals coming into the country are much better than our people. They don't commit crimes. These are some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. And they don't just come from South America. They come from all over the world. The Congo in Africa, a lot of them coming from the Congo. The Middle East, Asia. They do come from South America, but not all. They're coming from all over the world, and they're emptying out their jails, and they're emptying out their mental institutions. The money they're saving is beyond belief, and what they're doing to our country. And if I were the president of one of those countries, I'd be doing the same thing. I'd say, let's empty out our jails into the United States. We're dumping ground for the rest of the world, and it's going to stop starting on January 20th. But the most important day in the history of our country is going to be November 5th, Election Day. 3 months ago in Queens, an illegal alien released into our country by Border Czar Harris approached two 13-year-old children with a machete in broad daylight, forced them into the woods, tied them together by the wrists, and raped the young girl, hurt the girls very, very badly. They caught him because he put it on tape, he put it on film. They caught him. He thought it would be nice to have it on tape to show his friends. In June, 2 NYPD officers were shot at point-blank range by an illegal migrant from Venezuela. By the way, the crime rate in Venezuela is down to the lowest level it's ever been that they know of, because they've taken their street gangs, they've taken their criminals off the streets, they've taken their drug dealers, and they've emptied their jails almost. They'll be emptied very soon, within the next 2 months. I guess they can't get enough buses. But they're bringing people at record levels to our country. These are criminals, and their crime rate is the lowest it's been ever that anybody can remember. It's become, Caracas has become a safe and wonderful city, unlike our cities that are getting
Bro's
worse and worse.
running for president of Venezuela, dude.
Horrible invasion that Kamala, in particular, because I'm no fan of Biden. He's been a terrible president, doesn't know what he's doing, and he proved that during the debate. But you know what? He assigned her the job, and whether you call her a border czar or just say that she was put in charge of the border, doesn't make any difference. Same thing. She's done a horrible job, and she'll be out there tomorrow standing probably in front of the wall that I built, trying to say what a wonderful job she did, and the fake news will believe her because that's what they want to do.
That's great, man. I love
and
that.
I hope everybody out there understands that. The Border
I love
Patrol
that, as
custody
predicted,
was
when Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party go right on immigration, obviously these fucking assholes go even further right on immigration. Wonderful. All they do when they do this, when the Democrats do this, by the way, is normalize right-wing sentiment. If you don't address some of the insane lies that Donald Trump is telling a mile a fucking minute, all you have done in that process is normalize these lies, and you have people on your side of the political spectrum believe it. Wonderful stuff.
her by force with a metal pipe and raping her again and again, over and over, and hurting her very badly. In Indiana this June, a woman was kidnapped by 2 illegal aliens, brought to a house, held down and raped, and then forced into the back of a car while illegals drove around talking about how to kill her. Let's find out how to kill her. She threw herself out of the moving vehicle, was badly hurt, but escaped. And she said, they didn't mean to rape me. They meant to kill me. That was her statement. Earlier this year, an illegal migrant from Haiti granted entry by Kamala and her horrible policies, and in particular her phone app, which nobody can even believe exists, and the people that deal with the phone app.
I think it's pretty wild that like there's a sum total of like 60 plus rape and murders total committed by undocumented migrants in this current fiscal year. And Trump has mentioned approximately half of them in the process of his remarks. Now, if the American government was not like actually actively targeting whoever does crimes, right? Local municipalities, police officers and whatnot. We're not actively targeting these fucking people that are doing crimes and then arresting them. You would maybe have an opportunity to say, what the fuck is going on here? Okay. The issue, however, is that when you look at the actual reality, when you look at the actual data and you find out that undocumented migrants are 4 times less likely to do property crimes in comparison to natural-born U.S. citizens, or 2.5 times less likely to do any violent crime in comparison to natural-born U.S. citizens, you realize that hyper-focusing on undocumented migrants in this way is simply to just make it seem as though every undocumented migrant is out there mentally ill, an escapee from an insane asylum, walking around with a fucking machete to go and like kill and mutilate and rape people. That is what the actual problem here is, when that is the opposite of the reality. Okay? And if there is no one that will speak truth to this insanity, to these racial screeds that Donald Trump is routinely pumping, then more Americans are going to believe it.
Hasn't she done it? And why didn't she do it almost 4 years ago? All of these things she could have done 4 years ago. You will hear Kamala claim that the reason the border is not secure is that Congress has refused to pass her atrocious border bill. It's the worst bill you've ever seen. It would allow people to come in here at levels that would be incredible and would allow them to get citizenship.
The story he told us about Sherry Papini, who went to prison for making up the whole story. Wait, what? California woman who pleaded guilty to faking her own kidnapping and lying about it to the FBI was released from federal prison into community confinement. Online jail records show that she will be at location overseen by residential reentry management. Papini was sentenced to 18 months in prison in September after pleading guilty to 2 counts of a 35-count indictment, admitting to mail fraud and lying to a law enforcement officer. The charges didn't stem from her faking her abduction, but rather the lies she continued to tell for years afterwards. Papini crafted an elaborate lie telling authorities that 2 Hispanic women had abducted her. Her story began to unravel when investigators found male DNA on her clothing that led them to her ex-boyfriend, whom she had been staying with while she pretended to be missing. He dropped her off along Interstate 5 when she said she wanted to go back home.
They're trying to make it look better now. But the damage was done over the first 3 years. They're trying to do anything to make it look better because it doesn't poll very well for them. But it polls very well for me. I think I won the election in 2016 because of the border. I fixed the border. I couldn't even talk about the border. My people would say, sir, nobody's listening. You fixed it. Nobody cares in 2020. Then I got millions of more votes in 2020 than I got in 2016. The most votes of any sitting president in history by far.
Wait, no.
But I couldn't talk about the border because I fixed it.
Joe
You know,
Biden got
it.
more
It was
votes,
great.
man. What the fuck?
But now we can talk about the border.
That's such a, oh my God, every part of this is just so stupid. Like, his lies are not even good.
And by the way, 25 times worse and more deadly than the border in 2016. That was considered a good border by compared to this. But it would provide illegal
Oh, he's a
bill
sitting president.
alien taxpayer-funded lawyers. Every illegal alien would have a taxpayer-funded lawyer.
But
This
Joe
the bill
Biden
that
is the
she
current
said she
sitting
wants.
president.
And funnel millions of dollars of left-wing organizations, people, to come into our country. It would enable human trafficking. And by the way, she also wanted to have transgender operations for illegal migrants that were in detention. Now think of that. She also wanted, as you know, to defund the police. She wants to defund the police. She was one of the leaders in the defund the police movement, and that lasted for years. And anybody that wants to defund the police for one day should never have the right to be president of the United States. And she was one of the leaders in that movement. But think of that. She wants to give sex change operations to people in detention that came in illegally and are classified as illegal migrants. If they want a sex change operation, she said, that's okay, we'll do that. The only way to secure our border is to fire radical border czar.
I don't get it. This is one of those things where it's like, is this good or bad? Because if sex change operations are like evil and mutilating, then don't you want that to happen to the migrants? Like, don't you want to punish the migrants? So technically, Kamala Harris is like punishing the migrants harder than you by transing them. What happened? This only makes sense if you're like, they're giving migrants gender-affirming care, and I hate that because gender-affirming care is great, and our American citizens should be able to get it instead. You know? Like, which one is it? What's going on here? Like, I thought you hated these fucking migrants.
Before being
And I thought you hated gender-affirming care. So Kamala Harris is just punishing them by transing them.
Crime is massively up in our country. It's very lucky the Department of Justice released numbers right after that debate. Somebody in there might like me, but they released numbers, giving the real numbers, and the numbers were unbelievably, shockingly high, the highest ever. And I haven't gotten an apology. I want an apology from ABC. She supports free taxpayer-funded health care for illegal aliens, and even, as I said, some of the horrible things that she's willing to do, including the sex change operations for people in detention. She called for abolishing immigration detention centers. She wants to have detention centers, but detention centers that you can get out of. Remember when in 2014 Obama built cages and the fake news tried to say I built them? Fortunately, we had a great American that said, no, these were built during the Obama administration, and Biden knew about it, but I don't think Biden knows too much. And we have one other thing.
Once again, doesn't make
sense. She's called the grandmother of sanctuary cities. I'm going to terminate all sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are sanctuary for criminals. They're sanctuaries for criminals. And, you know, you can go to California where she ruined San Francisco. She destroyed. San Francisco may have been the greatest city in the world 16, 18 years ago. And now it's a practically unlivable place. And I hate to say that. I have property in San Francisco. It's not a good thing to say, but this far supersedes my ownership of property. It's an unlivable place. It was the best city. Bob Tisch of Lowe's, a friend of mine, great guy, wonderful man. He was in San Francisco. He was in Chicago. He had big businesses all over, the Tisch family. Bob Tisch used to tell me that he thinks San Francisco is the greatest city in the country. He passed away quite a while ago. And San Francisco probably was, and now it's not even livable. She destroyed it when she was the DA, and she destroyed the state of California along with Gavin Newsom. She destroyed the state of California when she was the AG. If you can't say the phrase illegal alien, she said, then we can't trust you to secure the border. She said, you're not allowed to say the phrase under any circumstance illegal alien, but that's what they are. And it's that simple. She didn't want you to use that term. If you used that term, you'd be fired. And by the way, she fired everybody in a row. She couldn't get along with anybody. You know, it's interesting.
They kept
5
saying
months
illegal
ago, she
alien
was
in her
considered the
staff.
worst vice president in history. She was laughed at, scoffed at for 3 years. She was the worst. Her staff hated her beyond belief. They were quitting. She had almost nobody wanted to work there. She couldn't get people to work for her. And she was just considered as bad as it gets. And she wasn't going to be chosen. No way that she was going to be chosen to replace Joe Biden. We had the debate. After the debate, they said, oh, this guy, we got to change him. I think we were up 21 points. But they went in there, and everyone knows they threatened the 25th Amendment. They threatened him with the 25th Amendment. They said, Joe, you're going to get out. And Nancy Pelosi led the charge. And Nancy Pelosi has a little problem because her husband sold their Visa stock. They had a lot of Visa stock one day before Visa was announced that Visa is being sued by the Department of Justice. Think of that. Nancy Pelosi sold vast amounts of Visa stock one day before the big lawsuit that we all read about a few days ago was brought against Visa. You think it was luck? I don't think. She should be prosecuted. Nancy Pelosi should be prosecuted for that.
I mean, he's right.
Also be prosecuted for
I hate to give a bitch
J6
like
because
this,
she
a
turned
mean bitch
down
like this, her flowers, but he's
any number
right.
she wanted, soldiers or National Guard. And I hope you all read John Solomon and what John Solomon wrote 2 days ago, because if you read it, you'd see that Donald Trump did absolutely nothing wrong. It's a scam. It's a scam. On day one of my new administration, I will stop all migrant flights immediately. They should stop them tonight. She can do that. Just sign one little page saying, stop the migrant flights. But she won't do that. They're infecting our country. They're destroying our country. I will shut down all entries through the migrant phone app, something that most of you haven't even heard of, but it's very active and taking in thousands and thousands of people a week. I will end catch and release, and I will remain in Mexico. I'm going to tell Mexico, thank you very much. You're putting it back right away. You're putting it back, and they will do it too when I tell them. I will bring back Title 42. I will send a federal law enforcement large group
Nothing
of people,
funnier
but a
than
tough
Trump
group
talking
of
about
people
Venezuelan
to
migrants
liberate Aurora,
when he is
Colorado,
directly
the
responsible both on the processing side for offering TPS, including but not limited to extending TPS to Venezuelan migrants on his way out, but also responsible for the horrifying conditions in Venezuela by greatly accelerating the sanctions regime against the Venezuelan government and the Venezuelan economy in an effort to, absolutely destroy that country. And of course, people fucking saw that there was TPS to be had in the United States of America, so they came here. The app real? Yes, it is. What the fuck? It's a good thing. The application, the only criticism I have for the immigrant application is that it's not good enough. What do you mean? It's a part of legal migration, chat. These are people that are, like the Customs and Border Patrol basically created a process in which instead of filing fucking paperwork, you just file an application. It's the same process. It's just more streamlined. It's a government application. Anyway.
To pour across our border. This will be much larger than that, but we will get rid of the drug dealers. We will get rid of the human traffickers. We will get rid of the murderers. The people that came out of jails and the people that came out of mental institutions, they will all be gone, and it'll happen very quickly.
It's such a fucking insane thing to complain about. Like, you're literally complaining that we have found a method to faster process undocumented migrants and offer them documentation. Because never forget, the difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented migrant, like a legal immigrant versus an illegal immigrant, is paperwork. He's mad that there's paperwork.
Anything she says tomorrow, you know, is a fraud, because she was the worst in history at protecting our country. So she'll try and make herself look a little bit better, but it's not possible. Normally, I would save this speech till after she leaves, but there's not a thing she can say to make it change. As you know, President Zelensky is asked to meet with me, and I will be meeting with him tomorrow morning at around 9:45 in Trump Tower. And it's a shame what's happening in Ukraine. So many deaths, so much destruction. It's a horrible thing. And one of the things that are very bothersome to me is the fact that Europe is paying only a small fraction of the money that the United States of America is paying. And we have an ocean between Russia and ourselves. They don't. So I see what's happening there. It's very, very sad. But
He said he
we're in
wouldn't
for
meet with
numbers that
Zelensky, by
nobody
the
can
way.
even believe. And as you know, the European nations as a
Zelensky was in America and he was like, yo, let's link up and build. And he was like, nah, dog. He was like, nah, fam, fuck you. And you know it's not because of the Logan Act. Or was it the Hatch Act? No, it's the Logan Act, right? Like the president trying to secure favors from foreign official in an effort to win the election. Yeah, the Logan Paul Act. No, I was confusing it with Hatch Act, which is another thing that he violated regularly, which is campaigning on official government property. And I think like funneling money to his business. I mean, he did everything. Anyway. He leaked the message. Oh my God, he's
pouring
such a bratty bitch.
Nobody else wanted to say that, and the press thought it was terrible that I made that statement. But if I didn't make that statement, we'd still be paying. You know, we were paying for NATO, most of it, almost all of it, maybe all of it for years. So I'm going to see President Zelensky tomorrow, and thank you all very much.
Wait, what? Oh, so he is linking up with him. He is linking up with him. I thought he said he wasn't going to, and then he leaked the message. W collab.
I thought you had the worst mayor ever that we had prior to him. I will say this. I watched about a year ago when he talked about how the illegal migrants are hurting our city and the federal government should pay us and we shouldn't have to take them. And I said, you know what? He'll be indicted within a year. And I was exactly right. Because that's what we have. We have people that use the Justice Department and the FBI at levels that have never been seen before. So I wish him luck. I don't know anything about what he did, but I told a lot of people right over there, that group was saying, you know, sir, you were right about that. When they mentioned that, I said, they came in and he was pretty strong about it. He said, this is really unfair to make us carry this burden. We shouldn't be doing this. This is New York City. I mean, your parks are loaded up. I just passed recently Madison Avenue, the Roosevelt Hotel. It's like nobody would recognize it. That's Midtown. But he came out very strongly against it. He was right.
Yeah, that's why they indicted him, because he was anti-undocumented migrant.
And I said, he will be indicted within a year, and that's what happened. And I noticed the indictment's very old. It goes back a long time. Well, I had the same thing. They went way before the statute of limitations. So I wish him well, but I said that he will be indicted because he did that. You take a look. That's what they do. These are dirty players. These are bad people. They cheat, and they do anything necessary. These are bad people. And we need an honest Justice Department. We need an honest FBI, and we need it fast. Yeah.
Meeting Keir Starmer, the UK Premier.
Yes, he's coming tonight.
What do you think of him? Some of his colleagues in government are quite critical of you.
Well, I'm going to see him in about an hour, so I have to be nice, right?
Yeah.
But I actually think he's very nice. I think he ran a great race. He did very well. It's very early, but he's popular, and I'll be seeing him, and I'll send you a
He's
regards.
not popular.
Who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with GB News in the UK.
Okay, good.
Would you rather Nigel Farage had a bigger role?
Well, I think Nigel is great. I mean, I've known him for a long time. He had a great election, too. He picked up a lot of seats, more seats than he was allowed to have, actually. They acknowledge that he won, but for some reason you have a very strange system over there. You might win him, but you don't get him. Nigel is a fantastic person.
Mr. President.
Yeah, it's GB News, Chad. It's their fucking fake Fox News in the UK.
Oh, then I should immediately cancel my appointment. No, he knows. He knows I understand. Look. I hate to see the carnage. If I were president, it never would have happened. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine. Never, ever. And by the way, President Xi would have never even thought about Taiwan, which he's thinking about very seriously now, flying planes over it every single day. But President Putin would have never attacked. When I look at the horror show that's gone on, and the level of death is far greater than what is being reported. When you look at those cities, they're all knocked down, those beautiful, gorgeous golden domes, they're shattered and lying on their side, never to be replaced again. You can't ever replace that. 2,000 years old. When you look at the heritage of that really very vibrant country in so many different ways, and you see how it's been so broken, the people...
Ukraine, a very vibrant country.
Where they have to use old soldiers, old men, and young boys because they're running out of soldiers. It's a very terrible thing. And then you see that the United States is paying for most of it, and Europe is not chipping in. And all you have to do with Europe is the same thing I did with NATO. Say you have to pay. And if you say you have to pay, they will. It's very unfair to the United States, but I look forward to seeing him tomorrow. We'll see. I do believe, I disagree with him. Well, he doesn't know me, but I disagree. But I will say this. I believe I will be able to make a deal between President Putin and President Zelensky quite quickly.
But what does that look like? What does that look like? What does that
I don't want to tell you what that looks like.
The Vice President suggested today that your strategy with Ukraine amounts to surrender to Russia. How do you respond to that?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. And it's not a surrender. What my strategy is to save lives. I want to save lives. Millions of people are dead. Millions more than they even think about. And it's not my fight, but it is a fight to save humanity. That is a terrible, let me explain. That is a terrible war that would have never happened. And it didn't happen. I even have Democrats. I watched them on Deface the Nation and some of the shows this weekend.
Russia
and
never
they
invaded
said, well,
Ukraine?
we agree that it wouldn't have happened if Trump were president. I was very generous of them. But it would have never happened. That's what bothers me even more. There was no reason for that war to happen. But it did happen, and millions of people are dead, including soldiers from both sides. It's so sad to see it. And I'll meet with President Zelensky and we'll see what happens, but I believe I can work that out.
Would you encourage
It would have been, I will say this, it would have been a lot easier to work out prior to the start. And Putin never, ever even thought about going in. And it was the apple of his eye. I knew him very well, had a very good relationship, despite the Russia hoax. It was a total hoax. But we had a very good relationship. Fortunately, otherwise we could have ended up in war over that. It's very dangerous. You know, when you make up stories like that, it's very dangerous. The laptop from hell was very dangerous. But Putin told me often, it's the apple of his eye. But I said, Vladimir, don't even think about doing it. He would have never done it. And then, of course, through stupid oil policies and energy policies where oil get up to almost $100 a barrel, Putin said, wow, I have a lot more money than I thought I had. And he prosecuted the war. But even if it went up, and it wouldn't have gone up like that, that's what caused inflation, that and stupid spending for the Green New Deal, which was a Green New scam, turned out. Do you notice that they don't ever mention anything about environment anymore? What happened to the environment? They
Oh, my
don't
God.
mention it. They don't mention that the ocean's going to rise 1/4 of an inch over the next 500
this
years.
is like good
They don't
Trump,
mention it
okay?
anymore. It's incredible.
Like good for
I
his
will
own
say this,
audience
though.
and good messaging.
What they should start mentioning is nuclear warming, because we're in grave danger. The
That
world
right
is in
there
grave
is like old school Trump using the Democratic incompetence against
my
them to
term,
be
I
like,
never
what
mentioned the
happened?
word
Do you not care about the environment no more? What the fuck's going on there? Or maybe it was fake and you know it is like exactly the type of messaging he should be hammering on, like immigration too, which he does a little bit more
October
now.
7th would have never happened. Iran had no money. I guess that's probably why you hear the stories about Iran. Only a consequential president would have this happen. Only a consequential president. But Iran would have made a deal with us. It would have been a great deal for them. The only thing is they cannot have nuclear weapons. And we would have had it because Iran had no money during my administration. They were broke. And they would have made a deal and they would have been happy. And they would have had an unbelievable civilization. But it didn't work out that way because of a thing that was very sad to watch. That was the election. A very sad thing to watch.
Would you still make a deal with them now after everything that's happened? If you were reelected,
Make a deal with who? Make a
deal
deal with who?
Would you try to make a deal with Iran of some kind if you were reelected?
Sure, I would do that. Sure. I believe in getting. It doesn't.
Well, are you
it
hyping him
doesn't
up?
matter. I have a.
I famously
I have a
hate
great
the
memory, but it's a
environment and also hate migrants. That's why I'm hyping him up and not actually offering sound analysis. A lot of what Trump is saying is really horrible, okay? Like horrible on the moral grounds. But sometimes he is still capable of presenting a genuine threat in terms of his messaging. That was one of those moments where he did it, where he had a good one.
After the election. They could have done that too, but they had no idea how to go about it. They could have done it because I gave them a country that wanted to make a deal. They had to. There was no money to Hamas. There was no money to Hezbollah because Iran didn't have the money. Now Iran has $300 billion. They made it all in the last 3.5 years. The sanctions came off. They made it all in the last 3.5 years. Plus, they essentially have Iraq as a subsidiary, and Iraq has $300 billion. So Iran is a very rich country. They have $600 to $650 billion, including Iraq. Iraq doesn't like it when I say that, but that's true. They're really a subsidiary because foolishly Bush wiped out. You had two powerful forces. One of those forces got wiped out. And now the other force, after 1,000 years, walks in and just essentially takes it over. So it's very sad to watch. But Iran now is a big force because they're very rich. Iran was not rich at all. Iran didn't have the money to take care of the various organizations of terror. Okay.
Yesterday at the UN General Assembly came together to call for an immediate ceasefire. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is speaking at the UN tomorrow. He has refused to do that. What would you do differently to prevent the Middle East?
Well, you have to have that ended one way or the other. The world isn't going to take it. You have to have that ended, and I would think that we're getting close to a point where maybe it can end pretty soon. But you're going to have to end. That's unacceptable. The whole thing over there is unacceptable. That's another one. October 7th would have never happened. Would have never happened. Ukraine and Russia would have never happened. Think of it. Would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. Think of the world. The Afghanistan pullout in that way. We would have pulled out, but we would have pulled out with dignity and strength. I'm the one that got it down to that number. But I would have kept Bagram, because Bagram is this massive Air Force base that we built many, many years ago with billions and billions of dollars, the most powerful runways that can hold more load than any other runway in the world. And we walked away from it. And it wasn't Afghanistan that was the problem. We walked away from a great military base that we built to the highest specifications that was 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. We are being run by Kamala, who is grossly incompetent. All you have to do is look at her interview last night, look at her interview with Oprah, Look at her interview with the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All you have to do is look around and you'll see it. We had 4 years of incompetent leadership. We cannot, as a country, sustain another 4 years. Thank you very much.
Are you going to pull your endorsement of Mark Robinson?
I don't know the situation.
Terrible pause.
Do you believe that Ukraine should turn over some of its own land to Russia in order to end the war?
We'll see what happens.
What's your message to
We'll
Zelensky
see what
tomorrow?
happens. Let's get some peace. We need peace. We need to stop the death and destruction. Don't you think? Wouldn't that be nice? Huh?
Do you have a plan to meet Benjamin Netanyahu in person?
Well, we're going to meet a lot of people. Many of the leaders have been calling me, and they want to.
He can't fucking just be like, Democrats just want to continue the death machine in Ukraine because they're getting paid, because they're making money off the military-industrial complex, and like they don't want to have any sort of conversation with the enemy in this circumstance. But all war ends up, all wars end with treaties. The reason why he can't say that is because he's also obviously a slave to the same exact corporate interests. He's also a slave to the military-industrial complex. So that's precisely the reason why he can't even like adequately message himself as like adequately message himself around this issue. Same goes, obviously, I mean, for Israel, he can't say it because he is deeply in the pockets of Miriam Adelson. Acting shocked now. I don't know why Netanyahu said what he said, and I don't know what his considerations were, whether they were political or operational. Ask him why he said that, Kirby said. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Thursday walked back from a private understanding with the Biden administration and distanced himself from the proposal for a 21-day ceasefire in Lebanon presented by U.S. and France. Wow. I'm so shocked. Wow. Wow. Why would he? Why would he? You have taught him that like he can get away with anything he wants to get away with. Do you see Adam sweating like crazy, bald like Eric? How dare you? How dare you compare the glorious Mudang to Eric Adams? This is inappropriate. More inappropriate than me forgetting to run the top of the hour ad break and running it in the middle of the hour right now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. For $4.20 or for free with a Twitch Prime before September ends. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Breaking, Mudang has joined Hamas. This is doing a lot of soft power for Hamas. Anyway, would you please be so kind as to pass a message from President Zelensky to Trump? Dear Donald, I hope you are doing well. I recall our recent phone call. It was really good. All of us in Ukraine want to end this war with a just peace. And we know that without America, this is impossible to achieve. My Zelensky needs work. That's why we have to strive to understand each other and remain in close contact. Days ago, we requested a meeting with you and really want to hear your thoughts directly and firsthand. You know, I always speak with great respect about everything connected to you, and that is how it should be. I can be in New York on Friday. That's just French. I'm just being French now. I can be in New York on Friday, which would be a good time to meet. Dude, what the fuck? Yo, he looks horny, bro. He looks like he's trying to fuck. He looks like he's trying to fuck, dude. Yo, he hit him with a booty call. My man is down bad. Right here, I have a snippet from my favorite Eminem song. It is about how you and I are lovers in a unique predicament. We shall meet up at the UN meeting, and you can dump your sweet hot load into my ovaries. I think it's wild. He's trying to meet up at TwitchCon. I think it's wild that like every fucking global leader is hedging their bets for the upcoming election and functionally treating Trump like he might win and might become president. Now, I usually am the guy who will tell you if this happened in the past or not, but I can't recall any time. I cannot recall any time in like recent American history where actively foreign leaders that are currently getting like weapons transfers from America deliberately going and talking to a candidate. The only time I can like when you say Reagan or Nixon or whatever, that's different. That was illegal. Chat, what you are describing is illegal and wasn't done publicly. Okay? What you are describing is genuinely illegal. You can also talk about Trump using a relationship with the Ukrainian leadership in an effort to find dirt on Donald Trump, on Joe Biden. That was also illegal and got him impeached. So I think maybe I'm wrong, but I do not recall any instance where there's like an election coming up and like foreign governments and their leaders are actively talking to the guy who's running against the incumbent. Like, did this shit happen? Like, did they go to Mitt Romney? You know what I mean? In 2012? Like, I can't recall a time where, like, imagine motherfuckers being like, hey, Mitt Romney, like, you know, I think you can be a better president. Yes, you can. You can think of one example. I guess it's because he's formerly a president. I mean, he was the former president, but even then. Anyway, so yeah, I believe it's important for us to have a personal contact to understand each other 100%. Let me know if you were in the city at that time. I would really like for our meeting to take place as part of our efforts to help us end this war in a just way. Sincerely, Volodymyr. Technically, he's not running against the incumbent, right? I mean, even then, what? Like, even then. Yes, what Reagan did was not legal. What Reagan did was covert. Reagan's dealings with Iran was covert. There is a difference between like secretly sending your CIA guy sirens in Tel Aviv. Wait, what? Tons of rockets. According to the Israeli Telegram, the launches may originate from Yemen. Holy fuck. Sirens in Tel Aviv. The Ansar Allah, The Ansar Allah regime is launching strikes into Tel Aviv, apparently. Is it actually not shit missiles? It probably is. The difference, however, is that they have in the past been able to fucking send in like shit missiles like into Israel. I can't believe I learned about World War III from Intel Doge. Oh shit. I guess they did do that, but it was bizarre. See? Inside Mexico's bizarre decision to invite Trump. Even that banal political statement landed with alarm in Mexico. That's because the night before, the man who formally accepted the Republican nomination for U.S. President Donald Trump, who built his campaign around calling Mexican immigrants criminals, like this was unique. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. But it's being reported as though it was a unique thing. No, I know Keir Starmer is going to meet with Trump soon too. I'm saying I don't remember a time when like foreign leaders openly and actively petitioned the person that is like looking to unseat the administration like this. Iran collab with Russia to arm Houthi rebels with Russian rockets. Exclusive. Iran brokering talks to send advanced Russian missiles to Yemen's Houthis. Bro, this is the type of shit I don't understand. Like, does Russia even have the bandwidth? Like, how the fuck is Russia should probably worry about his own his own situation, you know what I mean? Millions of Israelis are running to shelter as sirens sound across all of central Israel. One thing I would like to remind everyone is that number one, they have missile. Obviously, they have like shelters to run to. Second thing is that they have the Iron Dome and numerous other interception systems that are very effective. And number three, the way you will hear Israelis talk about this when I remember yesterday and the day prior how they talked about like the Lebanese population, it rings a little hollow. I ultimately don't want any civilian to die, obviously. I have a very strict anti-human casualty policy in terms of my own moral compass here. But one thing to always consider is that, I know, brave take, which is weird because it is somewhat of a fucking brave take in the current world affairs. It's just that it's strange how they can so actively petition and celebrate wanton death and destruction against the Lebanese civilian population. I live near Tel Aviv. I haven't heard anything, and news here isn't freaking out. This might be fake. Yeah, I'm stealing Trump's take. I said I want people to stop dying. There's drama in Spanish Twitter because Claudio Scheinbaum refused to invite the King of Spain on purpose. Yo, Claudia, AMLO, they're really cooking. It's real. I heard the alerts. Maybe this wouldn't count, and I don't know if Eisenhower did it personally, but members of his admin, like both Dulles brothers, were very much doing foreign policy before he was elected while running against the then President Truman. It's real. As an Israeli that just ran to shelter at midnight, there is no fucking way. I mean, I know I have a lot of Israeli chatters, but there's nothing funnier to me than having Israeli chatters with the username Jank2028 signing off from the fucking missile shelter. Oh, I also pay you, nephew. My parents tried to tell me it's not Israel today. I brought up the IDF post and they went, oh, I think that's bullshit. I'm not seeing any reports of Ynet of red alerts. I still don't see what the West has to gain from this, though. Why would they save his stupid ass? That's me. Bro. Hasan Abi heads in Israel. Be safe, dog. What the fuck are you doing? My dude is in the bomb shelter like, yo, what's going on right now? To be fair, for a lot of the Hasan Abi heads in Israel, okay, for all like the sum total 100 Israeli leftists who are anti-Zionists, who are in Israel, trapped in Israel, okay, for them, it's like this is the only way they can get Al Jazeera. There is no other way for them to legally consume Al Jazeera content. It is pretty funny to have a username like Jank2028, though. Hello, you pulled me up before, Hasan. They can't consume Al Jazeera there? No. A singular missile? IDF sirens that sounded are a result of a missile that was fired from Yemen. An interceptor was launched. It's for one missile? For one ballistic missile? Jesus Christ. Live blog from the New York Times there. We're sorry we're experiencing technical difficulties, but we don't want to lose you. Live updates. Netanyahu vows to keep up strikes as Hezbollah as U.S. pushes for a ceasefire. The Israeli leader arriving in New York City for the UN General Assembly said, we continue to hit Hezbollah with all our might. He added, this is the policy. Dude, he's in America. Just arrest him. Okay? Please. Like, he's literally inside of New York, the Tel Aviv of America. Just fucking lock his bitch ass up, dude. Just serve the warrant. Stop pushing the ICC and threatening the ICC with whatever kind of legal or illegal means that you will engage with them if they do follow through on this arrest warrant. Let the arrest warrant go through. Arrest him. You will become heroes globally. It appears a missile fire from Yemen broke up over central Israel. However, the IDF will likely confirm what occurred. A better angle showing what appears to be the breakup of the missile.
هيوم في السماء هيوم ضربوا نزل هذا بتلتلوا.
It appears the missile fire from Yemen broke up over central Israel. However, the IDF will likely confirm. Why hasn't the ICC done it yet? What do you think? Every other week, there's another fucking article that comes out that no one gives a shit about, that no one pays attention to, that's like, they are threatening our lives if we fucking file this arrest warrant. Like, every other week, there's another fucking article on the British prosecutor or, I don't know, the actual courts, or there'll be another article about how, America is trying to pressure all of the other international partners in stopping the ICC from conducting this, this arrest application, pushing forward with this arrest application. Oh, yeah. The United States is basically weekly. The United States is basically weekly doing prank phone calls and real phone calls, giving loose death threats to the ICC if they go through with this arrest warrant. The missile launched from Yemen was successfully intercepted by an Arrow interceptor, which means it was like a ballistic missile and not just like some baby munitions. The alarms and explosions that were heard, like it wasn't like some low level shit, right? Because Arrow is for the big boys. The alarms and explosions that were heard are the results of interception process and the interception fragments. It would have been a medium-range ballistic missile. Thank you, Eland, our missile expert. Thank God we have some missile autists in the chat. Because I sure am not. Any missile from Yemen requires an Arrow or a Patriot, so $6 million spent at minimum. Cha-ching. What is the news about the ground assault? I don't know. Anybody know what sort of payload that could have carried? I don't have no idea. But what I do know is yesterday, Barack Ravid was reporting that there was going to be a possible ceasefire and that the ceasefire in Lebanon, by the way, not in Gaza, and that the Americans were going to come out and say that there was a possible ceasefire in Lebanon, a temporary one, and that Benjamin Netanyahu was going to come out with a big reveal, a big announcement. This was happening while I had the Blowback Boys on. I didn't pay much attention to it, partially because I didn't think that it was going to actually pull through. And yes, lo and behold, it did not. Anti-Materia, thank you for the 10 community gift to subs. I personally do not understand how, we're going to get back to the Eric Adams stuff in a second, but I just don't understand, like, why Bibi thinks that he will be able to do a successful ground invasion. Okay? I don't understand that. I also don't understand why Americans think that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to listen to their demands when they actually accompany said stern warnings with like $9 billion in weapons transfers. Obviously, nobody gives a shit in that situation. They don't give a fuck. Why would Benjamin Netanyahu stop his relentless attacks on Lebanon? Why would he stop his relentless attacks on Gaza? Why would he stop at all when there is virtually nothing stopping him? Every single time America says, hey, don't do this, they also then go, here, we're signing off on another multiple billion-dollar fucking weapons transfer. It's like, it makes no sense. Yeah, of course they're not going to stop. Just like I won't stop at the top of the hour. I will serve you a 3-minute ad break. And unlike the great United States of America, your only defense against the 3-minute ad break is a $4.20 subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. They do not want him to stop, man. I don't understand why they do not want him to stop, okay? You are delusional. He's doing exactly what they want him to do until they no longer need him. Then they will use the crimes they ordered him to commit to throw him under the bus. I know. I understand this as well, okay? I understand this as well. The problem is, if they don't stop him, and he does go into Lebanon, the diaper brigade is going to get fucked up, as it has in the past. Okay? This is what I mean. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't, like, make any tactical military sense unless he believes that, like, the American government is going to send troops alongside the Israeli military to defend the diaper brigade. The Israeli diaper force. What do you mean, the diaper brigade? That's what I'm talking about. That's what the IDF stands for, unless you correctly call it the Israeli occupying force. Are ground invasions safer for civilians than the bombing campaigns they do? There are never any instances where the Israeli diaper force is doing ground invasions without mass bombing campaigns. They will not go into an area unless they have literally reduced it to fucking rubble. So, no. It's funny because there's one guy who was also mentioned in the ICC indictments, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who has also looked at this with cold and calculating eyes and has been like, we cannot invade Lebanon. That guy is on his way out. That's what's so like weird about the process is that like the only people who are still just as bloodthirsty, but at least like a little bit more reasonable about the prowess of the military, are people who they're calling pussies and woke and gay. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, before I forget, here's a 3-minute ad break now. Why does America not stop Israel? Do you think there's a practical reason for what Israel is doing, or is it just Zionist brain rot? No, I think it's Zionist brain rot. The thing is, guys, empires die. Okay? There are many examples of this throughout history. And we read it after the fact and we go, oh, how could they not have foreseen this? Fascist governments end up losing, right? If you want to go closer in history, look at Nazi Germany. And there are many tactical errors that they engage with in the process. Okay? There are many tactical mistakes that the Germans engage in. And obviously, when you read after the fact, you're like, how the fuck did they make this mistake? Why did they push so far into Russia? Things like that, right? And obviously, there are probably still, at the time, reasonable minds that look at the situation and go, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that, okay? NSIG is a mistake. I'm sure there were people that were, like, looking at the situation outside and having a more reasonable approach. And they're like, nah, we're not going to do that. We're actually going, tits out all the way. And I think that's partially what it is. The message that Biden's advisors received from Dermer is that Netanyahu thinks that a temporary ceasefire is the right thing because he does not want to be dragged into a ground invasion that could lead to entanglement and erode the achievements of the IDF has achieved so far. Yeah, but he's also publicly stated, no, the fuck, I'm not going to do that. Blinken facing calls to resign. Yeah, but it's not going to happen. Israel continues to play with the U.S. Dude, I was listening to Ezra Klein talk to that one journalist who wrote like a biopic of Yahya Sinwar. And I don't know why. I just have, maybe it's like parasocial. Maybe this is what happens when you just like consume the content of a person too much. But like, I've recently found myself liking Ezra Klein more, which is embarrassing to admit. Obviously, before I, arrived at his conclusion on Israel stuff, and it's like I expected more from Ezra Klein because I guess thought that he would be smarter about it. If he's distancing himself from the peace proposal, maybe you should distance ourselves from funding Israel. Yeah, good luck. But in any case, it was still a very informative article. it was still a very informative piece because like the dude really Ezra Klein is a former Vox and now New York Times journalist / host of a New York Times podcast. I was actually supposed to be on his podcast, but he has some good takes, he has some bad takes. It is what it is. But I do see him as like a much smarter individual than like the average American journalist. So I think for that reason, I expect him to be a little bit more reasonable on Israel. And he is like, I guess, more reasonable than the average like rabid sociopath. He's not like an ultra Zionist or anything. But anyway, but the conversation was informative regardless. It was informative because like I didn't know this. Yahya Sinwar wrote a book. And apparently they took the book off of Amazon when October 7 happened. But like this guy found the book. The journalist he was talking to. And it's really interesting because like I knew that he spoke fluent Hebrew. I had heard the common Israeli sentiment about Yahya Sinwar was that like he understands Israelis better than the Israelis understand him. He's obviously very smart. Like he is a very, very, very smart dude. And you know, good or bad, I'm not saying, I'm not making like a, I'm not making like a moral analysis on this, but I think that I'm not making a value judgment. So he's literally a victim and a monster they created. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Some of the things that they mentioned over and over again in that conversation was, oh yeah, I love this tweet from Will Menaker. I thought it was really funny. Since Ta-Nehisi Coates doesn't speak Hebrew or Arabic, because Ta-Nehisi Coates also wrote like a blistering article in the New Yorker, I believe, where he was like, what the fuck are we doing with this Israel shit? Y'all are crazy. I went there. It was terrifying. It was literally apartheid. And I was so wrong. Remember, I talked about Ta-Nehisi Coates' like change of attitude towards Israel because like he wrote about Israel in really positive ways back when he was talking about reparations, making an argument about how he personally believes that like, Germany paying reparations to Israel was a fantastic thing, and it can be done here in the United States of America in similar ways for the black population here. But after visiting Israel, specifically the West Bank, he was like, oh my God, I was so wrong to use Israel as a positive example. It is actually a very negative example. Holy shit, it is literally an apartheid. These are human atrocities that are happening in front of our eyes that we are party to. He even gave a speech apologizing vociferously over and over again about like all the times that he has like talked about Israel in a positive manner. But there were some really, really good points in the article. He says that it was complicated. He now understood was horseshit. Complicated was how he described slavery. How people describe slavery and then segregation is complicated, he said, when you want to take something from somebody. Yeah, the Israeli doctor. Yeah, the dentist. This is the Yahya Sinwar was homies with the Israeli dentist, and like would talk to him and shit. Anyway, this guy actually interviewed him too. The guy that Ezra was talking to. I thought it was an interesting piece overall. I think it hyper focuses a little bit too much. Like it still falls into the same Zionist trappings of never really ascribing like a genuine need of emancipation to the enemy, right? And thinking like, oh, he's a great, like it falls under the great man theory almost a little too much, where he's like, oh, Yahya Sinwar's like personal ambition is because he wanted to be the real the leader that like saves the Palestinians. Like his ambitions were not cold and calculated, and instead Yeah, here it is. In an Israeli prison infirmary, a Jewish dentist came to the aid of a desperately ill Hamas inmate. Years later, the prisoner became a mastermind of the October attack. Ta-Nehisi Coates is a neoliberal, which is why he had to see it in his own eyes and connect it with an individual level instead of, say, a materialist and Marxist person critical perspective who could arrive at this thought of analysis, what Israel is doing in its historical context. Yes. Ezra Klein is a very idealistic lib, and I think that's why he gets stuck on Israel as a homeland for Jewish folks. Yeah. But he's still like a human. You know what I mean? He's not as like bloodless as the rest of the media brigade, in the sense that like it's obvious that like when he went to the West Bank, he was like, this shit is really fucked up. Anyway, we're jumping from Ta-Nehisi Coates back to Ezra Klein, but you know, I think it is a very human reaction. Like going to the West Bank and seeing it with your own two fucking eyes, right? And then turning around and still maintaining the idea that like Israel is a fucking beautiful, moral, peaceful nation and not a bloody apartheid regime that is genocidal and hell-bent on death and destruction. That I think shows like what kind of human you are to me. Oh, also it was a friend of the show, Rana Kalik, and her yelling at fucking Ta-Nehisi Coates back in the day that played a role in pushing him to look more deeply into Palestine. I was the woman who yelled in the mic about Palestine, and I got shouted down at his event with Jeffrey Goldberg. Now, obviously, Ta-Nehisi would never be able to write for Jeffrey Goldberg's outlet if he fucking was an anti-apartheid, anti-Zionist activist, right? Like, and now, after years and years of writing at The Atlantic, like, he has recognized what was right and what was wrong and has moved beyond that point and moved beyond that position. He goes, I was at the 6th and I synagogue in 6th and 1 synagogue in DC in 2014. That was really hard to do. I remember being very nervous about saying what I said. I'm so proud I did. If anyone's reading knows Ta-Nehisi, please tell him thank you for listening and his willingness to learn and speak out. This is from his Evolution on Palestine, from the New York Magazine article, The Return of Ta-Nehisi Coates. Ta-Nehisi Coates is also a very important thinker because, like, his writings were you know, cherished and celebrated by the likes of Barack Obama, by the way. So it's not like he is at the heart of liberal intelligentsia, okay? These are the types of people who a lot of these liberals in positions of power read and get notes from. So when he comes out and says something like this, and the New York Magazine is writing about shit like this, I'll be honest with you, this is like an unimaginable change of pace from the liberal intelligentsia, which is normally, and still very much so, incredibly up the asshole of the State Department overall. So it is definitely a sea change, an attitude shift in an environment that you would not necessarily expect. I think like New York Magazine has done a pretty decent job with this, with the Isaac Chodemer reporting over and over again. Isaac Chodemer, obviously famously for the New York Magazine, will do these like insane fucking interviews with people where he, yes, Chodener. I love when people are not afraid to change their opinions with new information. Yeah, this is the article, by the way. This guy's like written comics and shit, obviously, but now he's like back. He wrote a nonfiction called The Message. And there is all this stuff about like his attitude change. This is a really good, I would say, it's a really good piece overall. I read a lot of it. The first inkling that Coates might want to write about Israel came around the time he was leaving The Atlantic. He was partly spurred by the criticism he received over a passage, The Case for Reparations, in which he cited reparations paid by the German government to the state of Israel after the Holocaust as a potential model. We did an event where The Case for Reparations came out at a synagogue in D.C., and I remember there was a woman who got on the mic and yelled about the role of Palestinians in that article. He told me, and I couldn't quite understand what she was saying. I mean, I heard her, but I literally could not understand it. She got shouted down, and I've thought about that a lot. Man, I've thought about that a lot. It hadn't occurred to him that Israel might itself be in the debt of a population that it had oppressed, a blind spot that remains a source of regret to this day. I should have asked more questions, he told me. I should have done more. I should have looked around and said, do we have anybody Palestinian who's going to read this before we print it? That woman was friend of the show, Reina Khalek. Now, I do think it's great that, there is this change of mind happening. And I do personally believe that Ta-Nehisi Coates had a genuine change of mind, because Ta-Nehisi Coates is exactly the type of person that could make a fantastic career already and continue to basically fucking keep churning out like similar statements, never really talk about fucking Israel at all. Oh my God, fucking Ask Rock. That kid at Columbia, they are more morally correct than some motherfuckers that have won the Pulitzer Prize and National Magazine Awards. Please, God, let this represent some sort of tipping point for mainstream American coverage on this decades-long horror. Yeah, here are some good lines from it, where he said that it was complicated with respect to Israel. He now understood was horseshit. Complicated was how people had described slavery, and then segregation. Is complicated, he said, when you want to take something from somebody. It's not like Arthur Schulzberger is rubbing his hands together and dictating pro-Israeli coverage, Coates continued, noting that the Times had recently published a mammoth investigation into how Jewish extremists had taken over the Israeli state. It's that in the total coverage, in all of the talk of experts and sound bites of politicians and dispatches of credentialed reporters, a sense of ambiguity is allowed to prevail. The fact of the matter is, he said, that kid at Columbia, whatever dumb shit they're saying, whatever slogan I would not say they would use, they are more morally correct than some motherfuckers that have won Pulitzer Prizes and National Magazine Awards and are the most decorated and powerful journalists. What matters to Coates is not what will happen to his career now, to the script sales, invitations from the White House, his relationships with the former colleagues at the Atlantic and elsewhere. I'm not worried, he told me, shrugging his shoulders. I have to do what I have to do. I'm sad, but I was so enraged. If I went over there and saw what I saw and didn't write it, I am fucking worthless. So he does demonstrate some semblance of humanity in this situation. It's ironic because, like, this is why I say your background matters. This is why I say diversity matters, right? If you are sheltered from the truth, regardless of how credentialed and how celebrated of an academic and a reporter you are when speaking to black liberation in this country, okay? And Ta-Nehisi Coates is one of the foremost experts, right, in terms of making an argument for reparations or speaking to like the way that the dynamic ways in which white supremacy has been played a formative role in American societal development. Ultimately, he was incredibly sheltered from the truth. So someone who is that credentialed can still be incredibly sheltered from the truth. I need you to understand. Okay? Maybe I'm misreading, but did you mention rubbing hands together to point out that he's obviously not being anti-Semitic, or did he just not realize the optics? No, he's saying like he's speaking to the anti-Semitic tendencies in like he's speaking to the anti-Semitism like the anti-Semitic canard that like, ooh, a Jewish man, a Jewish editor is like, rubbing his hands together to be like, yeah, let's pump out pro-Israeli pieces. Now, here is the problem. His neoliberalism still stunts his imagination. Okay? What do I mean by this? Because he is still a liberal at the end of the day, but a liberal can see right and wrong and use his own personal development, his own personal experiences as a black man growing up in America, and all of the things that he knows about the black American history to see what the fuck is going on, to see the parallels, the glaringly obvious parallels with respect to Palestinians and their treatment under Israeli occupation. Having said that, however, why do I think his neoliberalism stunts his imagination? Because Arthur Schulzberger is not rubbing his hands together, obviously. Having said that, however, the New York Times is like pro-Israeli coverage is obvious, and he does a decent job of like interrogating and examining that. But what he fails to mention here is that the stuff about Jewish extremists taking over the Israeli state is also within the permissible confines of like, there is still an element of Zionism associated with that. And even if it wasn't, because I have friends that are fantastic fucking journalists at the New York Times, right? And their coverage is relegated to like the back of the newspaper, but they serve a very important purpose. And that important purpose is to maintain a veneer of credibility, because you as a newspaper cannot actually get people to read your newspaper and think I'm going to unconditionally believe whatever the fuck I'm seeing on this newspaper if you don't do that. The moment that you drop the veneer, the moment that you drop your credibility, and the New York Times credibility is in pieces at this moment due to all the things that he's mentioning, they lose the formative role they play. Okay? And I think that is the reason why they do these pieces in general. I think that there is a sinister purpose behind writing about like Jewish extremists taking over the Israeli state. One, it is still within the confines of like liberal Zionism. Oh, it's actually the Jewish extremists, the Jewish supremacists that have taken over the state. And it's not necessarily like the entire cultural attitude towards Palestinians that has just devastated Israeli consciousness. And beyond that, no, it's not a few bad eggs. I think they're still saying that like those few rotten eggs have actually spoiled the bunch. But the problem is, it still doesn't dive into the fundamental issue. The fundamental problem at the heart of this settler colonial occupation, that it is a settler colonial occupation. I'm fine with it as long as it still is moving in the direction of the abolition of moving the direction of the abolition of the apartheid. Okay, I'm still okay with that. But having said that, I do recognize the sinister purpose that these sorts of pieces that go against the narrative that New York Times is unconditionally pro-Israel serve. It is so that people like Ta-Nehisi Coates go, see, they're obviously not that biased. If they were, then they wouldn't cover the Jewish extremists that have taken over the Israeli state. So in your opinion, is there some sort of editor or style guide? I mean, it's the editorial team, it's the style guide, it's everything. Anyway, only if your moral code calls for denying Jews the right of self-determination. Oh my God. This is such a tired old idea, dude. You cannot engage in settler colonialism and then couch that and masquerade that kind of sentiment with like a liberal permission structure. This is why I always say like the ultra-Zionists are more honest. They are. They're violent. They're bloodthirsty, but they're fucking honest. They're honest about the violence that they want to deal. To be fair, she might be an ultra-Zionist as well. This is using the aesthetics of liberal language to genuinely make an ultra-nationalist, ethno-supremacist argument. Okay? Jews' right to self-determination, if you are a liberal Zionist, still means that Jews have to dominate and be the ethnic majority in a land where they have violently cast out millions of Palestinians from. Do you understand? You cannot make a self-determination argument. It is the same exact principle behind America, okay? Are you telling me that the Anglo-Saxon does not have a right to self-determination? We must continue this settler colonial occupation, which also, at the other side of that, implies that we must continue the wholesale ethnic domination of the indigenous population on this land that came before us and kill all of them, which we did. right? That's what this is. It's ironic because like I always say, Zionism is inherently a fascist ideology. It is an ultranationalist ideology surrounding a religious and also ethnic lineage that is the in-group, and it requires the permanent domination of the out-group that is not a part of the ethnic in-group. Anyway, this alongside, no, Coates is not a Zionist. He used to be, but he is now, I think, a firm and committed voice in the anti-Zionist camp. This alongside the fact that Bizan won an Emmy, in my opinion, spells an attitude shift in some of these institutions. I think there are more and more people who maybe even post October 7 were of a certain mind who now feel like the death toll is unconscionable and are slowly but surely, maybe quietly shifting their attitudes. There will always be naysayers. There are always going to be cultist, ride or die, ultranationalists that will chirp about this sort of thing. But even when looking at the situation, I would say, 7 months ago, when the director, a direct descendant of the of Holocaust survivors, made Zone of Interest and won an Oscar for it and spoke out against Israel in his Oscar acceptance speech, because Zone of Interest was such a perfect parallel to how Israeli society currently operates. Zone of Interest, for those of you who don't know, was the story of Jonathan Glazer is the name of the director. It was the story of a person who was responsible for Auschwitz, and his Rudolf Höss, a real person, a real evil individual who oversaw the countless amounts of executions of Jewish people in Auschwitz, and his like day-to-day existence, basically showcasing not only the banality of evil, but also demonstrating that demonstrating how normal German society operated in the face of such like gruesome acts of violence against the population that they had dehumanized, specifically Jewish people. And after his speech, the reason why I'm talking about Jonathan Glazer is because after Jonathan Glazer delivered that speech, okay, there were so many people who fucking lost their minds, okay? There were so many people that were yelling at him. They tried to launch like a petition to cook his career. And even way back in the day, Antonio Bardem, right? Or Javier Bardem, sorry. And Penelope Cruz had come out years ago against the Israeli occupation, against the Israeli apartheid. And Hollywood obviously was like, you're fucking cooked for that, you piece of shit. And they got like scolded into taking like a wishy-washy, middle-of-the-ground approach. Javier Bardem recently spoke out against Israeli atrocities. That's the reason why I'm talking about. Anyway, so the point I'm trying to make is I think the societal attitude towards Israel's ongoing occupation and genocide is dramatically changing, even in areas where you normally would not expect it. Like, these are institutions that are supposed to be firmly committed to upholding the American State Department interests. And this, to me, is like a cultural shift inside of these institutions, akin to how the ICJ and the ICC has moved now against Israel. Okay? If Israel is an American state, and an important American state at that, okay, it is akin to moving against the United States of America. This is something that I never would have imagined occurring. So these are, I guess, like some silver linings to notice and recognize. Do you think if the USA continues to run interference and supply weapons, we will see any scrutiny from the ICJ? I think that will there be scrutiny towards the United States? No. That is for a different universe. That is for a different universe. The goal here is to apply pressure and to cause the United States of America to sever its connection to Israel and its unconditional loyalty it demonstrates to Israeli genocide and Israeli occupation by making it costly for the United States of America, taking away its power tools, taking away its soft power capabilities. That's what the role the ICC and ICJ play in this process. Because if the rule-based international order can no longer be wielded as a weapon by the American government for American interests, then all of a sudden, America's soft power capabilities diminish. Anyway, let's get back to one man who single-handedly took a nation of 90 million and put it at the forefront of American excellence. New York City, the Tel Aviv of America. Eric Adams.
Everyone knows that New York City is the Athens of America. It's the Istanbul of America. It's the Kyiv of America. It's the soul of America. We are the Tel Aviv of America. New York City is the Islamabad of America. The Zagreb of America. We are the Lima of America. New York City is Mexico City of America. This is the Dublin of America.
Yep. That Eric Adams, turns out, is a little too much Istanbul of America.
Support his re-election campaign. Adams also took contributions that broke other laws. As we allege, he sought contributions from businessmen far in excess of what the law allowed. He also allegedly sought contributions from corporations, which are not allowed to contribute at all in New York City elections. Many of those illegal corporate contributions were organized by the same people who organized the illegal foreign contributions. And Adams allegedly disguised them all in the same way by accepting the money through so-called straw donors. A straw donor contributes someone else's money, hiding the money's illegal source, such as a foreign businessman, a corporation, or a wealthy New Yorker who has already contributed the maximum amount allowed. And as we allege, Adams circumvented all of these laws, taking contributions from exactly the sources the law prohibits, all to benefit his mayoral campaigns. Now, Adams also personally benefited from the illegal conduct alleged in the indictment. Adams solicited and accepted over $100,000 in luxury travel.
Did he engage in the Diddy freak-offs or not, big dog? Was he a part of the freak-offs or not?
Benefits for years from wealthy Turkish business people and at least one Turkish government official seeking to gain influence over him. Adams started accepting undisclosed luxury travel benefits at least as early as 2016. He took these benefits nearly every year through 2021. Here are some of the benefits that we uncovered during our investigation. In 2016, Adams flew to India through Turkey and received 2 free round-trip upgrades for business class seats. That's the highest class on Turkey's national airline. Those upgrades were worth more than $12,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2017, Adams accepted free business class tickets for himself and his travel companions to France, Turkey, and China. And he was put up in the Bentley Suite in the St. Regis Hotel in Istanbul. All of that was worth more than $41,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. Also in 2017, he flew to China, again, through Turkey, and accepted 2 free business class tickets for himself and a companion. Those were worth.
This is kind of funny because, like, Felix is right. GOP bribery scandal. Okay, we set up a phony oil exploration concern registered in Tajikistan. In Q3 of the fiscal year 2027, we will declare bankruptcy in St. Kitts. Transfer all the bearer bonds immediately. Dem bribery scandal. Texting, can I have the money to foreign military officer? Weirdly, the Clintons and Trumps are inversions of this. Trump is a can I have the money guy, and the Clintons are more into setting up 7,000 layers of dummy corporations. Yeah, it's true. Trump is like, I mean, the normal process in these old, like the old hat GOP and Democratic Party bribery scandals were always like this. Okay. Nowadays, I think in the post-Trump era, like there are so many people who just do this and get caught doing this. Felix is, of course, referencing both Bob Menendez and Henry Cuellar here, and also Eric Adams. A real Eric Adams tweet involving an animated rat with a plane. Yeah.
More than $16,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2018, he flew to Hungary.
The true social stocks, I mean, that's like still overt. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's just our institutions are so fucking blind at this point and so uninterested in actual adjudication that, like, they just get away with this shit. Like, the Trump true social shit is like, I don't know, 10, 20 years ago, if something like this were to happen, I feel like it would run. Like, it would be the most significant news story. You know what I mean? His, like, stocks get pumped out of nowhere with a company that's, like, generating revenue of, like, $70,000 a year or some shit. Like, as he's also, like, running for president.
Through Turkey and accepted free upgrades for business class seats. Those were worth more than $12,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2019, he flew to Turkey and accepted a free upgrade to business class for his companion and a free stay in a lavish suite at the St. Regis Hotel in Istanbul. That was worth more than $9,000. And again, none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2021, Adams solicited business class tickets to Istanbul, stays at luxury hotels and resorts, yacht tours, and meals. As we allege, he asked to pay a nominal fee for all of this in order to disguise what we allege were, in fact, bribes. He canceled that trip at the very last minute, but the benefits that he solicited were worth more than $21,000. And later in 2021, Adams flew to Ghana, again, through Turkey, and accepted free business class ticket upgrades and other gifts while he was on a layover in Istanbul. Those benefits were worth more than $12,000. And just like all the other benefits I've just run through, none of it was publicly disclosed. Now, I want to be clear. These upgrades and freebies were not part of some frequent flyer or loyalty program available to the general public. As we allege, this was a multi-year scheme to buy favor with a single New York City politician on the rise, Eric Adams. Now, this is a chart with all of the undisclosed travel benefits that we uncovered during the investigation. We just list it all out here. You see the year, 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2021. The destination, India all the way to Ghana. The benefits, the free upgrades or free tickets altogether, the hotel stays, and the value. And if you just sum up all the dollar amounts here, you get to more than $100,000. And of course, as I said before, every single trip that we list here was undisclosed. As we allege in the indictment, in addition to not disclosing these benefits, Adams sometimes created fake paper trails to try to cover up the travel benefits he solicited and received. Let me give you one example. Adams wrote emails to his staff suggesting he paid for his 2017 business class flights on the Turkish airline when, as we allege, he did not. Those flights were worth a lot of money. Just one ticket alone cost more than $10,000. But months after taking the flights, Adams wrote an email to a staff member and told the staff member that he had left cash in her desk drawer and that she should send the money to the Turkish airline to pay for a trip he had already taken.
Okay, let's play this one. This is incredible, as you guys know. This is when he knew he was a Hasan Abi head. One of my favorite Eric Adams moments.
Totality of the year. If you had to describe it, and it's tough to do, in one word, what would that word be, and tell me why?
New York. This is a place where every day you wake up, you could experience everything from a plane crashing into our trade center to a person who's celebrating a new business that's open. This is a very, very complicated city, and that's why it's the greatest city on the globe.
Dude, every day when I wake up in New York City, I'm like, another 9/11. I mean, all this stuff came before the indictments, chat. Remember, that's my. A classic pillow gun. Popular knapsack with multiple locations. His brain is operating at levels hitherto unforeseen. No, man, he's such a cop. That's what it is. Like, that's just cop speak, you know? You can make a kinetic assessment on a popular knapsack with multiple locations as you surveil the scene for unlawful substances in New York. The New York of America. Anyway, here's the fun. Here's another thing that Eric Adams did that I personally love. He was in a romantic comedy movie. He made a guest appearance in the 2017 Turkish romantic comedy film New York Tale.
Hocam, benim apartmana bir ek kat çıkabilir miyiz? Bize bir yol yordam göstersen.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He asked him if he could add an additional unit illegally to his apartment.
Saygıdeğer başkanım, kıymetli Erik Efendi. Alt sokağa bir dönerci dükkanı açalım dedik. Kıçımıza kaçmaya yılan kalmadı. Sizden ruhsatını rica ederim.
Wait, what?
Saygıdeğer başkanım, kıymetli Erik Efendi. Alt sokağa bir dönerci dükkanı açalım.
Saygıdeğer başkanım, kıymetli Erik Efendi. He's saying, like, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Mayor.
Kıçımıza kaçmaya yılan kalmadı. Sizden ruhsatını rica edebilir miyim?
He's saying he wants to open up a doner shop and he wants license for it.
You guys are from Turkey. Brooklyn loves Turkey. Brooklyn is the Istanbul of America. We love your food. We love your
No! Even then he did that!
music, but I don't understand Turkish. We can take a selfie though.
Bro, this literally, okay, let me explain something to you. What happened here in this fucking movie is precisely what literally happened in real life, down to the fucking take his selfies with like Turkish people that he was. Oh my God. Oh my God. I knew he was a part of this. I knew he like had a role in some fucking Turkish comedy. I did not realize that like it was basically him taking illicit donations from Turkish envoys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Come to the end of.
Yeah, we already covered this, the 9/11. It can happen any day. Turkish. This is incredible. Illegally adding additional units to an apartment or a license to which this is incredible. Address this. What? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, dude. He wasn't the mayor in 2017. I know he was a Brooklyn council member or some shit.
Hocam, benim apartmana
This is incredible. You're going to speak on the Zin allegations? Okay, I need you to understand, okay? There's a lot of stupid people. You shouldn't be one of them. Okay? Apparently, some smart people also were duped by Lolo's post and thought it was real because obviously anything surrounding Eric Adams is so silly that maybe he did get $50,000 in Zins in the form of bribes. But this actually caused dumbass Fear Buck to immediately jump on the allegations as though it was real without any sort of yeah, of course it's fake. It's not in the fucking it's not in the actual indictment, chat. Alex made it. No, I did not actually like I did not give money to Eric Adams, nor did I actually trade favors. This is my fucking lawyer, dude. That's crazy. My lawyer is out here defaming me. This YouTuber thought it was real. What the fuck? New York City Mayor Eric Adams accepted a $50K bribe and Zyn nicotine pouches from a Twitch streamer. Bro, you're watching how fucking stupid people are. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. You can't make something that looks and sounds real and then be shocked people believe it. I mean, people should, at the very least, check against the indictment instead of running with like something that sounds a little ridiculous. Go to Adams moment.
Eric is your mayor. We're getting W's now. We need a mayor of swagger. I'm the Biden of Brooklyn. You know, I wake up in the morning at some time and look at myself and I give myself the finger. I'm Gandhi-like. I think like Gandhi.
Bro, another fantastic Eric Adamsism is when he said, "Make your haters your waiters at the table of success."
I act like Gandhi. I want to be like Gandhi. This is life. Everyone that knows me, they know one thing. I hate rats. Some of the same folks are criticizing us now called me a murderer because I was killing rats. Well, you know what? We're going to kill rats. New York City is the Islamabad of America. We've gone through so many crises in our lifetime, from 9/11 to the Great Depression. This is a place where every day you wake up, you could experience everything from a plane crashing into our trade center to a person who's celebrating a new business that's open. You know, bring your boo to a restaurant. You know, somebody you're trying to, keep your marriage together. Little outdoors will help you. But I think rain also increases our population. People stay home and they reignite their love affair. Does Eric eat fish? Does he eat a hamburger? Does he do this? Does he do that? The problem wasn't the molded pizza.
He's talking about how he lied about being a vegan, and then it turned out that he was like actually eating branzino at quite a few instances.
The problem was the pizza. Vegans eat Oreos and they drink Coca-Cola. I don't. I am the pilot, folks, and you are all passengers. Stop praying for me to crash the plane. Pray for me to land the plane, because there's no parachutes on this plane. We're all going down together.
He's so insane. I love that. Anyway, is this guy a rep or Dem? I can't tell. No, he's a Democrat. He's a conservative Democrat. Anyway, let's move on from New York Mayor Eric Adams with one last point that I wanted to get to, where what is this? This might be even more psychotic than Tablet Magazine's genocide denial. The Jews should stand with Eric Adams. What? Jewish New Yorkers have an obligation to stand up against a corrupt Democratic Party lawfare campaign that is targeting the mayor who stood up for us. New York is a big city with a colorful history of machine politics corruption dating back to the days of Boss Tweed and Tammany Hall. Not even Ed Koch, the city's larger-than-life three-term mayor who lived like a monk in a tiny $475 per month rent-controlled apartment in Greenwich Village, was immune to the large-scale corruption charges. Wait, why are they against him? Because he's like has defended Zionists too much? Is that what Tablet Magazine is saying? What is going on here? Why the fuck did they write this article? Is a question I have always and forever about Tablet Magazine, okay? Tablet Magazine. Anytime I see a new article in Tablet Magazine, I'm like, why did they write this? Businessman 4 was a prominent member of a different ethnic community in New York City, and he was told by Adams' representatives that straw contributions would increase Businessman 4's influence and the standing of his community with Adams. Yeah. Was Businessman 4 the top of the hour ad break? Is that what Eric Adams was worried about? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and Eric Adams was like worried about how he's going to pay for it. Anyway, he delivered a press conference where he, earlier today when this shit came out, and he surrounded himself with like black community leaders, as he usually does, to be like, oh, you're coming after a black man. And then, oh, here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. But basically, after that, or during that press conference, there were a lot of people who were very upset with him. Does anyone have that clip? I think ASEAN had that, I believe. Eric Adams press conference. Oh, here is. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is.
But the people are with us. And this is not a black day. This is a justice day.
First of all, I want to thank you for being here this morning. And I want to thank the supporters of all ethnic groups.
Another day in New York. Hecklers and counter hecklers started yelling at each other and shit. Okay, well, anyway, Eric Adams, wonderful. It seems like he's not going to resign. You have now heard the news about today's indictment. Let me be clear. I've done nothing wrong, and I'm committed to continue to fight on behalf of New Yorkers as your mayor. From here, my attorneys will take care of the case so I can take care of the city. My day-to-day will not change because I will continue to deliver for you as your mayor. And the 300,000 employees of our city government will continue to do their jobs as well as deliver essential services to our city's residents. Our team will show up every day and make New Yorkers' lives safer, easier, more affordable, blah, blah, blah. He's a ginormous piece of shit, and I hope he goes to jail. And everybody hates him. Obviously, everybody hates him for good reason. And there will be a pressure campaign mounted against for his removal. It'd be really funny if he went to Rikers. I mean, it would never happen, but it would be funny regardless. Maybe he'd become a prison abolitionist after that. All right. Israel launched more strikes on Hezbollah, and also Hezbollah has been launching more strikes against Israel as well. I'm going to skip that. We covered that enough. Israel Prime Minister tells military to fight on with full force and that a ceasefire is not in play. Secretary Blinken said a 21-day ceasefire could help a diplomatic resolution. A ceasefire not in Gaza, by the way, in Lebanon now. And yeah, of course it's not going to happen. Hurricane is about to make landfall, I believe, in Florida in about an hour. So that's cool and fun. Putin could end the Ukraine war tomorrow, says Kamala Harris on the Ukraine-Russia war. Let's take a look at what she had to
speaking there. Let's take you live to the White House. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is speaking tonight alongside the US Vice President and Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris, who is speaking now.
Thanks to this coalition and the skill and the bravery of the Ukrainian people, along with your courageous leadership, President Zelensky, Ukraine has stood up to Russia's aggression, and today, Kyiv stands free and strong. President Zelensky, I am clear. Putin started this war, and he could end it tomorrow if he simply withdrew his troops from Ukraine's sovereign territory. Of course, he has demonstrated no intention of doing that. Instead, he continues to assault civilian infrastructure and terrorize the people of Ukraine. In Switzerland in June, along with 90 other nations at the Ukraine Peace Conference, I told you that the United States shares your vision for the end of this war, an end based on the will of the people of Ukraine.
Funny you can say the same thing about Israel. Yeah, except we also don't have a way to get Putin to stand down. All we can do, because given Russia's foreign adversary status, we have already done the fucking stick. All we have in our disposal at this point is to try to go to the table and have a normal fucking conversation. But that's like it's just never gonna even. I don't foresee that happening anytime soon. But with Israel, we are supplying Israel with the weapons. Like, can you imagine a world we were supplying Russia with the weapons? And then we kept saying, like, Russia, please stop. Russia, please stop. Everyone would be like, what the fuck are you saying? Russia, please stop. Stop giving them weapons, dumbass. The fuck do you mean, Russia, please stop? Okay. So we do have the actual power to put a stop to the Israeli genocide, but that would require us to do the normal thing, the reasonable thing, which is to, stop giving Israel unlimited amounts of weapons. Yeah. But what have we done? As Mike from PA correctly points out, days after at least the U.S. aid said Israel was committing war crimes by blocking humanitarian aid, Biden-Harris promised another $8.7 billion in weapons. Our reward? Israel rejects the U.S. ceasefire proposal in Lebanon. I'm actually shocked at how bad the Harris camp is treating this. Like, it is shocking how bad America is behaving in this situation. Do you think it would stop if Israel stopped getting weapons? Yes, it would. I don't understand why people go, no, dude, America is a small bean in this. Like, it's a junior partner in this coalition. But also America still is supplying like 90% of the fucking weapons to Israel. What are you talking about? They keep running out of bombs, dude. What the fuck do you mean? Like, that's what's so insane about this. And before you go, oh, would Iran and its proxy stop? Dude, I'm sorry, okay? But I cannot treat that sentiment with anything but, I cannot treat that sentence as anything but just pure vile Islamophobia at this point. Because in spite of like Iran or Hezbollah's domestic affairs or their treatment of fucking gay people or whatever, Iran and Hezbollah have collectively been infinitely more restrained than Israel in this entire process. Okay? What the fuck? Like, so much so that even American media has like recognized the restraint Iran demonstrated in its lack of retaliation to Israel. Israel tricked both the U.S. and France on the ceasefire proposal. Yeah, it's so funny. The reason why I was talking about the Ezra Klein thing was because, like, him and the other journalists that were having this conversation about Benjamin Netanyahu were, like, both shocked at the disrespect that Benjamin Netanyahu demonstrates on a regular fucking basis against its American allies. Like, they literally were just like, he's so like openly conniving, and it doesn't make any sense. Like, I think liberal Zionists and like Zionists across the board, unless they're like straight up Likud or further right, don't understand. Like, unless they're Likud and further right, which, by the way, if you go further right than Likud, you're just operating on Jewish supremacist attitudes, like, the Kahanis and the like, obviously. So that's like an entirely different fucking can of worms. But like, people who are to the left, at least, who are still Zionists, who still want an apartheid, are like, what the fuck is Benjamin Netanyahu doing? Like, they don't understand it. They're like they like that he's bombing Lebanon, but they're also simultaneously like, how the fuck is he just like doing all this shit to America? Riley Withany, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. And yeah, ultimately, I think the United States of America is a willing participant in this. They like it. They just like doing evil shit. They like the death and destruction. It makes no other sense. Like it's I don't know what to tell you. They like it. They like the death. They like the destruction. They enjoy watching fucking children get ruthlessly slaughtered with our weapons. It doesn't make any sense. Does Kamala think helping Israel bring up her numbers? No, dude. No. No, she doesn't. Okay. There's not a single person who legitimately believes that there is an electoral calculation here in like accelerating Israel's genocide. I'm sorry. No, of course not. That's a lie. And it's not, it's such a glaringly obvious lie that like the media doesn't even say that for the most part. The most they do is just like omit how the voters analyze the situation. And then the most they do is basically omit how most voters want there to be a ceasefire. And the media will at the very most report that like people don't care enough about Israel, right? In an effort to be like, yeah, don't look the other way. Don't look at that. In terms of like what they're doing, I mean, in terms of like their shitty instincts here, this is a great example of this. Alex Soros linked up with Tim Walz in New York City. And besides like the obviously like George Soros conspiracies, Alex Soros, George Soros' son, obviously is a massive Democratic Party mega donor. Why the fuck is Tim Walz linking up with a massive Democratic Party mega donor? What the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you openly hugging and kissing your donors? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Jeet here says, 100% agree. I'd add that it's very strange that Harris and Walz are spending the home stretch of a close election hugging the donor class so tightly. I just don't understand it. Just like I don't understand why she's talking about like cryptocurrencies or whatever. They're like getting their marks from Donald Trump. They literally seemingly are just hearing whatever the fuck Donald Trump says and then repeating it. And it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's weird because all of the best instincts of like the Democratic Party are just cast aside. All the goodwill that they got, all the progressive momentum that they got by swapping out, responding to public pressure that align with donor pressure on the Biden swap out, and then picking fucking Tim Walz as their running mate. They have basically just spent every waking moment since then doing everything in their fucking power to be like, no, this is the establishment Democrats. Like, we are right wing. We are so right. We are the most right wing. We want a lethal military. We want to do border patrol. It doesn't make any sense to me. They've also packed up Tim Walz. No motion from Tim. Okay. Tim is cast aside, even though he was a phenomenal asset to the campaign from an electoral calculus point of view. And they're learning all the fucking wrong lessons if they even care about it at all. I don't even think that they give a shit specifically about like winning or losing. I think they're just like on autopilot. And like, I don't think there's an electoral calculation here at all. I think they're just like, we're going to win this no matter what, regardless. So even if we make it close, it doesn't fucking matter. As long as we as long as we spend all of our time, not it all about winning. No, dude, it is not all about winning. Please stop. Please fucking stop. No, I don't think it's all about winning. I think it's more so about like advancing a neoliberal project that they care significantly more about. I don't think that they are genuinely invested in winning. I think they see that they're winning, and so they're using the capital that they have, what remains of the amount of social capital that they have still, the crumbs of it all, because they are going to win, to demonstrate that their pathway forward is still going to be third way neoliberalism. Which is, I think, stupid. And I think it's stupid because you are carelessly and unnecessarily throwing this election in a bind for no reason, you know? Winning, we can go farther right. Losing, we need to go farther right to win. Yeah.
And the UN Charter, and that we must work with the international community to secure a just and lasting peace. And I told world leaders there, nothing about the end of this war can be decided without Ukraine. However,
yeah, this time around, Kamala Harris will win, and then next time around, it'll be a straight up fucking fascist. Okay? I mean, she's already got she's already doing a genocide, okay? A willing participant. I'm sorry. There's no reason to fucking mince words here. She absolutely is fully on board and fully chalk committed. She has not made any inferences to a different attitude or a different approach to the way that we are examining our relationship with Israel. People try to read the tea leaves, but she very clearly keeps saying, like, no, Israel has a right to defend itself. We're going to have the fucking strong dick military. I don't give a shit. And that's it. If you look over the Vance dossier, be careful because there's a section that shows his personal information like his address and phone number. Yeah, I'm not going to look over the Vance dossier. I don't really care. His opposition is like literally laid out to bear regardless. But I do think it's funny that Mr. Free Speech fucking banned Ken Klippenstein for publishing it.
However, in candor, I share with you, Mr. President, there are some in my country who would instead force Ukraine to give up large parts of its sovereign territory, who would demand that Ukraine accept neutrality and would require Ukraine to forego security relationships with other nations. These proposals are the same of those of Putin. And let us be clear, they are not proposals for peace. Instead, they are proposals for surrender, which is dangerous and unacceptable. So, President Zelensky, I look forward to our discussion today, and I will continue to work with you to ensure Ukraine prevails in this conflict and remains a free, democratic, and independent nation. Welcome back again.
Thank you so much. Madam.
I'm just saying this is leaving. I don't care if you read it. Your mods gave me a timeout yesterday because of what I said against you were saying at the live, and I got a red flag, and now I have to explain myself everywhere I go. As an Iranian with that username, it's not cool at all. I disagree with right-wingers all the time. No one has done that to me. What are you saying? A red flag? Salam from Iran. What is, you got a red name and you have to explain yourself? Bro, we were watching a fucking innocent man get, like, the Missouri government execute an innocent man. I don't give a fuck about you, like, talking about how, I don't give a fuck about your opinion on capital punishment in that moment. I just don't know what you mean when you say you got a red flag.
Vice President, thanks for the invitation. Happy to see you. Dear journalists, I want to especially thank you for your...
Wasn't there a ton of evidence that showed he was actually guilty? No, there was a ton of evidence. There was a ton of lack of evidence that showed that he wasn't guilty. If you're talking about his fucking priors, it makes no damn sense. Like, yeah, he had priors for robbery, okay? He did not have a prior for fucking stabbing someone 43 times. He also did not have any fucking DNA on the scene or on the knife. And they mishandled the DNA on the knife anyway. The prosecutors themselves fucking admitted that they messed up. That is unique, okay? It is unique when you have the prosecutorial team be like, this guy is most likely innocent. Can we please not kill him? The family of the victim was, the family of the victim said he was innocent. The prosecutor said he was innocent. Jurors came out and said he was innocent. Doesn't get more fucking innocent than that. How the fuck do you try and justify it after the fact?
Participation in the peace summit, and really it was very important, and we remember it. The format was successful. We are preparing.
Maybe I just came across some misinfo. Someone telling me his girlfriend testified that he admitted it to her. Yes, she fucking lied, okay? There was a jailhouse confession, which happens quite frequently when there's a fucking reward or lenient sentencing for confession. And the girlfriend also fucking lied about it. There was a private investigator that was actually following the girlfriend who died before she could get a signed affidavit or a signed admission that she fucking lied in her testimony. She was literally bribed, dude.
The second one now, we have to end this war. We need a just peace, and we must protect our people, Ukrainian families, Ukrainian children, and everyone from Putin's civil. And we are grateful to America for supporting Ukraine all along. And we'll have an important meeting today, right after I'd talked to President Biden about the plan of victory, and I will share some details of the plan with Vice President Harris. It's crucial for us to be fully understandable and to work in a full coordination with the United States. And this morning I talked also to the congressmen, both chambers, both parties, and I'm thankful for the bipartisan support. We believe this war can be won and just peace can be closer only with a...
Do you think Ukraine is finally making the war too costly for Russia? No, I don't.
With the United States. Madam Vice President.
Yes, my accent wasn't bad. It was a little too French, though.
This is our, you said, seventh meeting?
Seventh.
And not last. And the sword meeting.
Zelensky is not interested in ending the war. Dog, what are you talking about? Zelensky is not a fucking autonomous actor. Okay? Zelensky is not an actor with autonomy in this process. Okay? It is America that is the primary, it is the primary actor in this process.
As far as I remember, the sword meeting this year.
Yes.
Thank you. And I want to inform you about the latest developments on the battlefield, of course, and about Ukraine's actions in the Kursk region.
Dude, Russia is getting its back blown out. What do you mean? Wait, what? Dude. Look, fuck Vladimir Putin. But if you're like looking at the situation in front of you and going, oh, Ukraine is doing a fantastic fucking job of like purging its ranks of the Russian forces, purging its territorial boundaries of the Russian forces, you haven't looked at a fucking map in like 3 years, I think. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, Russia has annexed eastern Ukrainian territories all the way to the Dnieper River and has maintained those positions and have also fucking fortified said positions. Like, refresh your fucking maps, chatter. Unless you literally think that, like, the push from Ukrainian forces into Russian territory was like a tremendous fucking win for Ukraine. Meanwhile, not only as far as I understand that Ukrainian offensive was neutralized, but also beyond that, in that process, because of the already strained resources of Ukraine, in that process, Russia was able to make territorial gains inside of Ukraine. It's horrifying. I keep up with the war and it's looking pretty bad for them. Also, free Palestine. I mean, free Palestine. It is looking bad for Russia in terms of like the amount of humans that they're just throwing into a fucking meat grinder. But I don't think it's like, I wouldn't say that Russia is getting its back blown out when Ukraine is running out of human beings to operate the weapons that we're giving them. This map puts everything into perspective for how bad Ukraine is off. These motherfuckers are building a goddamn land bridge to Transnistria at this point. Oh. Yeah, but Russia can't get half as far as they hope to. Yes, you're not wrong. But that's very different than like it's getting its back blown out. Getting its back blown out would be Donetsk, and maybe that's it. No, getting its back blown out would be fucking these lines moving in the direction towards Russia. Okay? It's not. Anyway. CIA Harris did a Russia video today. Yeah, by the way, I mean, when you got critical reporting from Western media that is also reporting on the matters and how bad the Ukraine front line looks like, as Russian forces are through a sequence of horrifying trench warfare and a shit ton of like just throwing bodies at the fucking problem, basically, as they push further and further into Ukraine, 1 inch at a time. And the American media is also covering it with these terms. Like, I don't know what you're reading. I don't know what you're reading that says that, like, they're, you know, they're losing and losing badly. Chatter needs to stay off Reddit. I mean, I don't. Dude, yeah. What they should have done is exactly, they needed a go-getter on the front lines, a man who could bring forward at least 1,000 NATO-trained Afghan soldiers, okay, with fake paperwork. That is what Ukraine needed, and America cut his life short. He's not dead yet, and he won't, inshallah, he will never die. But, Mr. Ruth, sir, we need you. They need to deploy Ryan Ruth. Is YouTube clickbait videos that claim Russia is losing big every day? I mean, I don't know. I haven't been paying super close attention. But in terms of like what Ukraine needs at this stage, what Ukraine is asking for over and over again is the capacity to strike Russian targets inside of Russian soil with long-range ballistic missiles that they've gotten from the United States. America has not given them that clearance to do so, but also giving them that clearance to do so is I don't know. I don't know if that's going to like genuinely change the trajectory of the war. Did they give them that clearance today? I think I put a good summary on Ukraine. Read my logs. Ultimately, both Russia's unwillingness. Well, I think Russia got forced state from Ukraine. Oppressed people deserve support against their oppressors. I don't think endless militarization is the solution. Flooding Ukraine with weapons risks prolonging the conflict, escalating violence, and increasing civilian suffering without addressing the root causes. I prioritize diplomacy and peace over military escalation and militarism, not the people on the ground. No. Instead of more arms, we should push for genuine peace talks, economic aid, and rebuilding efforts to support Ukraine's long-term stability. Ultimately, both Russia's unwillingness to compromise and the West's strategy of supporting Ukraine militarily are significant barriers to peace talks. For negotiations to succeed, there needs to be international pressure on both sides to prioritize diplomacy over military solutions. Okay, well, you didn't say anything different than what I have said, which is that all conflicts end with treaties. I've been saying this since fucking day one. And the quicker you arrive at that position, when you have more leverage, the better. And as time goes by, as the Ukrainian forces wither away as a direct consequence of a lack of manpower, regardless of how many weapons you're giving to Ukraine, or even allowing them to have like long-range targeting capabilities be deployed inside of Russian territory, I am not so convinced that this will genuinely change the outcome or the trajectory of Russia's invasion.
Region on what has been achieved and the ambitions ahead. Today we have a new strong support package, as you said, and we have common view on the things that need to be done. We have to keep pressure on Russia to stop the war and to make.
One thing that was, I think, even more instructive than Lindsey Graham and Elizabeth Warren demonstrating the bipartisan nature of and the genuine material interest in our unlimited support for Ukraine that was actually totally fake and not interested in like Ukrainian emancipation, but simply funneling funding our military industrial complex. Beyond that statement that they both agreed to and repeated, that with 5% of our military budget that we have given to Ukraine, we are, one, offloading all of our refurbished and older weapons. Two, we are able to, create new weapons and more artillery. It's actually great for the American economy. It's a real booster. That's why he went to the Scranton artillery shell facility the other day, which is a really, 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 and I cannot stress this enough, really dangerous prospect for the American future, especially as we are a dying empire. We are going to swing violently and wildly in every direction, it seems. Okay. And claiming that with just 5% of our military budget, without a single American active duty service member dying, we've been able to wither away 50% of our foreign adversaries' military, right? That's fantastic from the eyes of the cold, bloodless calculation from our politicians who don't care about anything really. Having said that, however, I think one of the more informative moments was when Russia was escalating the threat of a nuclear strike. This was early on, where they said they are moving like mobile nuclear nuclear missile launchers into, I think it was like Belarus or something. And this was a genuinely panic moment, like a genuine panic moment, big red flag, okay? In Trump's universe, the N-word, right? And I recall clearly at the time, very vivid moment, when you had military analysts that went on CNN and basically undermined the severity of nuclear conflict by stating, if Russia deploys a nuke, it'll just be a tactical nuke. It'll be a baby nuke, and it will only hit Ukraine. That was one of the most terrifying things I had ever heard a military analyst say, because in my mind, that was basically softening American sentiment towards nuking an entire part of Ukraine potentially. The fact that they were just talking about that as though it was not that big of a deal, okay, was legitimately terrifying. And it, in my opinion, showed America's lack of interest in the humanity of Ukrainians in this process. What is this? And goods are still flowing into Russia in vast quantities despite sanctions. Of how the economic war waged by the G7 is failing. What is this? Ed Conway. Of how eyewitness sanctions rules broken in plain sight. Here's the story of a chart. Here's the chart in question. It shows UK car exports to Russia. When Russia invaded Ukraine, the UK, and for that matter, most of the G7 imposed sanctions on Russia. So exports of cars to Russia stopped. End of story, right? Wrong, because now look at what happened to the exports. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Of course. Russia has never stopped receiving goods from G7 nations because they just get it from a middleman. They get it from Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Kazakhstan. Same with everything else. Most economists and sanctions experts presume cars aren't actually ending up in Azerbaijan or Georgia. They get shuffled around the Caucasus before being funneled into Russia via the back door. That's critical because the lack of data trail connecting the cars to Russia allows the UK motor industry to insist it's not happening, that most of those cars do not indeed end up in Azerbaijan. Bro, how do you think Ramazan Kadyrov literally gets to ride around in a Cybertruck? Like, what do you think that is? That's a flex. That's to be like, look, see, I have a Cybertruck. And apparently Elon Musk figured out which Cybertruck it was and maybe shut it off. Obviously, there is no real tactical purpose of posturing around a fucking battlefield with a goddamn Cybertruck with a weapon attached to the back of it. The problem there is that it's not for real tactical use at all. That is a way to say, we have the means. And Elon Musk said that he actually was able to shut it down, if I'm not mistaken. But the next day, there was another Cybertruck, and he was driving around with it again to say we have multiple. There's no tactical advantage whatsoever to a Cybertruck. It's a tactical disadvantage, chat. No shit, there's no tactical advantage to a Cybertruck. A Cybertruck is quite the opposite of a tactical advantage. It is a tactical disadvantage. It's an electric vehicle that actually sucks. Anyway. Car industry says nothing to see here, just an economic boom in the Caucasus, which has also, by the way, suddenly discovered an appetite for drone parts and radar equipment and all the other dual-use goods sanctioned and banned from Russia. Funny that. So, yeah. A few weeks ago, we received the tip-off. Some pictures of the border between Russia and Georgia showing a host of luxury cars waiting to cross. Those cars included many Porsches, Mercedes, BMWs, and 2 Range Rovers, British cars. It seems to be the proof we're looking for. What the fuck? This guy went to the border? There were Porsches, Mercedes, Maybachs, BMWs, high-end Toyota Land Cruisers, seriously expensive cars, mostly German, but those Range Rovers our contact has sent us weren't there. Milling around the car park were quite a few men. Most didn't want to talk, but some explained what was happening. One man picks up the cars, mostly one at a time, and loads them into a truck. Sometimes they come straight from the port, sometimes elsewhere in the Caucasus. They take them to the border and drop them off in one of 2 makeshift car parks where they wait until the paperwork is done. That paperwork is usually carried out remotely by a separate broker. I mean, it just makes it more expensive. That's it. It's the same process in which, like, you get the same fucking energy, but you get it by way of India. I thought with sanctions, it was understood that some products will still arrive in the country. Yeah, the car example is just one example of a consumer good that's not like a dual use, that doesn't have any sort of dual use. But the way this process works for cars also is the exact same way that it works for drone parts and shit like that. That's it. It's just like one aspect of this process. Yeah, I mean, Israel also refused to give an Iron Dome to Ukraine, but anyway. Chapel Roan won't endorse Kamala Harris.
I just woke up and to like people just skewing it even more. Endorsing and voting are completely different. I don't agree with a lot of what is going on with like policies. Like obviously fuck the policies of the right, but also fuck some of the policies on the left. That's why I can't endorse. That's why I can't like put my entire name and my entire project behind one. Because there is no way I can stand behind some of the left's completely transphobic and completely genocidal views. So yeah.
She's saying like the Democratic Party.
There are huge problems on both. You know what is right and wrong, and so do I. Fuck Trump for fucking real, but fuck some of the shit that has gone down in the Democratic Party that has failed people like me and you. And more so, Palestine. And more so, every marginalized community in the world. So no, I'm not gonna settle for what the options that are in front of me. And you're not gonna make me feel bad for that. So yeah, I'm voting for fucking Kamala. But I'm not settling for what has been offered because that's questionable. It's questionable that our actions of our government, the actions of the internet, the actions of you and me. If this is what you are not understanding, you know what? Endorsing someone, if someone is publicly endorsing a political figure, that doesn't even mean that they're gonna fucking vote for them.
You need to interview her, please. I tried. I don't think it'll happen, but it's all good. But what's really funny about this take is that like Chappell Roan is demonstrating one, I think, like sound judgment on the matter. It's ironic because it's something that I experience on a daily fucking basis by annoying people. And I think that a lot of the criticism is just like liberals who are Zionists themselves, who try to couch their criticism towards her with like lesser evil voting and like aesthetic posturing. But the real reasons why they're upset is because, you know, they can't say that they hate that she is pro-Palestine. That's, I think, what it is for a lot. I'm sure there's like plenty of liberals who are automatically like blue no matter who people, right? Like there are plenty of people who are blue no matter who people who maybe even are pro-Palestinian to a degree, right? But they're still team players, and they've been conditioned into churning out this like, why the fuck won't you say you're gonna vote for Kamala Harris and like swing loudly and proudly for her, you fucking piece of shit. Okay? But beyond that, I think a big part of it is definitely from a lot of I agree with this. I'd like to take this opportunity to point out that a lot of people leading the hate against Chappell are Zionists. The reason they're attacking her is because she used her platform to speak up about Palestine. This is a very dangerous targeted hate campaign. Watermelon ISIS. As soon as I see Watermelon ISIS, I know for a motherfucking fact that that is a fake account. Okay? Watermelon ISIS doesn't care about Gaza or Palestinians. They just hate Jews. This is what the cowardly watermelons for Palestine should have been doing. I've been at this point with the pro-Palestine movement since December of last year when those protesters ran up a gathering of black community leaders and punched one of our mothers in the face. Glad to see everyone's waking up to this bullshit finally. This is a Fed. This is a federal agent. Okay? That person was. And there are definitely a lot of examples of such things as well. I'm tired of artists like Chappell Roan profiting off of queer and drag culture and then refusing to do the bare minimum when it comes to standing up for LGBTQ rights. What has Hamas done for LGBTQ people in Palestine? We don't govern Palestine. Why should Americans vote based on how Hamas treats Palestinian LGBTQ people? The left's ability to not comprehend basic political skills and expecting a presidential candidate to not condemn supporters of a terrorist group must be studied. Talking about pro-Palestinian demonstrators there. I'm sorry, but there's no defending this. Guaranteed this guy uses Zionist as a slur. Noah Schnapp isn't a bad person and wishing death upon him isn't okay. Most Americans are pro-Israel. He had to say that. Apparently the Uyghur genocide and sending arms to Israel are equally bad now. Biden isn't weak on Israel. He's just not overreacting like someone like you would. Chappell Roan is an embarrassment to lesbians because we support Israel in this house. Like a lot of the, I think that straight up, a lot of the resentment towards Chappell Roan saying like, I'm not comfortable full-blown endorsing Kamala Harris because of her positions. I'm not comfortable fully endorsing Kamala Harris because of her like undying loyalty and commitment to continuing Israel's genocide. What? Didn't that Maya person used to chase you around asking you not to call her a liberal, Lamau? Wait, what? Who is that? I don't know who that person is. I know that person? Maya Luna? I don't know who the fuck that is. It's not my Higa chat. Stop. You're being fucking annoying. Anyway. Oh. My point is, I think that a lot of people are masquerading as people who are like genuinely concerned about Chapel Roan's statements about the Democratic Party. Okay. But I think personally that they are, what is this? Principled millionaire communist Hassan Piker. Hassan getting kicked out of DNC is the funniest shit ever, but also proves that the Democratic Party is not a place for principled people. They don't deserve our or respect our votes. Principled millionaire communist Hassan Piker. Executive director of Progress Libs. Vice chair of CN Liberalism. I don't know who the fuck this is. Well, never mind. Value of political opinions. Femboy Twitter accounts. Destiny Vosh Hassan. What? I don't know who the fuck this person is. And I also don't really care to know. Anyway, my point is, I didn't even get to the other side of the conversation. The first point I'm making is that a lot of people are couching their like classic harm reduction esque takes about the Democratic Party when in fact they're just mad that she's saying that that she's uncomfortable endorsing a candidate when she's like voluntarily participating in the genocide of Palestinians, which is a perfectly reasonable and normal take to have. Okay, the second sentiment that I would like to express here is that she is basically repeating something that like the overwhelming majority of under 30-year-olds feel. Sure, they might not be fucking Twitter chirpers with like a decent amount of followers on Twitter invested in the outcome of the Democratic Party because they fancy themselves to be Democratic Party mouthpieces or operatives. But if you've ever fucking interacted with someone under the age of 30, you know that this is precisely how they also feel. And this is not the first election, nor it will be the last election where the under 30 demographic feels this way about the party, when the party does not even communicate or choose to communicate anything that is like functionally helpful for the under 30 demographic of voters. It's not like the Democratic Party has presented a solution to the problems that they perceive, the problems that they're experiencing. So this attitude is actually quite commonplace. So I don't even know how. I don't really fully understand how people are fucking yelling at her over this at all.
Because as I said in my other video, actions speak louder than words. And I'm not gonna let this narrative, like me not playing both sides. No. This is not me playing both sides. This is me questioning both sides because this is what we have in front of us. So if you look at my statement and you're still like, she's just playing both sides, like she doesn't want to. No, you're not getting it.
I don't know. Isn't like 80% of the Democrat position good for young people, to be fair? No. What the fuck are you talking about? Just stop asking this question and start telling me what you think is like good for young people, okay?
I'm critiquing both sides because they're both so fucked up. Voting is all we have right now in the system. And so I encourage it, yet again, vote for who in your mind is the best option for what we have right now. Because it's all we can do. And I hope this makes it clear that no, I'm not picking the sides of what we.
No, they don't care. They don't care. They do not care. They're gonna fucking literally keep relentlessly yelling at you and saying a vote for not Kamala is a vote for Trump. To which you can wait. Why is Cutie calling me? Hello, Cutie Cinderella. I am live.
I don't care what Chapel says. I'm voting for Trump.
Okay. Cutie Cinderella is in the tank for Donald Trump, it seems.
I am here to see. I'm sick. I don't know if you can tell. I'm ill.
You sound great. I feel like you're doing this thing where you like fake an illness to get out of your work obligations to establish at least a line of evidence so you can fucking get PTO on the next Fear End episode.
Oh, it's actually, I'm not using my PTO hours. I get 5 sick days a year.
No, you don't. No, you don't. We have no sick leave.
Union mandated.
We have no sick leave. You've used up all your sick leave.
You're not in the union, bozo.
Also, what's funny about this is you're voting for Trump, but your God Queen Emperor Taylor Swift is in the tank for Kamala Harris.
I think she's crazy for that. I think that Liv is crazy for that.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What the fuck? You're publicly against your queen.
She's never written a song about Kamala. Does she even care that much?
Didn't she write a song about voting?
Yeah, she did.
That's lame as
But
fuck.
she didn't say for who.
Fair.
Why haven't you listened to it?
Dude, I don't know. Because I don't care. Okay. What's
About voting?
No, I don't care about voting. I hate voting.
I called to get a direct answer for you to see if you're performing that communist song at the concert.
I have not even remotely studied or trained for it. When is the concert again? Is this Sunday?
It's on Sunday. I'm so sad.
What time? Because I have a shoot with Quinn on Sunday.
With Quinn?
Yeah.
That slut. Oh, I'm banning this person in your chat. That was annoying. Rip Bozo.
R.I.P. Bozo. R.I.P. Bozo to that person.
Well, frick. It's I would say it starts at like 6 p.m.
Oh, then I probably could do it. I have ordered my Mao jacket just to be like ready for it.
That was so
Yeah, but the problem is I still don't know if I'll be able to fucking. I just don't know if I'll be able to like. I haven't memorized the song. It's gonna be embarrassing.
Is it in what language is it in?
Is Mandarin.
Oh boy. That seems like that'll be offensive if you sing it and you don't
That's
know
what
it.
I mean. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, what if you sing that one song that you sang with Boy Boy, the one about
No, I want to sing Iconic, and Mao Zedong is iconic.
Okay.
It's icons.
It is icon. Okay, I'm gonna just put you on the poster, and if you show up, you show up, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck learning Mandarin.
I'm gonna try.
Okay. All right. Do your best.
All right, bye.
Goodbye.
Fuck, I need to learn Red Sun in the Sky. Start practicing right now? No, I can't. It's embarrassing. Anyway. Guys, stop linking me Red Sun in the Sky. Okay. You guys honestly do not deserve to win ever again. Twice her age, purposely recording yourself in front of all your degrees to talk down to her for expressing completely valid concerns is exactly why no one under 30 wants to vote for the Democrats anymore. Let's see what this snarky liberal video looks like. But hey, let's finish this first.
We have right now. Yes, one's obviously better than the other. But Jesus fucking Christ, I hope you don't settle for what we have and put your name behind someone that you don't fully trust. Because of
Yeah, I mean, it makes total sense, dude. Like, endorsement is different than like going out and voting for someone anyway. But beyond that, like, if you want someone's vote or their endorsement, you have to fucking earn it. This is the basis of democracy, okay? That is what the democratic process is supposed to be about. How ridiculous that the Democratic Party has completely lost this attitude. Like, they've just like, and I'm not even talking about the party, actually. I'm talking about the fucking voters, like the ride or diers for the Dems. They act like that is a utterly incomprehensible position. They act like you are against the very notion of democracy if you don't immediately subscribe to one party over the other. This does not mean the other party is good. The reality of the matter is, if a vote not for Kamala Harris is a vote for Trump, a vote not for Trump is a vote for Kamala Harris. There you go. You know, if someone tells you that, oh, you don't want to vote for Kamala Harris, well, you're voting for Trump then. And it's like, no, I'm not voting for Trump. Then I guess I'm voting for Kamala Harris. Shut the fuck up. Meanwhile, changes occur regardless, and it is completely outside of our control, like the top of the hour ad break avoidance fee, which used to be $5, and now it's $6 under brand inflation. Okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Come on, man. That's a misleading view of how voting with only 2 options is. Wait, what do you mean? I'm just saying the exact same thing. Okay, I'm not voting for Trump. Okay, then a vote for not Trump is a vote for Kamala Harris. I don't think it's a misleading view of how voting for only 2 options is. I think it's fair to say I may have a lower bar than other voters, but that doesn't entitle me to criticize them for having a higher bar. That's the nature of a democracy. I can cast a note while acknowledging that it's a different issue from getting millions of others to cast votes too. A lot of libs project their own preferences on the people, which is ridiculous and unrealistic. Yeah, it's also not how this process works demonstrably, which is precisely the reason why Hillary Clinton lost. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Your reading is getting really good. Thank you.
their blatant actions.
All right,
So let's see how the liberals are reacting to this. I'm sure very normally.
Well, good morning.
Obviously,
this is a very clear attempt to not lose her right-wing fan base. What? You have to be schizophrenic if you think that she has, 1, a right-wing fan base, and 2, is desperately trying to maintain her right-wing fan base by being like, I have issues with the Democratic Party. I hate Donald Trump. I have issues with the Democratic Party. It is akin to saying, I am trying to desperately, because what she said is not all that different from what I say. Obviously, I have more information backing the things that I'm saying. But like, beyond that, like, it's like, but why not say Kamala? She says she has a preference, obviously. Because she explained it well. I don't think she wants to endorse Kamala Harris and considers it to be fucked up. It's what they do say, as stupid as it is. Wait, what? Dude, you ascribed a cynical reason as to why she came out and said this. And it's kind of funny that you did that. It's kind of funny that you did that because she says she doesn't want to endorse Kamala Harris, okay? Because there are still a lot of things that she does that, or she has done, that is, you know, that is not in line with what she believes. But why not support her fan base by endorsing someone who clearly supports policy that would help them? Because she's not. Because she isn't. She isn't supporting policy that would help them. What are you saying? You're just imagining. If some of the policies you want are, hey, I'm anti-genocide, and Kamala Harris is like, well, I'm pro-genocide, sorry, then that's directly at odds with what you're talking about. You're just wishing that maybe there are some policies out there. She made another TikTok where she says she's fucking voting for Kamala. Yeah, the libs bullied her into assuming the position. The libs bullied her into submission. Next up, they will yell at her for not being enthusiastic enough. Anyway, it doesn't work. It doesn't work in this way. Also, yeah, like literally, name one policy of Kamala Harris that is pro-LGBTQ without mentioning what Donald Trump is going to do. Name one policy of Kamala Harris that you think is good that isn't directly at odds, that isn't like what she will magically do against Donald Trump. This is the 2016 trap that Hillary Clinton landed on as well. Small business tax credits, moving the goalposts a bit, are we? Wait, what? How is that moving the goalpost? That is the goal and the post. That has been my goalpost. Why do I do any political commentary if none of you motherfuckers listen to a single damn thing I'm saying? Why do you think I'm so fucking mad all the time about Kamala Harris not actively communicating what the true issues are, what so many Americans feel, what so many Americans experience, and then communicating a way to solve those problems through what you would consider progressive policies, progressive economic policies. There's nothing in her agenda that is like getting you to vote for her, and everything in her agenda that is still reiterating the position that you're voting against Trump. It's so funny to have this conversation also when the Democratic Party itself has moved the goalposts on immigration, which is why so many dumb fucks who never actually gave a single shred of a fuck about immigrants at all are literally not even using that as a talking point because they're at least too embarrassed to use that as a talking point or too stupid to say, see, but Trump would be significantly worse on immigration. Perhaps if that's the case, Kamala Harris should communicate that, no? If this same exact conversation was happening in 2020, and it did actually, not even was, because people were like, Hasan, why are you not enthusiastic about supporting Joseph Robinette Brandon? Okay. And at the time, there were other issues. They would at least use immigration because Brandon had presented a pro-immigrant agenda against Donald Trump's horrifying anti-immigrant policies. 4 years later, the Democratic Party has adopted Donald Trump's 2020 platform for immigration. And now, I don't hear the fucking same chirpers even bring up immigrants because it's simply a talking point for you. It's not something that you genuinely care about. While there is a little bit of truth in the harm reduction argument, the harm reduction counter, right? Like in theory, you are not wrong. Will Trump be worse than Kamala Harris? Yes, of course Trump will be worse than Kamala Harris. No, I'm talking about name one thing Harris did as a reason to not recognize Trump as a presidency would be a fucking disaster for us who are trans. You can't say shit from the security of where you are, but I am scared as shit at what can happen. Fuck. What are you talking about? Are you oblivious to the reality of all the right-wing legislation that has passed through state legislatures that are anti-trans as a trans person? Like, are you hallucinating a different reality right now under the fucking Biden administration? What the fuck are you talking about? No trans speakers at the DNC, no mention of trans people in the fucking Democratic Party platform. You're just hallucinating a position for the Democrats that will defend you when they've already cast aside immigrants, which is a significantly larger, more consequential talking point than fucking trans people are by just simply the numbers. Trans people are a tiny sliver of the American population, so they're not even bringing up trans people. They've already dropped the ball on that front. They've even dropped the ball on immigration. The fuck? And you're over here. Again, you did it. You did it. There you go. And you don't think Trump would make it unimaginably worse. You did it. This is why I said, name one thing that is pro you, okay, pro for you, that the campaign has communicated about you or to you that does not involve what Donald Trump would do that would make things worse. Because everyone here understands that reality. I'm not one of these like accelerationists, like, oh no, I'm a MAGA communist type shit. Like, I'm not doing any of that. Okay? I'm not doing any of that. Name one thing that the Democratic Party, knowing full well what the Project 2025 platform looks like, for example, for trans people, name one fucking thing. Yes, you are. Man, shut the fuck up. I've been a political commentator since you were in your fucking daddy's ballsack, okay? Suck my goddamn dick. I've been doing this for a lot longer than you've been sentient. And you barely are sentient right now, talking about, yeah, you're an accelerationist. Bitch. Stupid ass. Dumbass baby. What you fail to consider is that this conversation is not about me and it's not about you. This is not how people vote. People do not vote on harm reduction. Okay? People make the choice to stay on the couch or go out and vote for a candidate. It is up to the candidate and it is up to the party and it's up to the candidate run to make sure that those people that are sitting on the fucking couch in normal elections, this couch is obviously the plurality of the voter eligible population, to go out and fucking vote for a candidate. Okay? They're not doing that. Anyway, also I'm obviously a foe and transphobic, just like Chapel Roan is. That's why, secretly. Or it is from my position of privilege. It is from my position of privilege that I'm speaking out on these issues. I'll ask you like this, chatter. If the Democratic Party actively communicated anti-trans legislation like they've done with immigrants, would you personally sit there and say, excuse me, the Democrats are still better than how bad the Republicans will be? Because it's expected that the Republicans will also be even worse than the Democrats, just like the Democrats have, actively communicated anti-immigrant policies, and the Republicans have gotten even worse on that front. In that circumstance, as a trans person, if you're a single issue voter and your issue is understandably trans existence, would you expect me as a political commentator who's on your side to sit idly by and say, well, Democrats are saying they want to kill trans people themselves, and the Republicans are now saying they're going to put trans people in a machine to use them as biomatter. One is a little bit worse than the other, so I guess we have to make the mental calculation and say, we're going to kill 30% of trans people. Sucks to suck. Would you expect me to say that for trans people? Or would you expect me to fucking swing from the goddamn rooftops about how unimaginably insane it is that the Democratic Party has dropped the ball on yet another marginal group of people that they're supposed to be fucking representing change for, that are supposed to be defending? That's the difference. You don't give a fuck about Palestinians. You're trans. You think in your mind that Kamala Harris cares about you, when she's not even made any assurances to you, when she's not even said that she's going to defend you. You don't care about Palestinians. You don't care about Muslims. You don't care about Arabs. You don't care about immigrants, right? I do. These are things I care about. And I care about trans people in the same exact way. And if the Democratic Party was saying these exact same things and showing and demonstrating their lack of interest in defending trans people, I'd be fucking swinging from the rooftops about that too. Anyway, this person probably left. How the hell is that a legitimate argument? Yes, I recognize the best case, vote for harm reduction. Okay, so you are saying as a trans person, if the Democratic Party platform tomorrow, because nobody cares about trans people in general, they're marginalized to begin with. If the Democratic Party's platform, in the same vein as immigration, swung wildly to the right, okay, and they were saying Republicans want to kill 70% of trans people, we want to kill 30% of trans people, you would say, yeah, 30% of trans people are going to die. I'm voting for Kamala Harris. Is that what you honestly would do in that situation? A party that can so willingly cast aside the lives of millions of people living on U.S. soil right now will absolutely drop you like a bad habit the moment they don't consider you to be advantageous, okay? And as a matter of fact, the Democrats kind of have already. They have done very little to protect trans people in general. As the Republican Party is, that's not reality. I am voting in this reality. No, that is the reality. That is the reality for tens of millions of migrants living on U.S. soil currently. That is the reality for millions of Palestinians and their family members that live on U.S. soil currently. It's just not your reality because you don't give a fuck about them. This is what you don't understand. That's why I changed the dynamic to what would you do if you were in the crosshairs? You don't understand an analogy or how it works. You don't care. What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I gave you exactly what's going on, and for you to understand it from your individual perspective as a trans person, I'm using the same exact thing that happened with migrants, okay? But this time, instead of migrants, I'm swapping out migrants for trans person, okay? If the situation in front of you was that Democrats are saying we're going to kill 30% of trans people and the Republicans were saying we're going to kill 70% of trans people, would you still make the harm reduction argument? Would you still endorse Kamala Harris? Would you still turn around and yell from the rooftops that like Kamala Harris is the pro-trans candidate? You would not. I don't know why we're having this argument. You obviously would not, because that's the reason why you're showing your lack of interest in all these other people and all these other groups in an effort to protect and preserve trans rights in your mind, because you think the Democrats are going to do that. She's better on all those issues. It's so funny because this community is 15% trans and most of them share my opinion on the matter. So I find it very funny when someone comes in here and fucking hits that like, well, I'm trans and you're not, and they're going to kill me and you're privileged and that's why it doesn't matter to you. Like, okay, got it. Well, don't worry, okay? Don't worry. When the time comes and the Democratic Party shows once again that they do not care about you either, as they haven't really even made a big assurance to defend your civil liberties regardless, I will be there defending you and defending your rights and trying to make sure that you don't get killed or detained, just like I'm doing right now for people who do not have a voice in this process, whether they are Palestinian, whether they are Muslim Americans, whether they have family members in Palestine, whether they are migrants living on U.S. soil, participating in the American economy in very meaningful ways, just living their daily lives as there's a fucking pogrom that is headed their way, spearheaded by the Republican Party, with no one on the other side actually trying to fight back against that. Okay? That's what solidarity is about. You don't understand that concept because you're a selfish American, okay? You're a selfish, hyper-individualistic, first-world American individual, okay? And you are operating like that, which is why I tried to use that selfish, hyper-individualistic attitude to help you understand what you're saying right now, but it's not working. You're just never going to see it. You're never going to experience it, and you're never going to understand it. It's fine. But a Democratic Party that voluntarily casts aside tens of millions of migrants living on U.S. soil right now will absolutely not even think twice before dropping you from the platform. As a matter of fact, they already have. They're doing that for Haitian migrants right now. Haitian migrants are under attack, non-fucking stop, left and right from the Republican Party. They're not even fucking standing in solidarity with them. They're not even saying the things that they're supposed to say, okay? Liberals 10 years ago would at least be like, we're a nation of immigrants. How dare you say that, sir? That is racist. They've completely dropped that. I don't even hear that shit. Kamala is the daughter of 2 immigrants, okay? She is literally a direct product of American immigration and what it can be. She is a living, breathing success story, okay? I might not agree with, a lot of the things that she has done, but ultimately, I see that reality. It's in front of me. I see it with my own 2 fucking eyes. And she does not have the moral courage to stand there and even speak out against other black immigrants that are under attack by the Republicans. Are you fucking real? If a black woman can't even fucking defend other black migrants that are under attack by insanely racist sentiment, why the fuck do you as a trans person think she's gonna defend you? You are hallucinating. You're just literally hallucinating. This is a careerist. That's it. But fear not. In spite of all of this, I still do perceive Kamala Harris as winning the upcoming election. So don't worry. Okay? Your stay of execution will be granted. You will have 4 more years as Republicans still make your lives living hell, and the Democrats they'll throw their hands to the side and go, there's nothing we can do about it. The Senate parliamentarian stopped us or some shit. Oh. The position of the Democratic Party cannot always be the position of the Democratic Party cannot always and forever be, we are not the Republicans. Chatter is 100% correct to be concerned. GOP using genocidal language aimed at trans folk regularly now, and you're shitting on them for 5 minutes for not having solidarity. Absolutely deranged. No, Chatter, you're fucking deranged because you literally do not hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. Oh my God. I gave you another example of the Republican Party currently actively using genocidal language, somehow even more so than they use against trans people, against Haitian migrants. A Democratic Party that does not address and counter those talking points is a Democratic Party that does not give a fuck about you either. Okay? And for the record, I don't even care. If you want to vote for Kamala Harris, vote till the cows come home. Vote every day. Vote illegally if you can. Okay? Get the fucking mules ready to go, baby. I don't give a shit. But if you come in here and tell me that I'm wrong for this assessment, well, I'm not going to lie to you, okay? I'm going to be brutally honest with you, okay? Sorry, it's just the goddamn truth, okay? Yes, they are doing it in both cases. That doesn't really change the thing about the danger posed here, doesn't it? It doesn't? So once again, your opinion here is that, no, they will do the right thing, even though they haven't yet, but they probably will. No, you're not wrong about the assessment. You're just being asked someone who doesn't deserve it. No, I think that people need to wake up to that reality quicker rather than later. Because if you wake up to that reality and you demand change, hopefully, maybe one day the Democratic Party will be more responsive to that. Okay? First DNC since 2012 without a trans speaker, by the way. I know. That's why it's so funny where people will be like, well, I'm trans. In like one of the largest trans communities online, coming in here and being like, well, I'm trans. And because of that, I think your privilege is showing, sweetie. Like, get the fuck out of here. What does the Democratic Party have even said about trans people? I don't think they think she's going to defend us. Most trans arguments for harm reduction are genuinely 80% Hitler versus 101% Hitler, trying to get stabbed 20 times versus 50 times because we know what's coming regardless. Exactly. And that's incredibly frustrating. But I hope that trans people in this community know and expect someone like myself to go out to bat for you unconditionally when the Democratic Party doesn't fucking communicate any kind of like active policy prescription to make your lives a little bit better. Okay? Like, that's my point. And I'm doing that right now for people who have family members over there in Palestine and Lebanon who are getting fucking mercilessly bombed with our tax dollars. And I'm doing that right now in the same exact way that I would do it for trans people. I'm doing that right now for migrants living on U.S. soil that have no fucking other outlet or avenue that will defend them. That's it. So it would be ridiculous for me to drop any one of these marginalized communities because I'm making an electoral calculus. And I'm also warning you. I hope you understand. Like, I'm giving you a warning. The Democratic Party basically sees you as a nuisance, okay? That's it. They don't even want to be like associated with you. They don't even want to fucking put you up as a goddamn speaker at the DNC because they don't want to be associated with you. They think you are political poison, okay? And a party that doesn't even aesthetically fucking defend you is certainly not going to defend you on the legislative side, as is clear from some of the worst aspects of anti-trans legislation coming under the Biden administration through state legislatures. So, my argument for you is, instead of coming in here and yelling at me, someone who is your ally, someone who is on your side, someone who wants the best for you, someone who wants your material conditions to improve, go yell at the Democratic Party, which seemingly doesn't want to hear what you have to say, which is why you find that to be a senseless effort of futility, which is precisely the reason why you're in here yelling at me, because that makes you feel better. That's it. It comes from a place of powerlessness. That's what you are experiencing right now. Powerlessness. Because the Democratic Party communicates over and over again that they don't give a fuck about you. You better fucking vote for them and shut the fuck up. Okay? And that's it. And because you feel utterly powerless in front of this giant machine, right, that does not care about your well-being even a little bit, you have to delude yourself into thinking that you're moving the needle in a positive direction by yelling at someone who can hear you, because you feel like there is a little bit of change at least you can have, or at least you can like release a pressure valve here, you know, get it off your chest. And that's it. That's why so many people beyond like the Zionists that are couching their fucking harm reduction arguments by launching these like ridiculous attacks against Chapel Roan are doing the same thing. They're doing the same thing. Like there's a lot of liberals who are just like yelling at her because they just feel like they are utterly powerless in the face of this goddamn death machine that is hell-bent on death and destruction, that they know deep down inside do not fucking care about their well-being. Okay? Watching Chapel Roan over-explain herself after being misunderstood, but she doesn't know these people aren't looking for an explanation. They already made their minds up about her. Oh, honey. Yep. Anyway, that's why it's funny when you think about like, oh yeah, just watch Chapel Roan reasonably argue that she would like better candidates while she clearly stating she thinks Harris is the better candidate, then read endless comments from Harris supporters saying Roan is an idiot. This is called behavior. She's on your side. Why demand absolute loyalty? Because once again, they feel powerless. That's it. So they want to yell at someone. They want to yell at someone so they feel better. Twitter is the only place where well-articulated sentences still get misinterpreted. You can say, I don't agree with Kamala's genocidal policies, and someone will say, so you're a Republican and support Trump? No, bitch, that's a whole new sentence. What the fuck is you talking about? Yeah. Pronouncing Kamala's name as Kamala, it was all I needed to know about Chapel Roan and ignore her views forever. Just loud and dumb. Rise and fall of a Midwestern clown. Oh, yeah. Jake Tapper fucking name searches, it seems. At least be man enough to tag me with your lies, Matt. The fact that Tapper, Greenblatt, and others can engage in a multi-day defamation campaign against Rashida Tlaib by blatantly miscoding her and face zero repercussions for it is a great example of the institutional anti-Palestinian bias she called out in the first place. Great take. Click his profile link. If protesting the vote doesn't move Dems left and voting based on harm reduction doesn't work, then what do we do? What options of substance do we have? How do we stop being powerless? You work locally and you try to improve. You organize, you work locally, and you try to improve your material conditions one step at a time for those around you. That's the only thing you can do. And hope that this network of organization will inevitably be able to create a pressure point for at least one of the two parties. Okay? I love how Chad will get mad about you voting while you've literally donated with the community and done more for trans people than the Democratic Party has in the last 4 years. Yeah, but it is what it is. You know, I'm fucking transphobic, as you guys know. And it's so funny because Chapel Roan also does that. Like, her ticket sales or merch sales, like she does fundraisers through her work, directing it to fucking Palestinian aid groups and LGBTQ aid groups. Like, that's why it's hilarious when people are like, yeah, you're not sufficiently pro LGBTQ.
Obviously, fuck the policies of the right.
All right, we're on the same page on that one.
But also, fuck some of the policies on the left.
Oh, now you lost me.
That's why I can't, like, put my entire name and my entire project behind one.
I mean, that's kind of how voting works right now in America.
Sick. If you met her, I just know you would vibe. Okay, guys, stop being parasocial, all right?
So, yeah, I'm voting for fucking Kamala.
All right, we're back on the same page. It's pronounced Kamala, though.
You know what? Endorsing someone, if someone is publicly endorsing a political figure, that doesn't even mean that they're gonna fucking vote for them.
I mean, what's the strategy behind that? I mean, after the primaries, I don't think that's a thing. I don't think there's any benefit to a corporation or person endorsing a candidate in a general election and not actually doing it. So you're losing me again.
No. This is not me playing both sides.
Sure about that?
I'm critiquing both sides because they're both so fucked up.
I think a big part of it too is that the libs recognize that you're right, but rather than get mad at the Dems, they get mad at waking them up from the collective dream of Dems being the good guys. No, I don't think that's an IDF dog tag. I think that's just a Star of David. The IDF dog tags are much larger, chat. Chill.
Yep, sounds like you're playing both sides.
Voting is all we have right now in the system.
I mean, that kind of is the system of democracy, but yeah, there's a lot more you could do in between elections.
I think he's a doctor. But yeah, he has a doctorate in being a fucking dick. Got him. We know your MAGA hat is off screen. I mean, it literally is. Hold on. What now, liberals? What now? The truth is out.
I encourage it yet again. Vote for who, in your mind, is the best option for what we have right now.
Yeah, Kamala Harris is definitely our best option.
Okay, I can't watch the rest of this. This guy's so fucking annoying. 2020 hat, get with the times. That's when things were great, brother. I wear this hat. Let me tell you why I wear this hat. I wear this hat because he won the 2020 election, and I'm not afraid to say it. He won the 2020 election. Okay, he did. He fucking did. He's still my president. The real president. This guy's next video is Chef's Kiss, critical thinking. Yeah, he's just saying what he doesn't have. Gen X lives are the most annoying with these takes. People over 40 are the only ones doing this shit. Also, the Trump Vance hat is actually too gross. Why did it take so long for you to grab your MAGA hat? Because are you checking how sufficiently pro-Trump I am? Yeah, okay, it was far away. It was far away, god damn it. Okay, too far for my liking. That's why I put it on my goddamn head. If you had an intruder, you wouldn't be able to put it on and grab your rifle fast enough. That's what you think. You keep your hat closer than your gun, you hear me? Nah, I keep my gun way closer. If an intruder comes in, I got the gat. Please get an RFK MAGA hat. No. TikTok about the current state of the Democratic Party.
Democrats have realized that they no longer need to use Medicare for all and a livable minimum wage and climate action as the carrot to dangle in front of us anymore. Now that Roe versus Wade has been overturned, they've realized that they can just abandon those initiatives altogether and not really even acknowledge them.
It's not wrong. I mean, he's spitting. He's right.
At all, and that they can now use abortion rights as the carrot to distract us and keep us super hyper focused on that one thing and not anything else as we continue to descend further and further into fascism. Abortion rights 100% is important, and Roe versus Wade protected the right to privacy in addition to the right to abortion. And both of those things are super, super important, and I don't mean to minimize that. But we need to understand that the Democrats have never actually fought for and used their power.
By the way, Ethel Kane is such a fucking G. Holy shit. Ethel Kane defends Chappell Rowan against people demanding that she endorse Kamala Harris. Y'all cannot be stupid enough to scream fuck Israel all year, rightfully so, and then go happily vote for Kamala. Like, she didn't just get up on that debate stage and say Israel has a right to blow the entire Levant to smithereens. Do not piss me off. That's mother. Didn't Ethel Kane say something like, I don't even want to repeat it because it might actually get it might actually get me a visit from, you know, federal law enforcement. I think some of it is that she's not being specific in her critics of Kamala, and the liberals take advantage of that. No, she is. She said there isn't sufficient pro-LGBTQ messaging or legislation on the Democratic Party agenda, and also Democrats are doing genocide in Palestine. Those are pretty fucking solid foundations. At Joe Biden, bitch. She's incredible, dude. What the fuck? I'm gonna follow her. Yo, what the fuck? Respect. And then she activated that asset. And the asset was like, instructions unclear, must assassinate Trump. Maybe he didn't understand. Maybe he didn't understand or didn't see the second part. I believe Ryan Ruth was a big Ethel Kane fan. Another banger. Oh, this was funny. Yeah. Ethel Kane says she will rally the Amish against Drake if he speaks on Megan Thee Stallion again, following the Circo Loco controversy. Speak on Megan again and I will rally the Amish. That's a threat. That's a threat or maybe a promise. Another Ethel banger. What is this? Stop.
Their power as leverage to get anything done, ever. They are more concerned about playing patty cake with their Republican friends, right? Because many of them do refer to even Mitch McConnell as their friends, okay? Than they are about actually securing rights for human beings.
One small thing about Biden White House, he's reportedly speaks with a trans state senator he knows from Delaware to advise him responding to anti-trans laws. This sort of personal touch may have been why he's mostly held the line on the issue. Things may be different under Kamala. Case in point, 2024 DNC was the first since 2012 not to have a trans speaker. Danica Rome appearance at the one in 2020 and McBride herself gave a speech in 2016 before she was elected to the public office. I'm not gonna lie. Every single day that passes by, I kind of understand why. I hate to admit it. There's two different ways of looking at this, okay? But every single day that passes by, I understand why, like AOC and fucking, you know, Bernie Sanders were like, no guys, don't fuck the bag up, please. We have a corpse, but like he's gonna lose. But honestly, but if he, on the off chance that he does win, like we've done a decent amount of work. Like, please, like Kamala Harris is gonna be vicious. And then on the other side, people are like, people have this opinion that like they, like AOC and Bernie should have dropped Biden immediately and pushed for Kamala, and then they would have gotten a better reception from Kamala Harris. You know? I just also don't think that I personally don't think that that Biden was going to make them like an active junior coalition partner, but regarding the last TikTok, true, we move way past luxury politics. Not that I think it's luxurious to have Medicare for all climate action, but that's how 2024 Dems are treating it in terms of priorities. They're now basically running on apocalyptic politics just like the right. Yeah, that's devastating. That's terrifying. That is the problem. And I don't think a lot of people understand how big of a problem that is. That is such a massive, ginormous fucking problem that spells trouble for the future of America. Like, we are so cooked. And I keep screaming this from the fucking rooftops, but it don't matter. Our boy Keizo calling out the Diddy jokes.
This is no offense to you, but the whole Diddy jokes are the most unfunny garbage. Maybe I'm getting old. It's not funny. They're so every time I see a Diddy joke, I just breathe out. And it's like, dude, this is so not, it's just not, I don't understand. Oh man, I heard they having a Diddy party. Bro, it's lame. Like, it's just like, oh my, maybe I'm getting old, but it's every, dude, I'll be on like on Twitter or something. People talking about, oh, Diddy. It's like, bro, it ain't funny, man. Now, no offense to that dude that just gifted the 5 subs. You know what I mean? I appreciate that. You know? But like, golly, the whole Diddy thing. You know, I almost banned a dude a couple days ago because we was playing Dead Signal, and we was on that camera in that one room and there was blood on the wall, and this nerd in chat typed, that's Diddy's basement. I wanted to point it out and ban him, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
His response makes me think the jokes are funny. I mean, it's just like, so on a comedy front, it is incredibly repetitive. And if we're going to put our thinking caps on, I think that it is making light of like a really horrible thing that Diddy did, like a litany of different horrible things that he did. Like, he raped people, man. Like, I don't know why the fuck we're just like, I guess Diddy, the word has such a funny mouthfeel, and it's like analogous to diddling. So I guess maybe that's the reason why I was like kind of childish. Like, and then like the fucking, the DA was like regularly saying freak offs, which again, hard to take that seriously, even though, it is a very serious thing that he did. The brain rot in the Hispanic community is out of control. I got 3 anchor baby cousins with 2 uncles that were undocumented and are now anti-immigrant. It's so fucking stupid. I think the funniest would be if you're still an undocumented immigrant and you're like, hell yeah, brother. I want Trump to fucking do this mass fucking deportation now. It's great. There are those too. Nah. You can't be an undocumented migrant and be like, mass deportation now. Someone said, bro, that's my brother. How is that possible, bro? I got cousins who have undocumented parents and are voting for Trump, Lamount. Like, at least when racist Republicans are like, yeah, fuck welfare because the blacks are using it or whatever, like, there's a reason, right? Like, they're too stupid to understand that it's their welfare that's going away as well as black people's welfare. But if you're directly undocumented, you're just advocating for your own deportation without like getting anything out of it. You know what I mean? Unless you think like other undocumented people are shitty or something, I don't know, and you're just going to be able to, not me, I'm built different. Like, I'm going to survive this. What the fuck? I'm built differently, bro. Trust. I'll withstand this. Bro, I swear it's like it's the Turkish guy, dude. That guy, the Turkish guy who crosses the border and immediately, as soon as he crossed the border, he was like, man, they could be letting in anybody in here. There could be a rapist crossing the border. It's like, bro, they think you're the rapist. Bro, what the fuck are you saying? Like, they don't make differences between you and someone else. It's not about like whether someone has a criminal background, okay? Answer my chat, please. I want to know your argument. My dad, who was an illegal immigrant, tried to argue me by saying if someone broke into your house and used your stuff, would you just let them stay? What? Does he think that's how the country works? Did he break into someone's house and use their shit when he was an illegal immigrant? Like, what the fuck? When someone, answer my chat, please. I want to know your argument. I mean, I don't even know how to fucking answer that. When someone is flying in, he just says the immigrant should enter legally, but he didn't enter legally. What are you talking about? You just said my dad used to be an illegal immigrant. He didn't fucking enter legally. So what the fuck is he saying? What? He tries to say that immigrants should just enter legally. I don't even know what to say. It's like, listen, dude, listen. Borders are just symbols, okay? We just made it up. That's the reality. I know that people hold a lot of significance on borders, but there's functionally no difference between saying someone crossed the Mexican border or saying someone crossed the Canadian border, which suspiciously no one ever talks about. I wonder why. And someone crossed the border between fucking Nevada and California, okay? When someone moves from California to Nevada to go and fucking work in Nevada, you don't go, they broke into my house and they stole my shit. You just say, oh, that's just a guy who moved from one state to another. Okay? It's the same shit. It's the same shit. That's it. There is no difference functionally between a dude crossing the Mexican border to the United States of America or the, Canadian border into the United States of America to come work here than a dude who crossed the California border into fucking Nevada. And I'm sorry, like, I hate this fucking argument so much. Oh, look at how hypocritical the Republicans are. It's like, that's all this is. That's why I also get annoyed with fucking debate lording in general. It's like, okay, so you just don't give a shit about immigration now? Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, you just think it's bad overall? Or do you think it's good? Do you think it's good that this is a nation of immigrants? You don't have to move right with the party. You're an individual, independent TikTok content creator. You don't have to defend the Democratic Party on this issue. Just like you earlier didn't defend Joe Biden on his racist background. RT Spanish is a huge issue in right-wing anti-immigrant propaganda. We don't see it, but it's all over the Latino community. Yeah, I Univision, like a lot of the Spanish television is like super fucking reactionary from what I understand. I don't know. I don't speak Spanish, so I can't speak to it. But yes, the results are weird. Hasan, my dad was an illegal immigrant. Says we should bow to our white overlords. What's a good counter argument? This isn't quite the same, but my dad thinks Trump isn't actually going to do mass deportations. You know, the guy whose convention was mass deportations now signs and mentions mass deportations at every rally. He doesn't think he's actually going to do it. So maybe that's the thinking. I mean, it makes sense. And your dad is not wrong, for the record. I still think it's like incredibly damaging for him to advocate for that policy. Do I think that he would be able to pull it off? No, but he would still do something close to it. And it still doesn't matter. That's like still incredibly damaging. The real reason why I don't think Trump, to be fair, I was wrong on the fucking abortion ban either. Cause I was like, I did not think that the Republican Party would be so insane as to like give a fat fucking W to the Democrats like that when they could have just dangled the abortion thing in front of the fucking evangelical base like a carrot election after election and not have to suffer any of the real repercussions of like actually pushing through on that policy. So maybe they would actually do fucking mass deportations. But having said that, mass deportations overall, the reason why I don't think that they would actively pursue that policy, but would come very close to it, which is still insane and still concentration camps at the border, is because you still need, slave labor. That's it. You need slave labor. All of these Republican small business owners abuse and use migrant workers, okay? Undocumented migrants. That's all they do. What do you think? You think they're going to fucking use, American citizens as workers? Fuck no. Who's going to pick the crops, dude? California is a great example. The agribusiness would literally fail. Like, if you want to be bloodless, cold, and calculating and not even think about the human toll of mass deportation, you also have to understand a fundamental truth, okay? Food prices would go up so much. Like, because these fucking dipshits, without any sort of price caps, any sort of price control whatsoever, food prices would go up by astronomical figures. You would immediately cut into the fucking readily available supply of food. the American economy would fall apart. We would no longer have a surplus of agricultural output, like nothing. The entirety of the agribusiness, which is the real reason why food prices are relatively cheap, is because undocumented migrants work for pennies on the fucking dollar. Now, my solution to this is to document the undocumented workers and improve their wages and living conditions, okay, without allowing corporations to actually increase the prices, because I still think that they take a shit ton of subsidies overall, and the government can use that as an alternative stressor to be like, listen, you're not getting any fucking subsidies if you raise your food prices. Like, that's ridiculous. You need to not be as profitable. Growers get subsidized. Growers don't sell commodities to end users. No, that's what we're talking about the fucking growers. We're talking about the dudes in the first line of the agribusiness. If the pickers are getting higher wages, then obviously in the first line of the agribusiness, the people that are hiring them are going to try to offset that. Let's say tomorrow there's this magical wand, okay? And all of the people that are working for like UFW all of a sudden got better wages, and their wages were adjusted to like living standards, okay? And now they're making like an honest living. It's no longer pennies on the dollar. They're actually getting paid in the same exact way that like anyone else would get paid in that job if they were documented. Okay, waving their magic wands again for the illegals. You're right, brother. Hell yeah, that's right. I am doing that because I think they're more valuable to this country than you are. Okay, anyway, so we did that, let's say, with the magic wand. They would try to increase the costs immediately to maintain their profit margins. They would try to increase their costs to maintain their profit margins, and then that would be carried on to the consumer. In an effort to stop that dead in its fucking tracks and not have a massive inflationary crisis, what the American government could do is basically say, if you increase your fucking prices in order to maintain your profit margins, we are going to take away your subsidies. You will collapse entirely. And if you do collapse entirely after we take your subsidies away, we will take over your business and we will run it for you. Okay? Obviously, that would probably stop a lot of the agribusiness company owners, like the agri corporation owners, dead in their tracks. They would not increase the prices with that threat. Question mark, communist take. Yeah. Nationalization via forced bankruptcy, very cool. I can't tell if you're joking or not, but I do think that's very cool. I'm not joking. Let me take the fucking hat off so you understand. I'm being very serious about this. Yes, if you cannot run your fucking business, then me, the government, will run it for you. Okay? And companies time and time again have demonstrated that they cannot run their fucking businesses. I suggested during COVID that the American government overtake Boeing regardless. Yes. What companies do you own, chatter, that you have such a fucking, resilient take here? What companies do you fucking own? Nothing. You own nothing. You own a busted down Honda Civic that was a hand-me-down from your older brother, and you think that's your fucking asset. One day, though, if you watch enough fucking TikToks, you'll be able to own an Airbnb business. The FDIC does that with failing banks on a daily basis. People don't fucking chirp about that shit. Oh. What? Read Nikki Bigelow's comment. I can't. Yeah, dog, we need food. Exactly. That's precisely why the government, if these fucking agricultural corporations cannot fucking operate their businesses and care more about their profits, then yeah, we'll do it ourselves. If a private business can't run without subsidies, bailouts, can't even pay minimum wage without collapsing, gets rid of COBS, then what is the business there for? Why should it exist? Exactly. No, you mean jobs. Get rid of jobs. Okay. What is the business there for? Why should it exist? That's a great question. Okay. That is a great question that more Americans should be asking. But if the government were to take over, you'd be out of a job with such speech. Wait, what? What do you mean? That doesn't even make any sense. The government overtaking and nationalizing nationalizing farmland would not take my job away at all. I don't know why you think that. Amazon? Okay. What? Why would I be out of a job? There's still need for entertainment, okay? Don't worry. And I also don't even care. Like, fuck it. Yeah, if the government was like hyper nationalizing so many different sectors and I was out of a job, I think that lives would be genuinely improved in the United States of America as long as they maintain efficiency. And honestly, I don't give a shit if I don't have a fucking, chirping ass Twitch job at that point. Who cares? Here in Uruguay, public jobs are considered a blessing because of stability. Yeah. And people don't have any fucking understanding of how this stuff can work. Like, a better private public partnership is possible as long as the government has the fucking control over the reins. We do have the control over the reins in America, but we never actually exercise them in the opposite direction. We only give subsidies and demand nothing in return. And that's what's very frustrating about it. And we don't even have a say in how those subsidies are utilized, which makes me very angry because those subsidies are paid for with your tax dollars. You understand? I don't care if I have a job at that point. It's a weird take that seems to come from a place of privilege. You're probably set financially for someone who depends on their business and livelihood. Hey, asshole, I'm saying I would put the fries in the bag, you dumb fuck. I don't think you understand my point. My point is, that's an L I'm willing to take. I'm in a fucking incredibly cushy, incredibly privileged position. But if everyone else was going to benefit, then in that circumstance, I would rather put the fucking fries in the bag. Okay? Shut your stupid ass up. You don't have to constantly chirp about how much fucking privilege I have. I'm saying I'm willing to take an L on that. I'm willing to fucking revoke my privilege that I have if everyone else benefits in this circumstance. But you are so fucking cynical that you literally cannot comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth without analyzing it from like some idiotic fucking perspective where I'm like actually really privileged and that's why I have the capacity to say that. God damn, dude. God damn. So many people are just so cynical due to like how awful everything is. So they just automatically fucking assume. It's basically the same principle of like, would you suck a dick if every American had healthcare? And the answer is yes. Okay, I would. I would suck a dick if every American had healthcare tomorrow. I don't want to suck a dick, but I would do it if every American had healthcare tomorrow. That's it. It's me taking the fucking L, not what you think is going. What? I mean, fair enough. I'm willing to put the fries in the bag, but no reason to be so extreme hurling insults. No, I am. I'm sick and tired of it, Juicebox 2 Gaming. Sick and tired of people immediately fucking assuming that like there's some form of like cynical reasoning as to why I'm saying certain things. You don't have to be contentious sometimes. You can just like listen to what I have to say and take it in. Holy fuck. Man, I remember when Hasan was poor, his takes were more dank and relatable. Yeah, exactly. It was the exact same points that I was making, except because I was fucking broke, people didn't have this, like, you know, attitude about it.
Benefits going.
What are you saying, bro? Stop. Come on. Spider-Man, what the fuck? A surge of migrants coming into the country? Do you hear yourself? Jesus Christ, this is why I get so mad at the Democratic Party for fucking actively taking this role. This is why Bernie Sanders running for president was so beneficial for the American future, because like when you have a guy up there saying those things, you're like, what the fuck? He's saying the things that I actually agree with for once. You know what I mean? But when the guy up there has no one pressuring them to adopt certain positions like Kamala Harris did with Medicare for All in 2019, all of a sudden the conversation moves to whatever the fuck they're advocating for. And then all these libs also advocate for the same fucking things. Now, I can't speak for fucking Spider Lib in terms of like 2020, because I assume he was like 12 back then. Okay, so I don't know what his analysis was back then. But if he was this age back then, he'd probably be advocating for the exact opposite positions in terms of immigration, because the Democrats were advocating for the opposite of this position in terms of immigration. It's so sad that people are like either genuinely scared of like being outside of the Democratic machine, even though if they are outsiders, it doesn't fucking matter. It's just like, hot take, I actually have hope for this generation. I think things will turn around. No, I don't agree. Tel Aviv was shot, apparently. This wording is probably ass, I'm drunk. Just say that, look, as a debate pervert, as a former debate pervert, there is so much empirical data that you can point to fucking destroy your interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas in terms of like this entire anti-immigrant insanity, okay? Just literally, and he did. He literally did. He brought up the fact that undocumented migrants are not responsible for more crimes per capita than documented U.S. citizens are. He was right about that. So he knows the data. Just say it. The framing is built around a falsehood. Trying to understand it, what he's saying or how he's saying is wrong. He is actively trying to engage with the hypocrisy argument, which is a silly argument to begin with, because Republicans and Democrats both are fucking hypocrites. They don't give a shit, okay? He's trying to be like, oh, if immigration is such a big problem, then like Kamala Harris wanted to solve it and Donald Trump wanted to use it as a talking point. So we told the Republican Party not to pass a fucking bill that was going to build a border wall. Now, that position is fine if you're a fucking bloodless, white nativist, freak-ass Stephen Miller style dipshit who does actually want to make this a white nation. But that argument is not all right if you're a liberal who is supposed to be progressive, who's supposed to have progressive-minded opinions, who's supposed to at least care about the truth a little bit. That's what's very frustrating. Dude lives in a bubble and doesn't realize the amount of drugs and human trafficking coming from the southern border. Interesting take. I wonder if I wonder how I will be able to defeat this fucking idiotic notion. Human trafficking only occurs if there are restrictions on actual normal immigrant processing systems, which we currently have. There's a bottleneck for no fucking reason. That's number one. So if you truly want to fucking combat human trafficking, what you are supposed to do is ease the process and make it more efficient, process the undocumented migrants and document them so they do not have to fucking, go through these human trafficking measures. That's number one. Number two, dude lives in a bubble and doesn't realize the amount of drugs coming from the southern border. Drugs are trafficked over the U.S. border through regular points of entry. It's not undocumented migrants that are smuggling the drugs over the border. It's actually American citizens that are driving it through the regular ports of entry. That's not my assessment of the situation. That is the Department of Homeland Security's own apprehension numbers. 90% of the drugs that are caught coming through are actually apprehended in regular points of entry from American citizens. Okay? So if your goal, are caught is the key word, you are a fucking baboon who does not understand how stats work. Okay? Do you think that the people are actually smuggling the drugs over the border but are so fucking good at it that they are able to be apprehended by Customs and Border Patrol and yet they still are able to hide the drugs? Which do you think is easier to fucking smuggle a shit ton of fentanyl over the border or chemical products, chemical compounds that you need to create fentanyl? A car that you cut up and smuggle fucking all the fentanyl chemical compounds into, or the otherwise law-abiding abuela's fucking ass cheeks who can actually smuggle a larger quantity of fucking drugs? Do you know how unreliable this would be, logistically speaking? Have you ever thought about it? Like, think about how unreliable of a supply chain that looks like, where you're giving drugs to random people who are not like expert fucking runners, okay? And you're smuggling a very limited amount of drugs every single time. Do you understand how fucking stupid you sound when you imagine this world in which it is actually a more efficient process to give drugs to like 50 undocumented migrants, to have them fucking cross and run over the border, not get apprehended by Customs and Border Patrol, instead of just packing it in a fucking vehicle? Of course, the data shows 90% of the drugs that are apprehended at the border are actually apprehended by American citizens, because that's the most efficient way of trafficking drugs. Or embedding people in large groups of people coming over would be logistically better? No, it wouldn't. You're a fucking idiot. You're wrong. Okay? If that was the case, then Amazon would be doing that instead of slamming their fucking delivery mechanisms inside of UPS trucks. You dumb fuck. What are you saying? Oh, wow. I didn't realize how much fucking easier it is to just give things randomly to people and hope that they actually get to the fucking place that they're supposed to be delivered to. Are you fucking stupid? Yes, the answer is yes. You are stupid. You're a stupid person with wrong opinions. Oh my God. If logistically it would be better to just give someone random a package and hope that it gets fucking delivered to the location that it needs to go to, that's how Amazon would run delivery. You really have no understanding of how guerrilla tactics work? Shut the fuck up. You have no understanding of how anything works. That's okay, though. It's your platform to yell. No, you just took a fucking fat L because you're a dumbass, and now you're just going to go, oh, you yelling at me. Use your platform to yell. Guerrilla tactics, my ass. I am describing something just at the fundamental level. Hasan, I love your streams. Are you a bit delusional? Yes, I am delusional for not subscribing to the fucking idiotic notion that at the top of the hour there isn't a 3-minute ad break. There is one, and you're about to get hit with it unless you fucking subscribe. He said Trump is the second coming of Jesus. Cope. Yes, I'm coping. Brother, I don't give a fuck, okay? Listen, I'm a goddamn red-blooded American, and I just know facts. Do you understand? It's common sense, dumbass. Uber Eats can't get my burger from across town, but 10 guys can move kilos of fent across a border. Yeah. Do you know how fucking unstable of a logistical nightmare this would look like, to rely on random people that just want to go into the United States of America? That's it. That's all they want to do. And they're paying you. And then you're just like giving them drugs in the process. And you're like, well, you know, GG's. Hope you make it across the border. We don't even know if we'll be able to apprehend you at the other side of the border. It's just so stupid. No one ever fucking thinks about this shit. Oh. Fuck. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now. Bro thinks they swallow several bags of fent through the border. Dumbass shatter. Exactly. Like, this idea is so dumb because it implies that the CBP doesn't actually fucking stop border crossers. They do. Okay? They do. All the time. But those border crossers don't have fucking drugs on them. Sometimes they do, which makes up 10% of the drug trafficking into the United States of America. Okay? 10% of 10%. Border crossers are much easier to catch and apprehend than fucking drug traffickers. You cannot reliably and sustainably build a business around funneling chemical compounds necessary for fentanyl creation by sneaking it over the border with undocumented migrants. You are a fucking idiot if you think that. Holy shit. You are not delusional, but you're California pilled. What do you mean California pilled? I like that I have to rely. I like that I have to rely on like fundamentals here about like, you know, fundamentals of like a supply chain and how unsustainable that would be if you relied on like random people you've never fucking seen before carrying these things, these high value products across the fucking finish line with no assurances that you'll be able to get them on the other side. Okay? Like I have to describe that because the 90% data from the Customs and Border Patrol is not enough. 90% data from the Department of Homeland Security is not enough for these fucking cow-brain dipshits. So I have to like also walk them through how silly this is. What a fucking big job. Like, god damn, dude. Oh no, she cast a tie-breaking vote. That must have been really hard for her, dude. Like, what? What are you saying? It's also about fucking character. Like, who? Oh my God. Come on, man. What she did? Okay, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? In terms of being the president of the Senate, the vice president has a duty and has a significant role to play in terms of like the Senate proceedings. Kamala Harris just kind of sat there and yeah, passed votes. She was just a tie-breaking vote as the 51st person. That doesn't really mean anything. Like she didn't really do much in that aspect of her job. Like that's not all that reasonable. Like Joe Biden played a more active role in passing legislation under the Obama administration as a vice president in really bad ways, by the way. But he still played a more formative role in terms of sidestepping Obama at times and going directly to fucking Harry Reid, going directly to Republicans and giving them virtually everything they wanted. But like ultimately that is doing more as a vice president dealing with the Senate than just sitting there and casting a tie-breaking vote. That doesn't really mean anything. Did any of those tie-breaking votes help the American people in a significant way? Sure. No, it did. It did. But that's besides the point. We're talking about her role. I think it's like a silly... I think it's a silly thing to point to in terms of her like legislative accomplishments or whatever. You know what I mean? And it also has nothing to do with her character regardless. But I'll vote for Biden too. Don't worry, brother. Me too. I'm Biden. I'm voting for Biden. The funniest part about this is that the Joe Biden is such a fucking spiteful little old bitch that he literally put Kamala Harris on shit duties across the board with one exception, and that was abortion. And that was because Joe Biden was too Catholic and too much of an old curmudgeon to actively communicate about abortion and felt uncomfortable talking about abortion. Whereas Kamala Harris, being a woman, obviously was doing a phenomenal job communicating on the issues that pertain to abortion. But that's it. Like, that's it. On the board, they put her on the border czar duty, man. That's like that is the most ass fucking job that you could have. But again, none of this has anything to do with her character personally. Pope watching Biden's ass. He's going about these character rebutals the wrong way. The reason why Trump's character is criticized is not because he's Trump, but because he ran on bringing back morality to American politics as a conservative, yet he's degenerate in every way. Kamala's character doesn't mean as much because she doesn't claim to believe in the sanctity of American values. I mean, it also doesn't matter. She's literally just like an empty sheet of paper, okay? She is the most generic Democrat, as generic as you can get. Why'd you ban that guy? That was awesome. Brazilian radical. I stand with Kamala. You don't. That makes you a bitch. Come to Brazil. Any day, I'll go toe-to-toe with you. I eat Russia-loving dumbasses like you for breakfast. I laughed when Russell Bentley died. Dumb orcs equals dead low. Who the fuck is Russell Bentley? But for real, come to Brazil. I will convince you through words to want Kamala. But if you want to fight, let's do it. MMA, you pick the ref. Who the fuck is Russell Bentley? What? Who is that? Russell Bentley, pro-Russia fighter from U.S. that died? What? Now I gotta look this motherfucker up. Hold up. Also, you guys need to unban that guy. He needs to explain his point of view. Who the fuck is this guy? What? Pro-Russian activism? He was working as an arborist in Round Rock, Texas. Bentley left his life in the U.S., including a relationship with a yoga instructor, to join the pro-Russian forces in Donetsk. Motivated by a desire to combat Ukrainian forces, he arrived in Donetsk. What the fuck? Oh, I remember this guy. We made fun of him. Oh no, I can't believe this guy died, dude. I'm so sad. He invaded Ukraine with Russian troops. Yeah, I remember. Americans are fighting for Russia. Yeah. Convinced this is I'm convinced people this are CIA assets. What? No, dude. No. That's not a CIA asset at all. What are you talking about? That man is just a fucking hog, okay? Pure FDA approved hog. Oh my God, he is Ryan Ruth's nemesis. Dude, you're right. This is the counter to Ryan Ruth. Oh my God, you got to have one on both sides. Oh my God. Listen, I love both sides, okay? I love the Ryan Ruths and I love this guy as well. I mourned his death. Do you understand? I mourned his death. Remember when Hasan Abi used to be white? Now he's brown. Which is he? Wait, what? Are you talking about me getting a tan? What the fuck's going on? I think this is what I mean. We don't have time. I talked to nah, just joking about what Trump said. Oh. Okay, where's the where's that Brazilian guy? Did we unban him or not? I want to hear more from him. Anyway, let's get back to this. Such idiotic, aesthetic focused conversations. Just turn around and tell her she went to fucking Guatemala. If you hate migrants that much, Spider Lib, just tell her Kamala Harris literally flew to Guatemala and told the immigrants there to not come to the United States of America. She crossed the motherfucking border. Donald Trump's too afraid to leave the country, okay? Kamala Harris literally straight up stared down those scary Guatemalan migrants and directly told to their faces not to come to the United States of America. Okay, so if you're going to argue on like reactionary fucking anti-immigrant sentiment, you could do a better job than this as well. Okay, she's like, oh, she never went to the border. It's like, yeah, who gives a fuck, man? Oh my God. Republicans are so stupid. I like that they're arguing on aesthetics because both sides are in agreement that immigrants present a genuine national security threat. I don't even think he believes that, by the way. He knows the data. He knows the facts. He knows that that's not the truth. But he's still fucking seemingly arguing from that position for some reason. God, I hate American politics so much sometimes. This is one of those moments. Difference between immigrants and illegal aliens. Yeah, what's the difference? It's called paperwork, dumbass. Shut the fuck up. Literally just paperwork. You don't even know how to fucking spell illegal. I'd much rather have a Guatemalan migrant in here than some dumb fuck like you, okay? You don't understand, brother, the difference between immigrants and illegal aliens. Okay, fucking give them paperwork. Now they're legal. What now? Do you think the fucking Haitians in Springfield are illegal aliens? Do you? Answer my question. I'm going to give him some time to process that information. It's going to take a while for him. This is like a John Fetterman style situation. It's going to take like a couple minutes for him to like reboot. Oh, wait. This is idiotic, okay? Sorry. No. This guy said, does IVF help with abortion? No. I'm done. I'm done, brother. Ain't no fucking way I'm watching the rest of this video. I'm done. Shouts out to Drew Pavlo, another fucking idiot, by the way. Here it is. Who also believed the Zin thing. Jesus Christ. No, I can't stand this. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. He said IVF is a mechanism to do abortions. I can't do that. Again, these people are too fucking dumb. They're dumb. They're fucking annoying. They're dumb and they're annoying because they are so arrogant in their stupidity. They think that they know things. They don't. I'm telling you, like, easily dupe people. All right, everybody. Love you. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Holy fuck, that took years off of my life, I think. I don't know how the fuck Spider Lib did that. That was crazy. Peace, everyone.
Just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, the sun is streaming, the sun is streaming.